Good morning. Good morning. We are late, of course, but trial is starting. I'm about to add the trial to the screen.
Andy Chow and or Rick Chow were at fault in bringing on this difficulty with respect to the testimony that we have received over the course of last week. Andy's conduct, his act, the jury could find that act amounts to a withdrawal from any potential difficulty the jury may have found he had brought on. And if that withdrawal was effective, then his right to self-defense, and by extension, Mr. Chow's right to defend him would be restored. And in support of that withdrawal charge, the language of which is one's right to self-defense is restored after a withdrawal from the initial difficulty with the victim if that withdrawal is communicated to the victim by word or act. And that or act portion was emphasized, I believe, in State versus McCarty. That's 437 South Carolina 355. And that is also quoting the Bryant case at 336 South Carolina 340. We do believe that the withdrawal law does need to be charged to this jury in light of what's been adduced over the course of last week.
Continue to say.
I just don't call any testimony regarding any withdrawal. This was one continuous act, John. I don't remember any testimony whatsoever of withdrawal. It was a chase that went 130 yards, and there was some backing up that was testified to, but it was right at that moment. This was a bam-bam kind of situation the way it was described.
Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I did look at all this.
Hi, Mark. How are you?
As far as
Welcome.
the violation of the law language, I'm not going to charge on that.
Girls
I
weekend.
think the implication of that charge would mean that there would have to be a violation of the law for someone to be not without fault. So I'm not going to put that in there. I am going to add the language of withdrawal. It is in the final charge. It will be on page 18 at the bottom. And here's the exact language.
This attorney.
A little further than what you asked for, Mr. Copeland, because I think you sort of cut it all short. Here's the exact language. One right to self-defense or defense of others is restored after withdrawal from the initial difficulty with the victim, if that withdrawal is communicated to the victim by word or act. Withdrawal from a conflict must be effectively communicated to the victim by word or act to restore the right to use self-defense or defense of others. An accused who provokes or initiates an assault cannot claim self-defense or defense of others unless the person defended both withdraws from the conflict and communicates his withdrawal by word or act to his adversary. So, went a little further. Then just, I guess you pretty much had the first sentence, but the model charge that we have added, that basically has to be essentially unequivocal that the person defended is withdrawing. So that's how I'm going to do it. Y'all have been emailed a copy of the final charge as well. Anything else?
Are you intending on, or have you thought about, we're going to send the instructions back with them initially, or just play it by
I
ear?
typically do not, and I will let them know that if they have a question about the law, the procedure for that would be to send me a note, and then I can recharge them on the law. I just get concerned that folks, this is intended to be interpreted as a whole, and I get concerned that folks, one person relies solely on page 17 and nothing else as a whole. I don't know whether I'm right or wrong. I know some of my colleagues send the charge back. That's the way I am. All right, you ready for closing?
Yeah, a little PowerPoint here, it's just gonna have some, so has the, thing ready whenever. I know it takes a little time to fire up.
Okay.
If we have it, will it just turn right on whenever we're ready for the first line?
It has a look to like extra.
Okay.
And you can call the document you gave me, you give one to the court reporter.
I did not, Your Honor, I just passed it up to you, but I'll be happy to come up and
No,
handle
it's
it.
not, we made this one for us.
This guy has so many attorneys, and none of them helped him really at all.
All right, ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, ready, seriously, sir? Yes, sir.
I couldn't imagine living by that much noise now. And I lived on a military base. Like, we had helicopters right outside of our housing. But now I hear loud music next door and I lose my mind. I'm like, what the heck? I'm like that get off my lawn person.
Jury seated, Your Honor.
Thanks, sir. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. The parties have presented all the evidence in the case, and it's now time for the attorneys to make their closing arguments. Much like the opening statements, the arguments of the attorneys are not evidence in the case. Their statements are meant to help you understand the evidence and apply the law. You should disregard any remark, statement, or argument which is not supported by the evidence presented during the trial or the law that I'm going to explain to you at the conclusion of the argument. Stay ready to close.
We are. Hey, please go.
Yes, sir.
What is the value of a human life? It's usually posed as a rhetorical question, isn't it? What is the value of a human life? Can we assign a monetary value to a human life, to a human soul? Can we put a price on it like we can a bottle of water, or a bottle of motor oil, or a lampshade, or a fishing boat? Is that possible? Are some lives worth more than others? These are philosophical questions that people have been wondering aloud for ages. Do you remember that feeling of being a teenager? You remember what it was like when your body was new and shiny? Remember that? Remember a time before work and bills and all the responsibility, being responsible for other people? You remember that feeling? You remember what it was like having that long road of life just stretched out before you and all the possibilities? Not knowing what they were, but just being excited for the ride. You remember that? Remember the last day of school? Remember the beginning of summer break, sleeping in, summer jobs, fireflies, fresh peaches? What about grandma's house? Slip and slides? Remember the smell of fresh cut grass? Beach trips, no responsibilities. How do you put a price on that? You remember that? How do you put a value on that? I've got a 15-year-old daughter and an 18-year-old son, and they're in that time of life. And if I'm waxing too poetic, it's because I'm envious at times of them and being in that stage and just having that whole long road of life stretched out before you and all the possibilities. Just an adventure waiting to unfurl, right? But if I could jump in a time machine and go back to them being 14
Yeah,
years
but
old.
remember, we wanted to be grown up
think I
so
would.
badly.
Because
Now
I
look at
remember the difficulties
Give
of that
anything and
time
not
as
have
well.
bills.
I remember being 14, and a sad reminder that I'm not anymore is sometimes when I get a glimpse of the camera and I see my face up there, and I say, who the hell is that? Where did those wrinkles come from? Where did that gray hair come from?
The kids. It came from the
I
kids.
do remember being a 14-year-old boy. And if I could, I don't think I'd go back to being a 14-year-old boy. Because I remember the difficulties of being a 14-year-old boy. I remember the idea of trying to zero in on what is my identity? What is my personality anyway? Who am I? Where do I fit in? How can I be cool? To this day, I still remember things that I did that made me shake my head, things that I strongly regret, things that were ill-advised, things that were reckless and dangerous, things that were just plain stupid. It was not easy being a 14-year-old boy, and that was back in 1993. But that's what being a kid is. That's what being a 14-year-old boy is.
That kid's older than me.
And hopefully we can learn from them, right? Isn't that what growing up is supposed to be about?
Hold on.
I didn't look much like Cyrus, and I think that's obvious to everybody here. We grew up in different parts of Columbia. We had different experiences. We went to different schools. We grew up under different circumstances, different times. Seems that we were both skinny little 14-year-old boys from divorced parents trying to find our way. I remember trying to straddle that line between being a child and trying to figure out what it meant and where my place was in the world, and trying to figure out how to be a teenager. Trying to figure things out. And as I said, it seems that to me that it would be infinitely more difficult to be a 14-year-old in 2023 than it was in 1993. There are just things that exist now that were unimaginable back then when I was 14. But some of the broader challenges would have been the same. Where do I fit in? How do I fit in? This would have been that wistful time of life for Cyrus in May of 2023. He had just wrapped up 8th grade. We all know what comes next. ninth grade and high school and all the craziness of that. But right now, in May of 2023, it's summertime. The first week of summer. What's better than that? How do you put a price on that? It's the best time of the year for a kid. There's still a few months before he has to deal with that crazy time of ninth grade and high school. Sunday, May 28, 2023 was Memorial Day weekend. Cyrus was fresh off middle school graduation, and it was summertime.
Money makes the world go round.
Why does a 14-year-old have a gun? This was asked multiple times by my friend, known him since I was 14, Jack Swarling. But he asked that a number of times. And I suppose he asked that as a literal question that deserved an immediate, succinct, distilled, and simple answer. That was how the question was posed, that it is a very simple question and deserves a simple answer. Maybe it's not that simple, though. Maybe it's a much broader question that we as a society will eventually have to sit down and come up with real answers to and possible solutions to. Maybe it's a question with an answer that is so complex, it has so many layers, that it's so loaded that maybe it's not something we just figure out in a day. But it does seem, as long as guns have existed, boys have been fascinated by them. Required reading when I was in elementary school was Where the Red Fern Grows. It was all about Billy and his gun and the exploits and the adventures of 10-year-old Billy and his rifle. Or, my favorite movies back then were Tombstone and Young Guns, and Predator, and Terminator.
Excellent movies. Excellent.
Just movies about guns and violence. Boys eat it up. I did.
Not about guns and violence.
So many movies, so much imagery,
what
so
they
many
were about.
music videos about guns. It's
Bonding.
just-
No, I
we're in
know.
America. It's part of life, and boys eat it up.
They're about brotherhood.
You can't even get through December
Family.
without Christmas Story and Ralphie and his fascination with the Red Ryder rifle, right? It is just a
Dude.
fact of life. And that was all before the internet. But again, we live in America, and to take that one step further, Cyrus and I grew up in the South. And we were blessed to grow up in the South, weren't we?
That's
And
right.
guns are just a part of life, are they not?
Yes, they are.
A gun leaning up in the corner when I was growing up was about as exciting as a cast iron skillet on the stove or
It
a
was
butcher knife in the
normal.
sink. It's just part of our life. And whether that's good or bad, I'm not here to talk about that, but guns are prevalent.
It's
Boys
normal.
gravitate towards guns.
You
whether
don't
that's good or bad.
gravitate. It's just there.
Was Cyrus right in having a pistol in his pocket May 28th of 2023? No. Was it legal for Cyrus to have a pistol in his pocket May 28th, 2023? No. Has anybody indicated that it was okay or legal or right? No. Did he deserve to die?
No.
Did he deserve to die?
No.
I remember my grandfather letting me practice with a little .22 rifle. I remember being 8, shooting a .22 rifle. I remember my first single shot, 410 shotgun. I was probably about 12, 13 when I got that. I remember going up to the little cabinet just off the kitchen in my grandparents' house and finding a little revolver he had there. And I remember taking it down, and I remember going down to the pond and shooting a few shots. I was probably about 12,
Okay, be
and I knew I
careful.
wasn't supposed to do that. And I knew I'd get in trouble if I got caught. That didn't stop me. I remember all those things. Boys do things that are ill-advised and not always smart.
Yeah, boys are dumb.
That's part of life, though. We hope as we grow older, we learn some of these things and we grow out of them. Did Cyrus deserve to die?
Yeah, they'll miss out on all the fun, Gwen.
Cyrus Carmack-Belton entered that Shell gas station at 7441 Park Lane Road, about 8 p.m., May 28, 2023. He had no way of knowing that he'd be dead in about 10 minutes. You see him enter the gas station. He is immediately asked to take his book bag off. A very fair request, and he complies immediately. He's not rude during the encounter. He does as he's asked to do. We see Alice check the facial recognition database once he comes in. We heard about the facial recognition database they employ at the Shell gas station. And then she went about her business, or pretended to act busy, while keeping an eye on Cyrus as he walked up and down the aisles. At some point, she ducks her head into the office where Rick is. What, if anything, she said to him is unknown. We don't know. But Alice and Andy continued to watch Cyrus as he walks up and down the aisles. Eventually, he goes to where the water bottles are. He had to know he was being watched, right? I mean, I don't think Alice was making it unknown, or she wasn't really disguising what she was doing. He took 4 bottles of water out, put 4 bottles of water back in. He's caught on camera from several different angles doing so. And cameras do not lie. Cameras do not make mistakes.
No, people
It would
do.
have taken about 17 seconds to watch him at that water cooler.
People make mistakes.
If Rick Chow had decided to do that. About 17 seconds of his time. 17 seconds to confirm that
Eyes
he
play
took
tricks on
nothing.
you.
Failure of Rick Chow to do this will
No, I-
cost Cyrus's life.
I cut my hair. This is
Thousands and
natural.
thousands of dollars of technology at Rick Chow's fingertips. And he chooses to act in anger. Cyrus would be a rising
It was
senior
very long,
if he was still
and
alive.
I went to my
Entering his
stylist, and I was like, my
3rd
friend,
year.
she cut my hair, and I was like, just cut it,
Rick
make it.
Chow had taken about
She
17
fudged it.
minutes to review the footage.
She chopped it all off.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And now my hair is wild.
4, 3, 2, 1.
This is natural.
Cyrus turns from the water
Girl.
cooler. Alice and
My
Andy
hair.
begin asking him if he put a
Crazy.
bottle of water in his pocket. $1, 114 pounds, 130 yards, 21 grams.
Well, my hair was so heavy, and I was
Fight
sick
or flight.
every single day.
I've heard
I
that
was like,
term.
it's, I just can't.
Physiological
always
reaction,
in a
right?
ponytail.
It's ingrained in us since we were cavemen, I guess, basically. And it is an instinct, it's a reaction that occurs in situations where there is a threat. Okay? If Cyrus is a tough guy, right? If Cyrus is a thug,
Yeah.
right? If Cyrus is a gunslinger, right? If he is that guy, okay? If he's that guy, now is the time you see it. Now's the time he'd pull that pistol out, point it. If he was that guy, right? He's not that guy. He's a child. He doesn't pull out his pistol. He doesn't cuss or disrespect anyone. He collects his backpack, drops his head, and he walks out. If he was a fighter, now would be the chance for him to confront anybody. If he ever intended to use the gun, it would have been right here. But this is the moment where cool heads should prevail. Cool reflection should be what happened here. Reflection should have occurred. This is when adults should act like adults. This could have been it. He could have walked off. He would be a kid looking forward to senior year in high school. You have a mother and a father who would still have their little boy. $1, 114 pounds, 17 seconds, 1 second, 21 grams. An entire lifetime ahead, unknown potential, success, failure, redemption, decisions. We know the decision Rick Chow made. It's etched in time now. It plays back like a bad movie you've seen before. You already know the ending. He did what he did, and that's why we're all here today. Let him go. Just let him go. We don't need to be here today. Let the boy go. What have you got to lose? What is the value of human life? As of May 28, 2023, Rick Chow had owned and operated that gas station for over 10 years. This was not his first day on the job. Why not call 911? It takes 1 second. Andy said so himself. It takes 1 second to call 911. Better yet, why don't we review the videotape? If we think the boy took something, why don't we look at that videotape? Because then we'd realize we don't even need to call 911. He never did anything.
It's crazy all the stuff they went through for
You learn that
this, like
immediately.
facial recognition, followed him around the store.
All this at your fingertips. Instead, you choose to act in anger.
They told him to take the backpack
Choose
off
to
when he
make
walked in.
split-second decisions. And you're dead wrong.
Wow.
For argument's sake, though, let's say he had committed the abominable crime of stealing a $1 bottle of water. Let's say he did that, okay? Well, you remember the wall of shame? You remember the testimony about all the pictures all over the store of various people who had been suspected of shoplifting. And what we do at the Shell gas station is we take their picture because we have all these cameras that we can get all these pictures from, and then we put it up on the wall of shame. And that's what we do. We shame them. But also if they come back in, we can confront them. Why don't we put this little boy's picture up there then? I mean, if he stole water, let's just do that. That would have been a better option, right? Or we get all these pictures, let's send them into law enforcement. Looking for this guy. And by the way, we know exactly what he was wearing. And by the way, he walked that way down this dead end road. Shouldn't be too hard for you guys to solve. anything would have been better than this. He chose to chase down an 8th grader. The boy was so terrified that he ran out of his shoe and continued running. The boy was so terrified. He's losing clothing. He drops his phone. He drops his mother's phone. But he continues running. Wouldn't that have been even another great opportunity for them to stop? Listen, we've scared this little boy so bad, he's come out of his shoe. Let's stop the insanity right here. Let's turn around. Let's take our butts back to the Shell gas station. What are we even doing anyway? Why are we doing this? But no, they continue tracking him, chasing the boy down. And then he takes that hard fall, hits the ground. What about right then? Wouldn't that have been a good time to be like, we're scaring this boy so bad that he's run out of his shoes, he's lost his cell phone. Now he's hurt himself. We've gone too far. We've gone too far. But no. 130 yards, 114 pounds, 390 feet, 1 second, 17 seconds, 21 grams. Why in God's name are 2 grown men, one armed, chasing a child, because that's what he is, 130 yards? Why in God's name? Devontae Bryant, he had to hit the brakes because he didn't want to hit him. He'll come running out in front of him on Springtree. Dead set on catching that boy. He had to put the brakes on. He says he thought it was the police. Yeah, I said, well, why'd you think that? He said, because one of the guys had a pistol. And they were chasing that boy. I thought that was the police. And so that would have been what Cyrus saw too. He doesn't know why these men are chasing him to begin with, why they're yelling at him. And now he sees one of them has a gun. And he's wondering, why are these people chasing me? What are they going to do to me? And he's running. And Devontae Bryant said he didn't have anything in his hand. Lori Carson pulled up too. Remember her? That's her in that BMW. A grandmother. She recognized immediately Cyrus was a child. She said he looked frightened. He looked scared. He said it looked like he needed help. He said he didn't have anything in his hand. Kennedy, Jasmine Broadwater, they saw him too. He didn't have anything in his hand. All of them had different
Hey,
angles
Nana, how are you?
to observe. None of them knew Cyrus. But they were all very clear.
We
The
just need
boy
to
had
go ahead
nothing
and get
in
this
his
over with so they can get this guilty verdict in.
Backpack over his left shoulder, which you can see in the video, trying to hold his pants up while he ran from these men. But he had nothing in his hand. What does a
fastest guilty
130
verdict.
yards look like? Well, it looks like this.
We've seen since OJ that got not guilty. Oh, damn, do they have somebody run it? And today, the Carmelo Anthony trial starts in Dallas. They start jury selection today. I wish they were televising that, but they're not. And also today, Tyler Robinson is having a hearing to limit media in his trial, pretrial hearing for July.
It's a long distance. It's too damn long. It's 130 yards too long.
For a bottle of water.
114 pounds, 1 second, $1, 21 grams. Cyrus was shot in his back
Oh, he's gonna be there a while.
as he ran away from Rick Chow and Andy Chow. He entered his lower back, just to the right of his backbone. He traveled upwards, you see. It went through his lung, you see. It entered the right ventricle of his heart. Came to rest there. And that trajectory tells us he was trying to get away to the very end, trying to run from danger. He died scared. He died bleeding to death. Rick Chow's face being the last one he saw. He died surrounded by strangers. He died scared on the side of a road in nowhere America. He died young. He died because of Rick Chow. Shot in the back.
Does he have a red spot on his back?
Today, Rick Chow says, well, guys, I had to do it. I had to kill that boy.
No, you didn't.
I had to chase him down, and I just had to shoot him. He says his son yelled gun, and he had to shoot. He tells you he was justified in doing it. And he says, well, if you're wondering why I shot and killed a child in the back, it's because of the doctrine of defense of others. That's what he says to you today. And he was dead wrong on May 28, 2023. And he's dead wrong today. Okay. So what is the law of defense of others?
Well,
There
George
are
Zimmerman
4
got away
elements,
with it.
that the state has to disprove one of them, okay? But these are what would get you a charge and find that you would be justified in killing somebody based on the law of defense of others. If any of these are disproven, any one of them are disproven by the state, then he does not get that legal justification for killing. You understand? If you find any of these to not fit for him, he does not get the defense of others. Number 1, okay? I want to be clear. He fails right off the bat. What is the number 1 element of defense of others? The very first one that he fails miserably. Rick Chow and Andy Chow both must be without fault for bringing on the difficulty. Y'all remember those questions I asked Andy? And by the way, the other thing y'all get to consider is credibility of witnesses. Y'all seen people lie before. Y'all seen people tell half-truths. Y'all seen people waver before in questions they didn't really want to answer. Y'all seen that before in life. Y'all have a chance to sit back there and talk about whether y'all found Andy to be a credible witness or not. But one thing I asked him is, Andy, Cyrus is still alive if y'all stay in the gas station, right? He said, yeah, you're right. But then they decided to ramp it up. They brought this difficulty on, okay? One of his lawyers said, well, you know, Cyrus would be alive if he didn't have a gun. And I said, you would never have known he had a gun, would you? If you just kept your butt in the shell station. Kept doing the work you were doing. Stay behind the cash register. And Rick, stay back in the, what do you call it, your surveillance room back there. Why don't you just stay back there? Why are we running 130 yards off our property?
Just what China said. Kept your butt in the gas station.
Even after he loses his shoes and his cell phone, why aren't we just stopping on the property? If we need to see which direction he goes in, well, we see him running up that straight road, and we know it's a dead end, and we got all these pictures of him. Now we got a cell phone, we got a shoe, we got all these pictures of him, we got his clothing. Cell phone, shoe. Why do we bring on the difficulty when we don't have to? But right off the bat, defense of others fails. Prong number one. A grown man with decades of experience chose to turn suspicion into pursuit and pursuit into gunfire. We fail immediately. But if we were to consider going on, he fails all four of them. Let me just walk you through it just to be clear. But if any one of them fail, he does not get that defense. But number two, Rick Chow must be under the belief or have a good faith belief that Andy Chow was in imminent danger of death or serious bodily injury, harm. We saw that a fall and the after effects of it, it was such a violent fall that it led to those wounds to his shin. He goes face down into the ground with various witnesses said. And then marker AA right there. That would be the laser pointer, the flashlight we heard so much about. That is an interesting marker because you know what that tells us? A couple things really. It tells us where Cyrus fell and hit the ground, but it also, along with those wounds to his leg, shows us how violent of a fall it was. That would be where he hit the ground. And the only way this works is if his gun comes out of his hoodie, hits the ground so violently it dislodges the flashlight, and that's where it came to rest. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are a 14-year-old boy and you know you're not supposed to have that gun, and you're being chased by people and it spills out, the very first thing you're going to do is pick it up and continue running, which is exactly what Cyrus Carmack-Belton did. He was trying to get away. But as you see right there, that would be where he fell. And we know he continued running because his body's found past those two poles. But what is further up towards where his body came to rest? AB right there is that shell casing. That is approximately where Rick Chow stood when he fired the weapon. So even after we see where Cyrus fell, Rick Chow is still advancing towards him, still moving towards where he ultimately came to die. I don't know how you describe being in fear of this boy and being terrified of him, but even after he falls and you supposedly become aware of a gun that spills out of his pocket, you continue to advance towards him. How do you say now that you were in fear of him? And would a reasonably prudent person have done this? Would a reasonably prudent person have even left the shell station? The answer is no. He fails 2, and he fails 3. So finally, Andy Chow must be shown to have had no other probable way to avoid the danger of death or serious bodily injury than to act the way he did. Okay? I don't understand how you can ever say I'm retreating when you were the one chasing somebody, chasing them off your property, chasing them 130 yards down a road that you don't belong on. How do you then say I was retreating? No, you are advancing. You were the one bringing on this difficulty. You started it and you're the one who continues it. Rick Chow fails all 4 prongs of defense of others, and he fails spectacularly. We only have to prove one. Number 1, he fails right off the bat. I submit to you, he fails all 4. This would be a shot by now. You know, we spent a lot of time. I know it's been boring at times trying to orient you guys with the landscape, but it is important really to kind of have a general familiarity with this area we're talking about. But if we're looking at this picture, which is an evidence, y'all seen those poles right there a number of times. That's kind of a good marker. You've seen this drainage ditch right here on the bottom where the backpack was found. That's another good marker. Behind us would be the Shell gas station at Park Lane Road, and forward is just a dead end. This would be approximately where that laser flashlight attachment would be found. But again, that's where reason tells us that Cyrus fell. And the gun apparently hit the ground hard enough to detach the laser flashlight. That's where that was found. A little bit further up again, past where he fell, that means Rick Chow is still advancing past where that boy fell and continues chasing him with his gun. That's where the case is found, right there, the green area. Behind those trees, there's Bradford bears right there. That is where, we know from the body camera, that's where Cyrus comes to rest. That's where he dies. I mean, just on the side of the road, just nowhere, South Carolina. Shot on the side of the road like a dog. Surrounded by strangers. Mother not there. Grandma not there. Scared and alone. Murder is, in South Carolina, statutorily defined as killing of another person with malice aforethought. Okay? What is malice aforethought? Judge is going to define malice for you. This is malice. You see this right here? Y'all see that? Look at it. This is what malice looks like right here. It's hatred, ill will, or hostility. We know how Rick Chow feels about shoplifters. Okay. He has devoted a large amount of space in his store to advertise shoplifters and identify shoplifters. He doesn't like them. Malice is ill will or hostility towards another person. It's the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse, and with an intent to inflict an injury under circumstances law will infer an evil intent. When does malice need to form, and when does it need to exist in the mind of Rick Chow? Judge will tell you it does not, malice aforethought does not require that malice exists for any particular time before the act is committed, but it must exist in the mind of the defendant just before and at the time of the shooting. Okay? Therefore, there must be a combination of the evil intent, the prior intent, i.e. chasing a boy up the road with a gun at your side, and the act, shooting. How can malice be shown? There are 2 types of ways it can be shown. It can be expressed or it can be inferred. They're not different. but just the way they may be shown. Express malice is shown when a person speaks words which express hatred or ill will for another, or when the person prepared beforehand to do the act which was later accomplished. Malice can be inferred from conduct showing a total disregard for human life. This is malice right here. Y'all see malice? This is what malice looks like. Shot to the back tells the story better than any witness ever could. The state must prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. This is the standard of every criminal case from here to Seattle, all across the U.S. The state must prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. What does that mean? Does it mean beyond all doubt? Does the state have to prove a case that leaves everyone saying, I have no doubt about anything anymore? No. It means that if you have a doubt that is reasonable, whether he's guilty or not, do you have a doubt that he's guilty? If you do, is it reasonable? Is it based on logic? If it is, then you should find him not guilty. That's just the law. That's how it's always been. But if your doubt as to whether or not he did what he did is not reasonable, or your doubt is not really logical, you must find him guilty. Does that mean you have to be 100% certain about everything regarding this case? It does not. The judge will tell you there are very few things in this world we know with absolute certainty, and in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt.
Nice.
He's going to say, based on your consideration of evidence, you are firmly convinced. I put that in bold because to me, it's the best way to understand beyond a reasonable doubt. When you go back there and y'all are talking about issues or what you remember about specifics of the case.
My hair is crazy.
Just ask yourself, are we firmly convinced? Let's all take a poll. Are we firmly convinced of his guilt? And if everybody raises their hand, then you find him guilty. That is how you determine whether or not there's reasonable doubt.
Have long curly hair.
Or whether there's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Are we all firmly convinced? Remember those two words. He's going to say it twice when he reads those instructions to you. Firmly convinced. So when y'all get back there and y'all say, what was reasonable doubt again? You say, well, I remember Dale saying firmly convinced. That was what we have to decide. Are we firmly convinced? Cyrus will forever be 14 years old. It'll always be the beginning of summer. Ninth grade in high school, they'll never come. You won't get the chance to catch the eye of a pretty girl. He won't get to feel rejection either. He won't be at the prom with his classmates. He won't have a chance to be cool or to take that winning shot. He won't have the opportunity to be a loser. You never get the chance to figure things out. He'll never feel his grandmother's kiss on his forehead. He won't get to drink that beer when he turns 21. He'll never catch snowflakes on his tongue again.
Yeah, y'all seen my hair long. It's always in a ponytail. That's why I got it cut. I was like, I had to hit it every single day.
The sun on his face, that first warm day of spring.
I bet it looked really good. So.
He'll never get to find his way in this world that can be so cruel.
You should put a picture of yourself on your little bubble.
He won't be like this 14-year-old boy and look in the mirror and see these wrinkles and this gray hair that just kind of came out of nowhere, and be able to trace them and think back of the memories and the experiences behind them. They'll forever be 14, alone and scared, running up that road, trying to get somewhere safe, but never making it. The solicitor, Stephanie, and Weston and I, we walked that stretch of road on Spring Tree a dozen times or more. The air, it just feels heavier. The energy it's off. The tragedy of a life cut short is just burned into the surroundings. I can't explain it. And the question isn't, why does a 14-year-old have a gun? It's, why is an armed 57-year-old man chasing a boy 130 yards, knowing how scared he is, and then shooting him in the back? You know this is wrong. You know it's wrong. They were dead wrong about that water. And Mr. Chow, Rick Chow, is dead wrong about this. 14, 130 yards, $1, 1 second, 21 grams. In the early 1900s, there was a doctor. He thought he could measure the weight of a human soul. He thought it was possible to determine the physical weight of a human soul. He measured 6 patients just before and then right after death. And in one of them, he found something interesting. One of the patients, he determined there was a difference of 21 grams. And so he determined, based on that experience, that the human soul weighed 21 grams.
I know.
1 out of 6.
I don't know why he's got to keep going. I mean,
it wasn't well documented, but still, it became popular
you know what?
that the human soul
Zimmerman got off.
weighs 21 grams.
You cannot be too surprised.
We know that's silly today in 2026. What does our spirit weigh? Does it weigh 21 grams? No, we know that's silly. Just like we know a human life, there's no value you can put on it. It's worth way more than silver and gold. It's worth way more than this. You know it. Ladies and gentlemen, you have a decision to make. I thank you for your time and attention this last week and then today. I thank you. There is only one verdict here that speaks the truth.
That's right.
There was only one verdict that addresses what this man did and what this man took away. One verdict. That verdict is guilty. That's what I ask you to do. Find Rick Chow guilty of unjustly taking Cyrus Carmack-Belton's life. Find him guilty. That is the only verdict that speaks the truth and speaks to the evidence in this case. Thank you.
Are y'all going to take a break?
We'll take about a 10-minute
I
break.
knew it. I knew it.
The technology and stuff sorted out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break.
They take 4 breaks
Be
in
right
South
back with
Carolina.
you. About 10 minutes. We can help
Then
discuss the
in
case, or anything of that nature. We'll see you
Court, I think this is ever watched. What the heck? They take more damn breaks. I don't think I've ever seen. Right, I can't. The defense is going to come out with some damn shenanigans. You know they are. You know they're going to come out with some shenanigans, and then you know it's going to be this dude. You think it's going to be this dude, the black dude, is going to give the
closing statements, closing arguments? So jury selection is started in the Austin Metcalf trial. Carmelo Anthony is the accused. I don't know if y'all know about that one, but that is where the track. Oh yeah, the old guy. Oh my gosh. That's where the track athlete was stabbed. Something about the guy being under the wrong tent. I don't know. They're making it about race here in Texas. I have never seen attorneys do this. Like, I mean, I've seen them be cordial to each other, but these attorneys like check with each other before they're done asking questions. Like, hey, you got any more questions? You got any more questions? Like, this is crazy. Look at them conversing with each other. Hey man, great job. Good job, good job, good job. They may as well be smacking each other's butts. Like on the football field or something. Oh, dang it. And then the prosecution has a rebuttal. They get to do a rebuttal. Dang it, this could go on. I know, right? This must be like Southern hospitality right here. Way these attorneys treating each other. They're like, hey man, I'll see you at dinner tonight. Bring the kids over for supper. What's the wife making? Like everybody knows everybody. It's crazy. Oh, speaking of letters, where did I find? I found a letter when I was going through my stuff. Where is it? Darn it. Anyhow, I don't remember where I found a letter from Betty Broderick. You know, I used to write her. I can't remember where I put it. Darn it. I don't remember where I put it. But anyway, when I was unpacking and stuff, I found a letter from Betty. A cart, because I had bought her stationery. Kim, there you are. I have been wondering about you. I was like, dang, I hope her court thing went well. I've been praying for you. I was like, I got to find her. I sent you a message. I was like, where is she? I know. And that's exactly what I did, Gwen. I was like, I got to put this somewhere so that I could show people that I did really write Betty. Oh, did you? Yeah. I was like, dang, how is Kim? I hope she didn't forget about us. because we've been wondering how she's been doing. Yeah, I don't know if you've been keeping up with this trial, but we've been we started this trial thinking this guy was mistaken, but this is another George Zimmerman situation, except hopefully this guy will be found guilty. Unlike George Zimmerman. Well, how did your court go? Did everything go well, Kim? Oh, well, that is good then. So dismissed. She said the heifer. I got to throw this away, this wrapper away. My dog acts like I owe him money. I don't owe him nothing. Move. Well, that's good. Well, they're just cutting it up in this courtroom like they've just been besties. Do y'all have grandparent rights in Kansas? Look at him fixing that kid's tie. Who is that kid? That's crazy. He's like, oh crap, I'm on camera. Hear ye, hear ye. Oh,
All right, you ready? All right, bring in the jury, please, sir.
Whoa, wait on the defendant, yeah, I guess. Yeah, good answer.
Yes, sir.
trial and error, Gwen. Ooh, I thought they were going to show the jury for a second there. Is that a dude? No. Oh. Bringing him out in the handcuff. He has been in jail the whole time. No bond. Which is wow. I can't believe he had got no bond. I think even George Zimmerman had bond. And both of these cases are just as racially charged. So I'm shocked.
All right, ready?
Ready, Ron.
All right, bring in the jury, please, sir.
I just don't see how this is not any different than George Zimmerman. Is it the time? Because Zimmerman was guilty. Why does the prosecution never stand up for the jury?
is so weird. I'm just bumbled on this. I mean, not a scenario one of them stands up.
Good to see you, Hunter.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Solicit.
I remember growing up and watching shows with my father. I'm old enough to
Yeah,
date
but
myself.
Alec Murdaugh, they all stood up. I think.
One of the radio shows that we would listen to quite often is a guy named Paul Harvey.
All hard.
What he would do is he would tell stories. And in telling stories, what he would do is tell a story that he thought that everybody actually knew. He would tell a story and he would give details of a story that he thought that everybody actually knew already. And he would tell it, and he would tell it in his interesting way, but what he would do is intentionally leave out parts of the story so that people would be a little confused because they'd heard the part of the story that they thought that they knew, but he would leave parts out. And then he would take this huge pause after he was done and everybody think it was over, and then he would say this famous line. He would say, and now it's time for the rest of the story. And then he would spend the rest of the show telling the listener the rest of the story that they did not know. He would do this because he understood people. He understood that we are a generation of people who simply listen to headlines, listen to flashy things, and don't hear the rest of the story. He understood that if he could tell just small parts of the story in the way that people thought that they understood them and didn't hear the rest of the story, then they would believe things one certain way. And the way that he did it was fascinating. It was interesting. People started to understand that that's the way we have to start listening. Because if we only hear part of the story, then we can never get to the truth.
Yep. All Harvey.
And so as we sit here and get ready for our closing argument, all we're going to do now is tell you the rest of the story. I will tell you wholeheartedly, and this might come across as a shock. I agree with some of the stuff that the state of South Carolina said. When they got done with their closing argument, folks next to me said, "Do you want to take that dollar down?" And I said, "No." Because let me tell you with unabashed honesty, they are 1,000% right about the following statement. If Rick Chow executed a human being over a $1 bottle of water, enjoy hell. Let's make that clear. If Rick Chow shot a man in the back stealing $1 bottle of water from his store, you do what you will. Because there's nothing to justify this back and forth. Was he right? Was he wrong? It doesn't matter. Taking a human life over a bottle of water is absolutely ridiculous. It's wrong under any way that you could possibly look at it. And that's why the state has gone out of their way to put this $1 bottle of water up, to put this picture up, because they want you to believe that this is what this case is about. The rest of the story. It has nothing to do with this water. It doesn't. Because if that was what it was about, this wouldn't be a complicated case.
What was it about?
As we sit in front of you, the things that we have to talk about is we have to break down everything that we have watched in this case. And we need to break down what the state of South Carolina has presented to you. And as we break it down, we can break it down inside of 3 classifications, what they put on the scene. They put on what they call eyewitnesses. They put on investigators. And they put on experts. You remember? Those are the 3 things that they have given us. So first, let's talk about the eyewitnesses. And the reason I want to talk about the eyewitnesses first is, remember, and I wrote down a quote that the state said, "Cameras don't lie. For 17 seconds, you could have played the camera. For 17 minutes, you could have played these cameras." If you remember, these witnesses got on the stand, they sat in front of you, and I asked them questions. They looked directly at you. They were talking about what they remembered. They were talking about their memories and how important that is. And then I started asking them questions from right there. You remember? I said, "No, I'm not trying to be rude, but I remember you talking to 911. Do you remember that?" "Yeah." "And you said something different to the 911 tape that you're saying right here today." I asked another person, "Isn't it true that we don't interview witnesses together because they can get their stories together and their brains could get something that didn't really happen?" "Yeah." "And that's on video, correct?" "Cameras don't lie." "And they called 911, and in the 911 call, they said they didn't see anything, correct?" Cameras don't lie. But don't you remember, and I asked one of the witnesses, isn't it true that you told them something and they said that was completely impossible? Well, yeah. And then they've met with you, they've talked to you, they've interviewed you and put you on the stand and you've told something different. Cameras don't lie. So why are we sitting here and not watching those videos? Why didn't the state give you the 911 calls? Why didn't they give you the videos? Why didn't they give you the information?
Why are you yelling?
Cameras don't lie. The rest of the story. I talked to one of the investigators and officers as he took the stand. Remember, we asked him, what is important as an investigator? It's important to get the facts. It's important to get the information. It's important to get the evidence as close to the incident as possible. So we can do what? Remember the question I asked him? So we can give all the information to the jury. The rest of the story. Because what we don't want to do is subject and put our emotions in there, our personal beliefs, our subjective decisions. That's what's happened. The rest of the story. For some reason, the state of South Carolina doesn't want to give it to you. One of the witnesses took the stand, if you remember correctly. Detective English took the stand. You remember? One of the first ones they put on. And they put the videos up on all of these screens, all this technology that the state of South Carolina has. And they put up all of it. And one of the clips they put up was of Rick Chow's statement. You remember? And they played it, and it said, my son saw, I didn't initially see my son that he had a gun, so when I looked at his hand, and then what did that officer do? He just walked away. We knew there was a second part of the video. Cameras don't lie. It would have taken how long was the quote? 17 seconds to play it. Cameras don't lie. And what was the next question from the state of South Carolina? Isn't it true he didn't tell you on that scene blank? Cameras don't lie. So we literally had to make sure you knew the rest of the story. And what did we do to tell you the rest of the story? We brought that other officer on to tell the rest of the story. And you remember, it went right together. The rest of that statement. My son saw, I didn't see it initially. My son alerted me that he had a gun. So when I'm going to go talk to his son, that's when he walked away. And then the statement kept going. Look at his hand. He actually had a handgun in his hand. The rest of the story. He got up running, then my son yelled, he's got a gun. So when I watched, there was a gun in his hand. That would be some important information for the state of South Carolina to tell you. But they needed to be about $1. They need to scare you. They need to make you afraid. They made you think the great Rick Chow, this evil human being over here, killed a man over $1.
A boy.
And that is
A 14-year-old boy.
That's not what happened. The rest of the story. We don't want to tell you the rest of the story because if you hear it, then you get to make an intelligent decision, and we don't want you to make an intelligent decision. We don't want you to hear the 911 calls. We don't want you to watch the videos. We don't want you to hear what Rick said at that moment, at that time, without a lawyer, without anyone telling him what to say or do. We had to play those. The rest of the story.
I'm feeling
And
very
as we get in there and we listen to this and we go through all of this information, it becomes incredibly important. We then had investigators take the stand. You remember the questions I asked of the investigators and why they were so important. The state of South Carolina, for you to make a decision, has come in front of you and said, put witnesses on the stand. Guns aren't that bad. 14-year-old kids have guns all the time. And they had witnesses literally with their hands on the Bible looking at you, talking about, guns are prevalent. It's not that big of a deal. That was the testimony. I didn't make that up. That was the testimony that they submitted. Do I think they believe any part of that? Not a line of that. But they have emotion. They're upset. And they want you to believe it's about a bottle of water.
right. I know, Kim. I'm like, dang.
The rest of the story.
I'm like,
And then there was an expert who took the stand. Do you remember? I asked her a very directly question. I had her sit right here. She stood in front of you as if she was Rick Chow. And I showed her what we said Mr. Belton could have been doing. And what did she say? Yeah, that's possible. The rest of the story. She described the bullet path, back to front, right to left, slightly upward. The rest of the story. We got to avoid all of that because that changes our narrative. So now we go into what they did present. And let's talk about the part of the case that we're all wondering about, the thing that everybody's there, and if it's in your gut, it should be in everybody's gut. And they spent their entire case. Their case was a day and a half, and most of it they spent it on one part, the chase. The chase. The chase. They shouldn't have done it. They shouldn't have done it. They shouldn't have done it. You remember one of the witnesses, the investigator, got on the stand, and I had to ask him the question, is there anything illegal about that? No, sir. But that's what they're talking about. Well, common sense. We don't want you to do it. But it's not illegal. That's an important distinction to know. This is a store. The testimony was they've owned it for 11 years. Margins are small. You've seen the wall of shame. People have shoplifted. People have stolen. Chased them. I've been stolen from. I chased the people to Georgia, flat out. It's their property. They're emotional about it. And that's why he ran after it. The question isn't, do you think it's right? The question is it legal? And then you go to the second part of it, is it legal? If it was illegal, don't you remember Andy Chow sat up there on the stand? And Mr. Scott got right in his face, and he was yelling at him, and he was going angry with him, and he was saying everything to him. But the one thing he didn't say to him is, and you have been charged with following this young man out of the store. And you are criminally liable for following this young man out of the store. Because he's not. He's not liable. He's not criminally liable. He has not been charged. And he did not do anything wrong. But when you Monday morning quarterback and come back and look at the situation and say, well, why? You know what? They could have done this. They could have done this. They could have done this. Because that's what the state's case is. Think about it. How many times did you hear throughout the course of this trial the great state of South Carolina say the following sentence? They could have done this. 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 They don't have evidence to offer, but they have fear, passion, emotion, and they want to get that out of you. They want that fear, passion, and emotion, and for you to ignore the law. We do not get to take the law the way that we want it to be. We take the law the way that it is.
In our own hands?
Let me say that again. We don't get to take the way that we want it to be. The solicitor can't say, well, I want it to be illegal for a shopkeeper to go out of the store. Shopkeepers should not be able to follow somebody. That's what I want. Andy, that's what I want. That's not the law.
Dude, why are you yelling?
And then there's one last part that he, for some reason, has ignored. Let's say one of you, just one of you for argument's sake, are sitting back there and you say, you know what? I think they are at fault in bringing on the difficulty. It may not be legal, it may not be illegal, but I just don't like the fact that they follow him for 130 yards. I do not like the 130 yards. I do not like the 130 yards. Well, the judge is going to charge you on something on the law. And it's called withdrawal. Let me explain that concept to you. Let's say one of you start a fight. Let's say I start a fight with Mr. Scott. And let's say I go up to him and I say, I'm going to get you. I'm going to take you down. I'm going to hurt you. And I start the fight and I come at him. And I'm about to hurt him. And then all of a sudden I say, you know what? This is stupid. I don't want to do this anymore. And I turn around and I'm like, I'm over this. And Mr. Scott brings a knife and comes out. Well, according to their theory, I got to let him stab me. According to their theory, I got to let him hurt me, even though that I have withdrawn. Well, that is the law of withdrawal. If an individual says, if they withdraw by words or actions, their right to self-defense is back on the line. The rest of the story. And don't take my word for it, the judge is going to instruct you on the law, and that's one of the things he's going to talk about. So when we talk about the chase, when we talk about why did they run out of the store,
right?
When we talk about they shouldn't have gone out of the store, as I told you, you legally have a right. The officer, their own witnesses told you, they legally have a right. This officer with 25 years of experience, dealt with shoplifting, dealt with this, and says, we prefer you not, common sense. But then there's a last part of that wasn't on their little pretty board, the right to withdraw. When Andy Chow testified, when he told you what happened, he said, I was following him. I was running after him. He fell. When he got up, he had this gun, and then I went this way. And as his hands are up, remember I asked him directly, the gun was still pointed at you? Yes, sir. You were looking directly at the barrel? Yes, sir. And then what did you hear? I said to my dad, he's got a gun. He's got a gun. And then what did he say his dad said? Drop it. Stop. Drop it. No. There's nothing more withdrawal than that. When he is yelling, stop it. Drop. No. That's a withdrawal. That's saying, look, man, you got it. You got the gun. I'm good.
But
They love to say that everything could have stopped. He could have put the gun down.
what?
But we have to ignore that because that's not part of their story. We cannot tell that part of the story because it's not necessary. And when we tell this story, you might look at me and say, oh, Mr. Kent, that's some creative lawyer. No. That's why we played the 911 tape. And in the 911 tape you heard. That's why we played Andy Chow's interviews. Didn't hide it. What do you say? Takes only 17 seconds. What was the other quote? Better than any eyewitness ever could would have been a video. That's what the state said. Better than any eyewitness ever could. So why wouldn't you play them? Because it would have been better than any eyewitness ever could. Now let's talk about the fact we talked about the story and the things that happen inside of the store. And there might be questions, why did you guys keep bringing these things up? If you remember, I had the officer on the stand. Great officer, great investigator, great person. But I had him on the stand, and I was talking about firearms and 14-year-olds, and he went back and forth because I don't think they wanted to admit that this is a problem. But the thing that was the most important is I asked him about suspicious behavior. Did something look weird to you when you went back? And he didn't want to admit it. But use your own common sense on that. I asked him the direct question, looking back through your investigation, as you have gone through and looked at the full file and looked at everything now, do you find it weird, odd, suspicious that a young man would go into a gas station without any money, with an empty book bag, pull it in the chamber, and then was looking like he was taking stuff off of the counter? I don't find that suspicious. I find that answer suspicious. The reason we brought this up is not to suggest I don't know what Cyrus was doing. I don't. But use your common sense and ask yourself, that does seem strange. And the reason we bring that up is that would explain why Andy, who was sitting at the front counter, looking back, is watching this and going, he's acting strange. He's acting weird. He's putting water back up, water back up, water back up. It looked weird to me. And then he came up to the counter with his hands in his hoodie, and there looked to be something heavy in there. I didn't know what it was, and so I asked him, and he did this, and it looked like there was something heavy in there. It was the gun! Did Andy know it was a gun? Absolutely not. But you can understand, Andy would have said there's something strange going on. His behavior, something in the pocket, going weird with the water, that's what was strange. So that is to explain why Andy made the unilateral decision that there was something strange going on here. And then Andy made the decision to follow him out of the store, chase him, run after him, whatever you want to call it, but he made that decision based upon a reasonable belief of what anybody would have thought something strange here. I asked the officer, again, about the suspicious behavior. That 24 hours, less than 24 hours before he came into the store, he posted this on his social media. You remember? I asked him about it. And not only was it this was a clip from a video in which he was pointing a gun at a screen with a laser and a flashing light on his Instagram story. You put all that together, you can explain that someone's behavior would have been a little strange. And he would have had that firearm with the light on it. It makes sense. And so that explains why Andy, and don't forget, when the officer was talking and asking questions and he went back to the back to look at that video surveillance that they keep talking about. Do you remember how many times? He's like, I had to look at it 2-3 times. I had to zoom in on it. He had the technology to see what was taken. Andy had one time. And from his vantage point, something was going on. And so he followed him out the store. He ran after the store, whatever you want to call it. The rest of the store. And then Andy testified that he threw stuff out of his pocket. You remember Mr. Scott said, you did not testify to that. I had to show 4 different times where Andy said he was throwing something out of his pockets. 4. And so he went after him. He followed him. He chased him. He's going after him the entire way. And they're right. He fell. He fell hard. And now they're saying, well, he would have naturally picked up his gun. That's why this is important. He's running. Or let's put it this way. Let's try 2. 1, he's running and it's in his pouch. He falls. The light goes off, but the gun stays in the pouch, I guess. Or the gun comes out, I guess. I don't know. But he picks it up. And that's what they just testified to. He picked it up.
He's picking up the gun.
The judge is going to tell you something else about defensive others.
What the?
You have the right to act on appearances.
You cannot willy-nilly.
And you have the right to be wrong. He's going to tell you that. They just told you. He was running, he fell down, and he picked up a firearm. All this stuff, all this back and forth, he 100% from the state's mouth, he picked up that firearm.
You are muzzle sweeping the
You
jury.
have a right to be wrong. You have a right to act on appearances.
You are.
And that's what the judge is going to tell you the law is. And that's from the state.
You cannot do that. You
What do
did.
you think about that again?
You did nothing. You don't even just throwing it around. That muzzle sweeping everybody.
Medical examiner, shot, back, angle, pointed. Right to act on appearances. Rest
Yeah.
of the story. Or take it another situation. What makes sense? Maybe the light's on the fire. And then as he's running, when he falls, that's when it comes off. We don't know. Because the burden of proof is on the state to prove what happened in that situation. And they just admitted the one thing we know for a fact is he picked up the firearm. That's from them, not from me. That was their admission. And then as he picks up the firearm, then we have to go with Andy's testimony. And he's right. If you don't believe what Andy says, if you think Andy is 100% a liar, you can stop right now. Andy's lying. He made it up. This is completely not true. The gun was never pointed at him. He never saw this silver barrel that he only would have seen after he saw Discovery. He never saw it. And then let's take that one step further. Not only did you must believe that he is a liar, you must believe that Rick Chow is the most creative, smartest person in the history of the world. He is clairvoyant, if you will. Let's give him an Oscar. Rick Chow was able to decide, you know what, I'm going to kill this boy. I need to figure out when he's going to come into the store, when he's going to have a gun, when it's going to be in his pouch. I need to make sure that Andy sees it. And then I need to make sure Andy follows him for the direction. So I need to make sure Andy calls 911 and says exactly what I want him to say. I need to make sure Andy says the exact thing that I'm going to say at the exact time. Because that's what it would be necessary to believe the state of South Carolina's case. That Rick Chow set all this up in motion to execute a shoplifter. The people he decides
Girl, you don't. It's because you black.
to help him make a living.
That's why.
It doesn't make any sense. And if we take this one step further from the state's theory, Rick Chow was so pissed off, so damn angry about this shot.
Against you right there.
Hates him so much
And,
that he executes him.
and if you wear a hoodie,
Why not shoot him?
don't even do it.
Gun
I know
already
he
on.
muzzle swept the whole jury, and then he pointed at the clerk at the.
Shoplifter, $1, he stole, shot. Shoplifter, 10 yards, shot. Shoplifter, 20 yards, shot. 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110. Why wait 130? Unless something changed. What changed was somebody pulling a gun and pointing it directly at his son. That's what changed. If he wanted to execute Cyrus, he could have done it right outside of that store. But we have to ignore that because that would be part of the rest of the story.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Use your common sense and listen to the evidence, but listen to the witnesses and listen to what they've told you. Murder, as the state has told you, is the intentional killing of another human being with malice aforethought, without self-defense. We have just showed you self-defense and defense of others. The state has melded a little bit of those theories together, but you need to make sure that you understand. One, without fault and bringing on the difficulty. Again, I've explained to you that you have a legal right to follow somebody. Whether they like what the law is, that's what it is. And as you're going through that, then you have to talk about imminent danger. And this is from the eyes of Andy. And they're trying to mix the two of the things together, but it's under the eyes of Andy at this point. As Andy, does he have a fear of imminent danger? Was a gun pointed at Andy? Would Andy, who had withdrawn from the conflict, you got it, I'm over this? No. Would Andy have had a right to point the firearm and save his own life? Reasonable person. A reasonable person in the same situation, what would they have done? And we can take that two ways if we want to argue the state's theory. Way one, Andy, gun pointed at you. Would he have had a right as he rescinds? Remember that knife in the back situation? Andy would have had a right to fire to save his own life. But more importantly, the reasonable person's situation, Rick Chow would have had a right and did have a right to save his son. The strongest evidence that was given in entire this case is when the officer got on the stand and I asked him that question. And I said, have you ever fired your firearm? No. Have you had a firearm pointed at you? Yes. I didn't fire. What if someone was pointed at your loved one? Yeah. I asked that same officer the situation when officers are chasing somebody and you chase them incorrectly. Remember we asked him that question. You chase somebody incorrectly, what happens? We chase them incorrectly, it does happen. And what would happen if that individual pointed a firearm at you? Remember the example he gave? If someone pointed a firearm as I'm chasing them incorrectly, well, I would tell, and they turned around and pointed a firearm at me, I would tell them, stop, drop it. And if they did not drop it, I would fire. It sounds eerily familiar to this case.
That's why you have,
And
that's why when you're trained to do it and you have five, like we had 5 steps you had to follow.
And then
You
we
had to
go,
know for certain
duty
they
to
had it.
retreat,
Like I had to
obtain
know
retreat.
who had this
the
nail
person's
file
pointing a
and
firearm at you and you're pulling backwards and someone is saying, stop, no, don't.
exactly where you had it
That's what duty to retreat is.
before I could stop.
Not in terms of runs. The judge is going to tell you, as I mentioned, as we're talking about self-defense, and I've said it several times, you have a right to act on appearances, and you have a right to be wrong.
Because the
So as we
right,
sit here
Cameron
and we're
doesn't
in
like
Rick Chow's
people
position,
being
we're wondering what Rick
people
Chow is doing. As we've heard this
mess it up.
testimony, Rick Chow sees a gun pointed at his son.
I did have the cameras to go.
His son says, as you heard, I was afraid,
They're
I
not
was
always
terrified.
accurate
He's
because
got a gun, he's got a gun.
the
So Rick
eyes
Chow in
see
that situation stands in the
things
place
cameras
of
don't
his
always see. So you have to be very
son.
sure
It's not about
where the item is and what the item is.
this case is
And
not about
also,
a shoplifter.
just FYI,
This case is about a father
what is written in the
who
narrative,
sees a gun pointed at his son.
that's what you need.
And having
It's not
him
what the camera shows. It's not what it's what you write in the narrative. That's why cop narratives, what you say in court and what the cops say in court and what the narrative says, that's what's most important, because I know this for a
I disagree
fact.
with the state's theory.
Because
it's not that big of a deal that kids are going around with guns.
It's not what is on the camera.
It is a problem.
It's all about
And
what
it is
you
a
put in the
problem
narrative.
this case.
That's all that matters. If you
I
can
hate
put
that
whatever
we
you
have
put in the
sat here
narrative and what
tried
you
to
say
make
on the
this about something
stand,
that's not.
as long as that matches,
I've listened to the state
Let
of
that
South
camera
Carolina's
footage.
opening statement.
that it's
Talk
all
about
about what
Cyrus
you write in the
Davis.
narrative. Trust me
His future,
on this.
And I understand.
I know.
I do.
Because I can say whatever the F I want
The
to
one
in
thing
that
that does
narrative.
not know Cyrus is that he has that gun.
That's all that matters.
Son doesn't know how old it is. When a gun is pointed at somebody, you have
I know that for fact. That's how cops get away with doing what they get away with.
As we sit here
Trust me.
and talk about this case and how important the details are, that if you step back and look at something one way, it's completely different. And as you get closer and you look at it more and you look at all of the details, you'll never see it differently again. And so what I'm asking you to do is focus on the details. I wear this suit all the time in trials. People say, oh, you always dress so flashy, but you're not flashy. I wear this suit all the time because it reminds me that details are the most important thing that can happen. It actually has my name and the pinstripes in it, because when you look at it, after realizing it's not just a pinstripe suit, it actually has my name just right down the middle. And I look at it and it reminds me in cases that if you don't take your step back and look at things in full detail, you will miss it, like the state of South Carolina has, and they want you to miss it. We have to focus on important matters. We have to see the full story. You have to ask yourself the question, why don't they want me to know the full story?
Because if you don't put the full story in there,
for the state's case,
they won't see what
to
you
make any
missed.
sense whatsoever. We have to go back to our withdrawal situation. For the state's case to make any sense whatsoever, you must be comfortable with their theory in that Andy Chow is in the store. Andy Chow runs out of that store. Andy Chow runs out of that store after Cyrus. And as he's running out after the person he thinks is shoplifted, Cyrus still points the fire. Andy still has his hands up. His dad is still watching. His dad says, no, I'm not going to do anything. And Cyrus shoots and kills his son.
Well, they destroyed his store,
The state
so
wants us to
he
do
doesn't
that.
have a business anymore.
And that's okay. That storekeeper should let people take stuff out of their store, and if you follow them and you get killed, it's okay. It's not. Now, you know the rest of the story.
So the best thing that ever happened when I was doing loss prevention was started rewriting narratives. So all we had to do was basically fill in the blank, like when came in, entered the store at such and such time, walked through whatever department, and selected such and such items, and then she put such and such items in her purse, whatever, and then proceeded to leave the store. So I didn't have to do anything but just fill in the blanks. So that was awesome. Once we started doing that, it was like super easy. But when we used to have to handwrite our narratives, oh my gosh. But now cops don't have to do that anymore. Everything's AI. So that's why when you go to court and they say, why didn't you put this in your report? Why wasn't this in your report? Why wasn't that in your report? It's so much easier. The less, the better, actually. The less in your report, the better, because that's why when these cops get on the stand and they ask them all these questions, if it's not in your narrative, it didn't happen.
Please go, Chow.
Yes, sir.
Counsel. Mr. Kent spoke to you guys, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, for a moment or two. And he talked about Paul Harvey and the rest of the story. Sounds a lot to me like this was the rest of Mr. Kent's story. Because many of the things that he said were things that he said, but the actual eyewitnesses never said. Reminds me of when I was a kid, a couple of years maybe before Mr. Kent, but a whole lot of years after Mr. McCullough, Mr. Swirling. We used to, as kids, go down to Augusta, Georgia. My grandmother was from a small town called Trenton, South Carolina. It's in Edgefield County. And way before I was born, probably when I was still a twinkle in my parents' eye. She moved down there because there were just better opportunities to work. And so as I'm growing up in the early 70s, early 80s, my folks would drop me and my brother off down there, and we'd hang out with my grandmother for a week. And back then, when you went to your grandmother's house, you couldn't stay inside and play video games all day because they didn't have them. So we had to go outside. We had to find ways to busy ourselves. We had to do things outside so we didn't break anything inside and get in trouble.
Yeah,
So what we'd end up doing is my brother and I would go outside and we'd start throwing the football around for a little while. We tossed the baseball around for a little while. Then we would start running around her house because my brother was older, so I tried to catch him. So we try to run around and see if I got any faster than he. At some point in time after lunch, we would make our way to this makeshift barber shop that my grandfather had built on the side of the house. And we'd sit down and we'd listen to the old man playing checkers, trying to pick up on some words we probably shouldn't have been hearing. We'd hear him slapping the checkers on the board saying, "King me," and all that kind of stuff. And we'd be learning some old man stories as kids. It was fun. We'd sneak into a little side of the barber shop and try to get his red man chew. And the joke was we'd try to put a little piece in our mouth and try to hold it in there as long as you could before it burned a hole in your mouth. Or we try to hold it in there and try to see who could hold it the longest before you started gagging. This mischievous stuff that kids do. That's what we did. But at the end of the day, every evening, my brother and I would end up on the front porch. And my grandmother had a set of rocking chairs out there. And we would sit in those rocking chairs and start playing what I call rocking chair games. The first game, we'd sit down and then we'd try to see who could rock the fastest. I'm sure some of y'all have done this. Then we try to see who could rock the fastest and the farthest with your legs in the air. It's good ab work if you ever need to do it. But trying to go back and forth and see how fast you could go with your legs in the air. And inevitably, the last thing that my brother Chris and I would do, we'd sit down and we'd rock the chair as far back as you could go without it falling over. And we'd do that. And we did that over and over and over. One evening, my grandmother came outside and she saw us standing those rocking chairs up on edge. And we knew we were in trouble. Again, this is the 70s, early 80s. This is the day of knockouts, not timeouts. We knew we were about to get in trouble. But my grandmother said something to me that stuck with me and it still rings in my head today. She said, the funny thing about rocking chairs is that they'll keep you busy, but in the end, they don't get you anywhere. The funny thing about rocking chairs is that they keep you busy, but in the end, they don't get you anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Kent, Mr. Swirler, Mr. McCullough, and that team over there has kept you busy with all of this stuff. But at the end of the day, the question still remains, what is the of a human life? They have kept you busy with these insinuations that Cyrus was some young thug, some thug in training, running around Columbia, their words, with a loaded pistol, an empty backpack, and no money. Their words. They have kept you busy with this insinuation that this case has to be about and is only about, and is mostly about, a 14-year-old carrying a gun. We keep talking about why do 14-year-olds have guns? Why do children carry guns? And folks, let's be abundantly clear. Cyrus should not have had a gun. Period. No question. Nobody at the state stable has suggested that he should have. But let's put that aside for a second as we talk about what this case is really about, because he shouldn't have had a gun. No question. Question, are we still having this conversation if Cyrus is 24 years old, if he's 20 years old, if he's 34 years old, 44 years old? Are we having this conversation? Somebody wrongfully accused of stealing, chased out of the store after they tried to de-escalate everything that they could, running, falling down, running out of your chute, tripping, dropping phones, running farther, falling, busting your shin, gun spills out, you're still running. And according to the testimony that you heard from this chair, grown man, Andy Chow, state championship swimmer, 285 200 pounds, about 85 pounds more than Cyrus, was right on top of him when he fell. And Dad was close by, in arm's distance. That's what the testimony was. Not this, all this stuff. He was right on top. Question: as you listen to the elements of self-defense, not bringing on the difficulty, who would have had a claim of self-defense in this case? Cyrus? Being chased by two men armed with a gun on top of you after you've run 130 yards? Folks, I submit to you, as I'm walking from that tip back here, you get to the end of this corridor, that's 20 yards, 19 yards. Times 5 plus 30 more yards. That's how far he was chased. So who would have had a self-defense claim? So I'm suggesting to you that they keep insinuating these things, saying these things, because they don't want you to think about it. Again, I mentioned to you this to you multiple times. When you parked your cars, you didn't leave your common sense in the parking lot.
I don't think so. I thought that too, Glenn.
Think about these things. Don't let them sway you with all of this mess and all this other stuff that takes us off of what the real issue in this case is. Don't let them do it. The defense kept weaving this narrative, again, that Cyrus is some young thug walking around the streets of Columbia, again, with a loaded pistol, no money, and an empty backpack. I submit to you that, folks, if Cyrus was this thug that they keep telling you that he was, by showing you pictures and trying to get you thinking in that direction, we never would have gotten 130 yards down the road. He would have held court right at 7441 Park Lane Road. Cyrus would have been the judge, the jury, and the presenter of the sentence right there in that spot, if he was the thug that table wants you to believe that he was. But instead, what were his actions? Folks, he ran. He ran like a child. He ran from the adult. Let's think about who acted like the thug, the gangster. The person who chased him down the street, or the person who ran while he had a gun hidden. He ran out of his shoe. How do we know that to be true? Because we see it on camera. Shoe flies up in the air, and he keeps running. Doesn't stop. Turn around. Oh, I dropped my shoe. Let me get that, because I'm going to get in trouble if I go home with one shoe. He didn't do that. How afraid do you have to be to run out of your shoe and not turn around to pick it up? Ponder on that for a minute. He ran further. Phones fell out. They keep coming to you with this mess that he threw his cell phones out. What sense does that make? Did you leave your common sense in the parking lot, or did you bring it with you? How afraid do you have to be to drop 2 cell phones and keep running? Again, let's be very logical about this for a minute. 2 cell phones. We know how expensive they are. One cell phone belongs to you, and the other belongs to your mother. Do you mean to tell me that you are going to go home that day with one shoe and tell your mother, Mama, I lost my cell phone and yours too, and I didn't turn around to get it? You want that smoke? Do you really want to get what you would get if you lost 2 cell phones from your mother? But you know why he didn't turn around? Because he was scared. Because that man, armed with a .45 caliber pistol, and his son were chasing him for no reason down a road in South Carolina, chasing him. Didn't turn around, kept running further, fell again, hard, dropped the backpack. And by the way, since they want to keep saying it was empty, actually had some personal effects in it. There was an address in the backpack. Really? Fell, dropped the backpack, didn't stop and say, oh, stop guys, let me go get my backpack, let me go get the phones, let me go get the shoe. Kept running away from them. Is that a thug? That's a kid who was scared of 2 grown men running as fast as he could, as far as he could, trying to get home. But they wouldn't allow it. They would not, for some reason, they could not allow it. And then at some point, as he fell, hit the ground, that gun comes out, that tack light comes up. Now, I'll suggest to you, as Mr. Kent talked, he keeps saying, well, he was picking up the gun and he was pointing the gun, all that kind of stuff. Stop, just stop. Because what we say is not evidence. I told you before, the evidences will come from this witness jury. There were 4 eyewitnesses who were not named Chow. Which one of them ever said they saw Cyrus Carmack-Belton point a gun? Which one? No. 4 of them. 3 different vantage points. Lori Carson, Kennedy Carson, mom and daughter. They told you they watched and they saw a straight line of what happened. Cyrus ran, fell, hit the ground, got up running, and that's when he was shot. Asked multiple times, well, did he turn at them? Did he point at them? Did he do anything? No, we never saw anything in Cyrus's hands. 2 witnesses, mom and daughter, vantage point at the front of the store. Didn't see any of that. Devontae Bryant, driving, white Honda, threw on brakes so he wouldn't run over anybody as they ran the front chasing Cyrus. Asked as he rode by, did you see him point anything? Cyrus Carmack-Belton point, stop and point. No, he didn't. He didn't have anything in his hands. The book bag fell. He was flat. He fell hard. His hands were on the ground. He got up trying to run, and that's when he was started stumbling again and got shot. Again, trajectory here, upwards to the left, making perfect sense that he's running away. Not pointing, like the defense wants you to believe. Remember the multiple times they tried to see with Dr. Durso, well, was he doing this and was he snaking and popping and locking? No, none of that was ever said. He was running, and when they tried to do that, he said, no, it's more consistent with the shooter being directly behind him. Folks, if he was turned in the direction that they want to believe, his spine would have been severed by that bullet. Common sense. You didn't leave your common sense in the parking lot when you parked today.
Yeah, I'm gonna say though that
again is why we
even though he yelled the entire
some of you may think
closing argument,
last week,
that it was a good
to
close.
sit you as jurors, because we wanted you to take the facts of this
Paul
case.
Harvey, rest of the story.
Not Paul Harvey, not Steve Harvey, not some other Harvey,
Oh,
but
he said
the
Steve.
facts of this case that came from this witness chair. Not some stuff that's speculated or what we can kind of come up here and start trying to come up with about moonwalking backwards and all this kind of stuff. None of that. The evidence that came from this chair. Did you hear that? Another witness.
And another
Jasmine
one.
Baldwin.
And another one.
Another vantage point. They're running directly to her. Did she say she ever saw a gun in Cyrus's hands? No. Did she ever say she saw Cyrus point? No. Never. Nobody with the last name that's not Chow it says that ever happened. And interestingly enough, you saw in the video, after the shooting took place, who was walking around? Rick Chow. The officer had to tell him multiple times, stand still, don't touch evidence. I'm gonna charge you with obstruction if you keep messing around there. Move the gun. By the way, he and his family went to the store, came back, had plenty of time to talk about what they were gonna say. Plenty. But at the end of the day, when Andy sat up here, there was nobody to protect him from cross-examination. Nobody to protect him. There was conversation about a barrel. Andy says, I saw a silver barrel. Folks, I submit to you, there is a gun lock on here. This is not the condition of the gun. You'll see it on that video. The condition of the gun was this. That's a black barrel, right? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we talk about credibility and believability. Well, we'll get to that in a minute. One other thing that the esteemed cable said is that Cyrus Carmack-Belton, again, wandering the streets with a loaded pistol, empty book bag, no money. Now, I'll take this on myself because at the end of the day, I'm the boss. And I'm the person who at the end of the day gets the opportunity to say, hey, we need to bring this witness or that witness. So y'all blame me for this one. This is my fault. I will say this is my fault. Maybe we should have brought in another expert. Maybe a 10-year-old or a 12-year-old or a 13-year-old who could talk to us about the intricacies of cell phones. My gosh, maybe they could tell you that if you hit the right click button on an app.
Yes, sure.
What? I think they're going to come back pretty fast too, like within an hour. I'm just shocked that Zimmerman was found not guilty. I mean, he got out of his vehicle and chased down Trayvon Martin. It was not even his damn neighborhood.
So maybe we should have had an expert to talk about apps on phones and the fact that in 2026, even back in 2023, you did not have to have cash in order to buy stuff. You can pay on the phone. Maybe that should be an expert that we call next time.
True.
Since they made such a big stink about those things. Folks, Andy was an interesting person on the stand.
He was very.
And I'm sure that it's tough to have to sit in that situation and recall what was said and what wasn't said and what you thought about in those moments. But it was interesting to me that under direct examination, that testimony flowed. It was quick. Everything that he said was perfect. Just came out like water. But then on cross-examination, and y'all get a chance to watch from your vantage point, that's the word of the week, vantage point. Every time he was asked a question under cross-examination that wasn't pleasant, that actually required some type of thought process that may not go exactly how he rehearsed his testimony, eyes. To the point to where he said, well, my counsel said I couldn't. We don't want to know what your counsel told you. But every time a hard question came, his eyes went from here to there. Folks, I was taught a long time ago, when you lie, you got to remember what you said, right? And if you lie about the small things, then you can't be trusted with the big things, to tell the truth about the big things. So think about that for a minute, because when we talked to Andy, there was a back and forth about simple stuff, like through versus dropped, right? Like pulled versus pointed, which again, no witnesses not named Chow ever said the word pointed. Like chase versus follow. Why are we having conversations about chase versus follow when you saw how fast they were going after him? Folks, I may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but to me, running after requires you to be going after something for a purpose. Example, as a kid, ice cream truck passes by the house. Ding, 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 ding. You miss it. You go out the house and you run after the ice cream truck. Why? Because you want to catch it. so you can get some ice cream. Simple. Or sitting, you wake up a little bit late for school and you hear the bus go by. You're missing the bus. You run after the bus. Why? So you can catch the bus and get on and get to school. Or maybe more recently, flying from Columbia to North Dakota. And there's a flight that first leg takes you to Charlotte, second leg takes you to Minneapolis. You get to Concourse A, your flight takes off in 28 minutes. What you gonna do? You're gonna run to Concourse C to catch the flight. Why? Because you don't want it to leak. You run with the purpose to catch. Folks, I ran after my wife for 2 years and I caught her. But do you think when I caught her, I said, hey, I want to give you directions about how to get to that dude so he can tell somebody else about something. Come on, folks. When you parked your cars, you didn't leave your common sense. They ran to catch. At the end of the day, what happened here is simple, and they don't want to admit it because it hurts. They ran after Cyrus emotionally. They were irritated. They were mad for whatever reason. They ran after him. They caught him. They caught up to him because he fell multiple times. They wanted to shake him down and get that bottle of water and then figure out what to do with the police later. That's why they ran. That's the simple truth. That's the simple truth. That gun spilled out. And then that man made a rash decision. He overreacted. Andy saw the gun. He said gun, and he shot him. There wasn't all this time to back up. No witnesses even say that he even backed up. They said they were advancing the entire time. Folks, don't let the defense rewrite the facts because the things they talked about didn't happen that way. They didn't happen that way. For over an hour, Andy sat on that stand and he said a lot of things. He said he said a lot of things. But did you ever hear the two words? I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I wrongfully accused this kid of stealing and chased him down the road. You know why? You didn't hear that? Because he's not. This is about product over people. This is about inventory. This is not about a person's life. Mr. Kent spoke about withdrawal. And he keeps trying to suggest that Andy Chow withdrew by doing this and coming backwards all this way and saying, hey, stop, hey, Dad, you gotta go. Nobody testifies that happened. He doesn't have the last name of Chow. 4 people who don't know one another, who had to be subpoenaed to come to this court, spoke to you, and they never said that it happened because it didn't happen. He did not withdraw. They kept going forward. They kept going forward. And ultimately, this gun was never pointed. But folks, I suggest to you, even if it was pointed, he was running in the opposite direction. Opposite direction. That's what the evidence showed by the way he was shot. It was in the opposite direction, trying to get away. I'll say this. It's offensive to hear the defense keep trying to characterize Cyrus as this young thug. But it's equally offensive to then try to characterize Andy Chow as Mr. Rogers. Excuse me, Rick Chow, the defendant in this case, is Mr. Rogers. You know, the man who chased a kid down, shot him in the back. And then they want to say, well, he was trying to help, clean vomit out of his mouth to resuscitate him. Folks, that's offensive. Because the last face that this scared child saw as he ran away was that man peering over him. Peering over him. And none of this happens if they stay their behinds in the store and use that intricate camera system that picked up on every angle. Could see everything from what he wore, the type of shoes that he wore, the direction he went, everything. Couple seconds is all it would have taken, just like it did in the store, to say, hey, you know what, we were wrong. But they didn't do that because they were overcome with something. Maybe it was meanness. Maybe it was malice. Maybe there's some nefarious intent in their heart, a reason for them to chase him and shoot him in the back and end his life. But again, never the two words that matter most, and I'm sorry or I made a mistake. However, none of them, because they're not. I talked to you about a poem by Omar Khayyam called Rubra. And I told you that I would link it all together. The moving finger writes, and having writ moves on, nor all your piety nor wit shall lure it back to cancel half a line, nor all your tears wipe out a word. Folks, that's a poem about time and how you can't erase what's been done. You can't go back and change what's been done. With all your piety, no matter how many degrees you got, how many doctorates you got, when you do something, it's there, it's done. And you can't reverse time. You may try, you may get up here and get on the stand and try to think your way through it and reason your way through it. But at the end of the day, what they did was murder. So in a more literal sense, eventually we're going to be asking that your moving hand come back and write these words. Because Rick Chow is guilty of the murder of 14-year-old Cyrus Carmack-Belton. Now, folks, you're going to have a chance to deliberate in a moment. And as you deliberate, you will apply the facts of this case to the law that the judge is going to give you in a couple of moments. And as you do that, I'm asking, Dale Scott is asking, Stephanie Taylor and Weston Lee, for all of us are asking that you return a verdict of guilty in this case. I'm just looking to make sure that I covered everything that Mr. Kent covered. I ask you to think one last thing, and I'm out of your face. We all know there are 50 states in the United States of America. But I think I've learned sitting in this trial that there are actually 51. There's the state of denial. The state of denial is where that man lives because he's denying that what he did was wrong. He's denying that he chased and killed that young child, Cyrus Carmack-Belton, who never pointed a gun at him. The witnesses tell you so. Not his son, who's got every motive, every reason to twist it around in order to protect his father. Denial that you, the jury, believe or will believe that what he did was wrong. Denial that at the end of the day, he believed that a human life was not more than that. Folks, it's for these reasons that the state of South Carolina is asking you to return a verdict of guilty, because Rick Chow is guilty of murdering Cyrus Carmack-Belton. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Solicitor.
Take care.
Madam Floor Lady, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've heard the evidence and the arguments of both parties. I'm now going to explain the law to apply in this case. Well, maybe I'll do that in a moment. Quiet, still in sector.
Why does everybody just start sweating? Like, shut up. This is some weird Columbia, South Carolina shenanigans. There is like no decorum in Colombia.
Now, the charges that I'm going to read to you will not be sent back to the jury, so it's important that you listen carefully to
Okay.
the instructions. If you have any questions during your deliberation, I can bring you back out and explain the law to you again if you have specific questions about the law. Now, you and I have specific duties to perform, like we discussed from the outset. As the trial judge, it is my responsibility to preside over the trial. It's your responsibility to consider the testimony which has been presented from the witness stand and the exhibits introduced. I have the duty to charge the law applicable in this case. As presiding judge, I am the sole judge of the law, and it's your duty as jurors to accept and apply the law as I now state it to you. If you already have any idea as to what the law is or what the law ought to be, and it does not agree with what I tell you, the law is you must abandon your idea because you are sworn to accept the law and apply the law exactly as I stated to you. Your duty is to determine the facts. In every case, the jury is the sole and exclusive judge of the facts. A trial judge cannot suggest, state, comment on, or make any statement to a trial jury about the facts in the case. Since you are the sole judge of the facts, you are not to infer from what I have said during the progress of this trial and ruling upon the admissibility of evidence or otherwise, or anything that I say now during the course of this instruction to you, that I have any opinion about the facts in the case. The law does not allow me to have an opinion about the facts. This is a matter solely for you to determine. As jurors, it is your duty to determine the effect, the value, and weight of the evidence presented during the trial. The indictment charges the defendant with murder. The fact that the defendant was arrested, charged, and indicted is not evidence and cannot be considered by you as evidence of guilt, nor does it create any presumption or inference of guilt at all. This indictment is simply the formal written instrument which contains the charge made against the defendant. It is the formal document by which this case is brought into this court and gives this court jurisdiction. The defendant has pled not guilty to the indictment, and that plea puts the burden on the state to prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. A person charged with committing a criminal offense in South Carolina is never required to prove himself innocent. I charge you that it is a guiding rule of law that the defendant in a criminal trial, no matter how serious the charge, is always presumed innocent of the crime for which the indictment was issued unless guilt is proven by evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. This presumption of innocence does not end when you begin your deliberations, but it accompanies the defendant throughout the trial until you reach a verdict of guilt based on the evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption of innocence is like a robe of righteousness placed about the shoulders of the defendant, which remains
Even Josie was out on bond.
from the defendant by evidence satisfying you of the defendant's
She had a criminal background.
The presumption of innocence is not mere legal theory.
Wow.
It is not just a legal phrase. It is a real and substantial right to which every defendant is entitled unless you, the jury, are satisfied from the evidence of the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. What is reasonable doubt in the law? A reasonable doubt is the kind of doubt that would cause a reasonable person to hesitate to act. The state has the burden of establishing every fact necessary to prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The law presumes every person charged with a crime to be innocent, and the burden of establishing guilt is placed solely on the state. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence. Some of you may have served as jurors in civil cases where you were told it's only necessary to prove that a fact is more likely true than not true, such as by the greater weight or preponderance of the evidence. Other civil cases use the clear and convincing standard. In those cases, it's necessary to prove their fact is highly probable. But this is a criminal case, and the state's proof must be more powerful than those burdens of proof. In criminal cases, the state's proof must be beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty. And in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. If, based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find the defendant guilty. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence. If, on the other hand, you think there's a real possibility the defendant is not guilty, you must give the defendant the benefit of every reasonable doubt and find him not guilty. Necessarily, during your deliberations, you must determine the credibility of witnesses who have testified. Credibility simply means believability. It is your duty as juror to analyze and evaluate the evidence and determine which evidence convinces you of its truth. In determining the believability of witnesses who have testified in the case, you may believe one witness over several witnesses or several witnesses over one witness. You may believe part of the testimony of a witness and reject the remaining part of the testimony of that same witness. You may believe the testimony of a witness in its entirety or reject the testimony of the witness in its entirety. You may consider whether any witness has exhibited to you any interest, bias, prejudice, or other motives in the case. You may also consider the appearance and manner of a witness while on the witness stand. There's been evidence presented that witnesses have made prior statements which are not consistent with the witness's present testimony. You may use this evidence to decide whether to believe the witness. You may also use the evidence of the earlier contradictory statements to determine the truth of those statements. It's up to you to decide whether to believe the earlier statements or the testimony given at trial. If a witness is shown to have knowingly testified untruthfully concerning any material matter, you may consider this in determining whether to trust the witness's testimony as to other matters. You may reject all testimony of that witness or give all or part of the testimony the way you think it deserves. In order to establish criminal liability, criminal intent is required. For example, the mental state required to be proven by the state for a particular crime might be purpose, intent, knowledge, recklessness, or criminal negligence. Criminal intent must be proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Criminal intent is always a matter that must be determined by the jury from the circumstances existing at that time. There's no way to prove intent to a mathematical certainty. There's no way medical science can dissect a person's brain and determine what the person had in mind. So the law says that criminal intent may be inferred from the circumstances showed to have existed. This is how you make a determination of whether or not the element requiring intent was present. It is not necessary to establish intent by direct and positive evidence, but intent may be established by inference in the same way as any other fact, taking into consideration the acts of the parties and all the facts and circumstances of the case. Criminal intent is a mental state of conscious wrongdoing. You must determine what the defendant intended to do based on the circumstances existing at that time. Criminal intent can arise from action or a failure to act. It may arise from negligence, recklessness, or an indifference to duty, or to consequences that are considered by the law to be the equivalent of criminal intent. There are two types of evidence which are generally presented during a trial: direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence directly proves the existence of the fact and does not require deduction. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain of facts and circumstances indicating the existence of a fact. Crimes may be proven by circumstantial evidence. The law makes no distinction between the weight or value to be given to either direct or circumstantial evidence. However, to the extent the state relies on circumstantial evidence, the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. If these circumstances merely portray the defendant's behavior as suspicious, the proof has failed. The state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. This burden rests with the state, regardless of whether the state relies on direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or some combination of the two. As I mentioned to you during the trial, the rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify to opinions or conclusions. An exception to this rule exists for witnesses we call expert witness. A witness who, by education and experience, has become an expert in some art, science, profession, or calling, may state an opinion as to relevant and material matters in which the witness claims to be an expert, and may also state the reasons for the opinion. You should consider any expert opinion received in evidence in this case, and like any other evidence, give it the weight you think it deserves. If you decide that the opinion of an expert witness is not based on sufficient education and experience, or if you conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or that the opinion is outweighed by other evidence, you may disregard the opinion entirely. An expert witness's testimony is to be given no greater weight than that of other witnesses simply because the witness is an expert. Further, you're not required to accept an expert's opinion even though it is not contradicted. I instruct and emphasize to you that the fact that the defendant did not testify is not a factor to be considered by you in any way in your deliberation and in your consideration on the question of the guilt or the innocence of the defendant. It must not be considered by you in any manner whatsoever. I repeat, under your oath, you are to draw no conclusion whatsoever from the fact that the defendant did not testify. The fact that the defendant did not testify should not even be discussed in the jury room. The burden of proof, as I have stated to you, is on the state. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence. The burden of proof remains on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt as to the charge against the defendant. The defendant is charged with one count of murder. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant killed another person with malice aforethought. Malice is hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another person. It is the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse, and with an intent to inflict an injury or under circumstances that the law will infer an evil intent. Malice aforethought does not require that malice exist for any particular time before the act is committed, but malice must exist in the mind of the defendant just before and at the time the act is committed. Therefore, there must be a combination of the evil intent and the act. Malice aforethought may be expressed or inferred. These terms, express and inferred, do not mean different kinds of malice, but merely the manner in which malice may be shown to exist. That is either by direct evidence or by inference from the facts and circumstances which are proved. Express malice is shown when a person speaks words which express hatred or ill will for another, or when a person prepared beforehand to do the act which was later accomplished. For example, lying in wait for a person or of any other act of preparation going to show that the deed was within the defendant's mind would be express malice. Malice may be inferred from conduct showing a total disregard for human life. If facts are proven beyond a reasonable doubt sufficient to raise an inference of malice to your satisfaction, this inference would simply be an evidentiary fact to be considered by you along with the other evidence in the case, and you may give it the weight you decide it should receive. The defendant has asserted defense of others as a defense to his prosecution. Under the law of self-defense, the defendant may take another's life in defense of others. The right to intervene to protect another person is subject to the same rights and limitations as the right of self-defense. The defendant may take the life of a person who assaults a friend, relative, or bystander if that friend, relative, or bystander would have had the right of self-defense. Defense of others is a complete defense, and if it is established, you must find the defendant not guilty. The state has the burden of disproving defense of others by proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and the burden is carried by disproving any one of the four elements by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. If you have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after considering all of the evidence, including the evidence in defense of others, then you must find the defendant not guilty. On the other hand, if you have no reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after considering all the evidence, including the evidence in defense of others, then you must find the defendant guilty. The following elements are required to establish self-defense, and in this case, defense of others. First, to show that the person being defended had the right to self-defense, it must first be shown that the person being defended and the defendant were both without fault in bringing on the difficulty. If the conduct of the person defended or the defendant was the type which was reasonably calculated to and did provoke a deadly assault, the person would be at fault in bringing on the difficulty and would not have the right of self-defense. Therefore, the defendant would not have the right to use deadly force in defending that person. One's right to self-defense or defense of others is restored after a withdrawal from the initial difficulty with the victim if that withdrawal is communicated to the victim by word or act. Withdrawal from a conflict must be effectively communicated to the victim by word or act to restore the right to use self-defense or defense of others. An accused who provokes or initiates an assault cannot claim self-defense or defense of others unless the person defended both withdraws from the conflict and communicates his withdrawal by word or act to his adversary. Second, the defense of another person is excusable if the defendant had reasonable grounds to believe and in good faith did believe that the person being defended was in imminent danger of death or serious bodily harm from the victim. In deciding whether the person defended actually was or that the defendant actually believed the person was in imminent danger of death or serious bodily injury, you should consider all the facts and circumstances surrounding the crime, including the physical conditions and characteristics of the parties. The defendant does not have to show that the person defended was actually in danger. It is enough if the defendant believed the person was in imminent danger. The defendant has the right to act on appearances even though the defendant's beliefs may have been mistaken. A third element of self-defense requires the defendant to show that under the circumstances as they appear to the defendant believed the person defended was in danger, and that a reasonably prudent person of ordinary firmness and courage would have had the same belief under the same circumstances. It is for you, the jury, to decide whether the defendant's fear of immediate danger or of death or serious bodily injury to the person defended was reasonable and would have been felt by an ordinary person in the same situation. The defendant does not have to wait until the victim inflicts harm on the person defended. The defendant has the right to act under the law of self-defense of others, to prevent the victim from inflicting harm on the person defended. The final element necessary in order to be entitled to defend another requires that the person defended have had no other probable way to avoid the danger of death or serious bodily injury than to act as the person defended did in this particular instance. Where the person being defended had no duty to retreat, the defendant likewise would have no duty to retreat. The defendant had no duty to retreat if by doing so the danger to the person defended of being killed or suffering serious bodily injury would increase. When considering defense of others, the relative sizes, ages, and weights of the parties may be considered in deciding the apparent or actual need for force in defense of others and the amount of force needed. A person cannot be required to make an exact calculation as to the degree or amount of force which may be needed to avoid death or serious bodily harm. Therefore, in defense of others, the defendant has the right to use the force needed to avoid death or serious bodily harm to the person defended. The force used in defense of others does not have to be limited to the degree or amount of force used by the victim. The defendant has the right to use so much force as appears to be necessary for complete protection of the person defended, and which a person of ordinary reason and firmness would have believed to be needed to prevent death or serious bodily harm to the person defended. Where a person inflicts an injury or death on another person, you must be convinced beyond reasonable doubt that the defendant's actions were the proximate cause of the victim's injuries or death. Proximate cause is the direct cause. It is that immediate cause. It is the efficient cause. It is that cause without which the injury to the victim would not have resulted. There must be a chain of causation from the defendant's actions until the time of the victim's injuries or death. Proximate cause does not necessarily mean that it occurred immediately prior to the injury or death. There may be more than one proximate cause. The acts of two or more persons may combine together to be a proximate cause of the injury or death of a person. The defendant's act may be regarded as a proximate cause if it is a contributing cause of the injury or death of the victim. The fact that other causes also contribute to the injury or death of the victim does not relieve the defendant from responsibility. The defendant's act need not be the sole cause of the injury or death, but must be a proximate cause contributing to the injury or death of the victim. Negligence on the part of someone else would not relieve the defendant from criminal responsibility if the actions of the defendant were the proximate cause of the victim's injury or death. Ladies and gentlemen, I have declared the law to you through these instructions to help guide you to a verdict. Whether some of these instructions apply depends on what you find to be the facts. The fact that I instructed you on various subjects in this case should not be taken as indicating an opinion of this court as to what you should find to be the facts or as to what your verdict should be. Your verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each juror agree. The verdict must be unanimous. All 12 of you must agree on the verdict. The verdict cannot be based on sympathy, passion, prejudice, emotion, or any other consideration not in evidence in the case. Disagreements may arise during deliberations and your debates may become spirited. I urge you to be courteous to one another and respectful of your fellow jurors' perspective as you work for a verdict. Remember, at all times, you are not partisans favoring one party over another. You are the judges of the facts. Your sole interest is determining whether the state has proved the defendant's guilt to the charges beyond a reasonable doubt from the evidence presented to you in this case. Again, ladies and gentlemen, your verdict must be unanimous. Madam Forelady, when the jury agrees on the verdict, you will fill out the verdict form, which I have here. It is very self-explanatory. It will go back to the evidence. After you reach the verdict, Madam Forelady will fill out the verdict form and sign. And knock on the jury room door and inform the bailiff you have reached the verdict. At that time, we'll receive you back in the courtroom. We'll ask you to return to the jury room and not begin deliberations until you're told by the clerk or the bailiff to do so. There are a few more matters of law that I need to discuss with the lawyer before you begin your deliberation. All right, so I'm going to ask you to help back. I believe your lunch is already here. So y'all can get started with that. We'll be with you very shortly. I'm going to ask the alternates to please stay with us.
So it doesn't sound as simple as all that now. So it actually sounds a little bit more complex than ew. So now it sounds a little bit, so he obviously, I don't think Mr. Chow had any intent or what was the words? Malice. So there's where I think a jury would have possible. I think if the jury finds him guilty, it will be completely and totally on emotion. Because at the end of the day, if you look at it legally, it was not against the law for them to chase him out of the store. Was it stupid? Yes. But it wasn't against the law.
On that, our alternates, you are now excused. You do have lunch back there. But thank you for being here again. Like I said from the outset, we can't do our job without folks being willing to show up. This is very, as you can see, it's a very important job. So again, thank you for being here.
All like
You are excused. I've always told jurors you certainly have the right to discuss your observations with the lawyers. Sometimes the lawyers would like to input, but you do not have to. If anyone contacts you in any way about this case, and you feel uncomfortable about it, you call back into the clerk's office and I will take care of it. But you're free to discuss the case with anyone at this point. If you see fit, and you certainly have the right not to discuss it with anyone. Again, thank you for being here, and Okay, we'll show you that.
He just gets out.
Well, I think first, maybe we start to go through the exhibits today, that's what I meant first.
So, yeah. So from what I understand, it was fine for them to chase him out of the store. It was fine for them to think he stole something, but wasn't sure if he did or not. The prosecution has to show that he had some type of malice and forethought, which he didn't. And the whole self-defense thing, which the defense doesn't have to prove anything. I don't know. We'll just have to see. I'm waiting to see if the Tyler Robinson hearing is going to be public or not. I think it is going to be public. Yes. Their motion was denied.
Not saying I'm right, I'm perfect, but that's what has been in the standard charge.
And I understand. I just want to, if down the road the court decides that that is burden shifting, I just want it to be on the record.
You are on the record and have a certain possible.
That's the extent of the argument.
Okay, otherwise, no other exceptions.
No,
Only subject to our original request, Your Honor.
Yep. All right, are the exhibits ready?
Not yet, Your Honor, we're just going back and making sure there's a clean copy of the states 7 goes back. There was, I'm sorry, defense 7. That was Carter and the defendant, Mr. Chow. We just want to make sure that's the clean copy, the proper copy of that. And we're just going through the count right now, Your Honor. So we'll move quickly.
Kind of write a couple things down.
All right, don't slow down any of this.
We are waiting for now. We're just waiting for them to put any evidence back
So that the jury can start deliberating. So I think it might actually take a little bit longer than maybe we expected. So now, based off what the judge said, I know that obviously we think he's guilty because I believe he shot that kid in the back. I don't know why he shot him. There has to be a reason. I don't think that there were any that he had, like, I don't want to say that he had malice and forethought in doing it. I don't want to say he killed that kid over a bottle of water. I mean, but I just don't see what the reasoning was. I don't see it. It just doesn't make sense. Jury selection is going on as we speak in the Carmelo Anthony trial. It's happening in Texas right now. Obviously, that trial is not being televised. I wish it was, because we would be watching that trial. But it is not. And Tyler Robinson, the preliminary hearing that's going to be happening in July, the judge has denied the defense motion. So that is going to be televised in July. So we're just waiting for the evidence to go back for the jury so we can get this show on the road. I don't know if the jury is talking about this, even though they're not supposed to be talking about this. They're supposed to be eating lunch right now. Do you think they're talking about it while they're eating lunch? I don't know how they don't talk about it, but maybe they don't talk about it. I mean, we're talking about it. So, I mean, there's also, I don't know if you know about the Westlake Village crash. There's a civil trial going on with that. There is the only trial going on is the one that we can't see, which is really, really annoying. I thought it was raining for a second, but it's not raining.
So, uh, right now it's just lunchtime. We're waiting for them to send the evidence back so that the jury can start deliberating finally. We're just waiting for them to decide what evidence they're going to send back. But the judge gave his instructions. I really kind of feel like it might be a kind of a, I don't know, it's kind of iffy, China. I don't, the jury has to decide if there was malice and forethought, which there was not any malice and forethought. Also, this is why I think Zimmerman got off, because the way the law is written, if there was not any malice and forethought, and then also, and it was not illegal for them to chase him. It's not illegal. And with the whole self-defense thing, they don't have to create the situation. They just have to show that there was self-defense of another person. So if Rick Chow was defending his son, it does not matter. I don't know. It's all about how you interpret the law. And it doesn't, them leaving the store is not against the law. Them chasing him out of the store is not against the law. What is it stupid? Yes. Was it poor decision making? Yes. But it's not against the law. So it's I guess that's how Zimmerman got off. I don't does it make sense? No. But is it against the law? I just don't get it. I will say that even though I did not agree with, or nor did I enjoy the defense closing argument, because he was yelling a lot, he did have a good closing argument. Even also, his closing argument was with the gun was very, very, very unprofessional. That was bad. But they are all just buddies, man. They're all buddies. They all are best friends. They're all just fist pumping and hanging out, having a good time. I just don't get it. They are all buddy. And they're not going anywhere. They're taking the evidence back. The bailiffs back here are taking the evidence back right now. The attorneys are not going anywhere. The judge ain't going anywhere. I'm just gonna... Who's Tina Peters? Election denier. Overturn the 2020 election. Hang on, I don't know who this is.
I've been so out of the political. Let's see. I'm reading who she is. She was temporarily suspended by the Colorado Secretary of State and was convicted of criminal charges related to efforts to overturn the 2020 election of Joe Biden. Peters holds a degree in, oh my God, she holds a degree in holistic nutrition from the non-accredited correspondence school, Clayton College of Natural Health. Get the heck out of town. Peters, a member of the, get the heck out of town. What the hell's bells? I'm not claiming this woman. Shut the front door. What? Get the hell out. She holds she does not, that is not real. She discovered an unemptied ballot box in the parking lot. What the hell? One box. What? She holds a degree in holistic nutrition. First of all, and she's saying she's a Republican. No, bitch. No. You are not a Republican. That don't even go in the same sentence. That is not real. That is not real. That is a lie. That is a lie. She is not a Republican. That is a lie. That is a damn lie. That is fake news. First of all, I don't know anything about this story, but I can tell you right now that it says she holds a degree in holistic, what does it say? Holistic nutrition from a non-accredited correspondence school. And then it says she's a member of the Republican Party. All of that is made up. All of that is made up. None of that is true. Who wrote that? Who wrote that? Who wrote that garbage? I believe nothing. I don't understand. This is all gibberish. There are pedophiles that don't get this many years in prison. No, Anya. can't even believe Trump claimed her. She can't be a Republican and have what is this? Holistic nutrition, a degree in holistic nutrition from a non-accredited Onion. Then I know the man in the moon. What? I am rich and famous. What? What the? How? How? Make that make sense. Make it make sense. Y'all just besties. Y'all just bestie best friends. Oh my goodness. This is wild. That's just wild. Okay, so I don't know if y'all saw, but Emmanuel Harrow's mother, she did her plea, but they still have not said where that baby is. So I don't know what the heck. Well, we are just verdict watching. I don't know how long it's going to take for them to come back. But I feel like Jungkook. It's not going to take long. Well, I don't know. There may not be any trials after. I'm looking to see if they are having any luck on jury selection in the Carmelo Anthony trial, but I'm looking for updates, but I don't see any updates for that trial. Pam Bondi did too. Well, I know Tulsi Gabbard put in her resignation because her husband. All the Trump's people are dropping like flies. I'm just waiting on old Cash to go next. I know. I was thinking about that too. It is lunchtime. Okay, well. Well, the attorneys are staying close by. They're thinking a verdict is going to come pretty quickly because they ain't leaving. Oh, so in the Dallas the in the Dallas department. Oh, oh my God. Oh, wow. So the Dallas apartment that blew up, apparently there was a company doing some drilling out there and they hit a gas line And that's what caused the apartment to explode. So that is wild. Okay, I'm not going to leave the channel. I mean, I'm going to go grab something to eat, but they are cutting it up in there. The attorneys are not leaving, so I'm thinking the attorneys are not leaving, so I'm thinking they must think the jury's not going to be out long. Hey, Jenny Peach. Okay. I see the prosecution. I see a judge. Well, they were out for longer than an hour. They were out for 2 hours. They did have lunch and they did have to get the evidence. And they also those jury instructions, let's not forget, they had that malice and forethought. They have to consider. I wonder if they're back with a verdict or if they have questions. What do y'all think? Man, everybody's so friendly. Okay, so while we were on a break, I was watching about Alec Murdaugh. So one of the defense attorneys on this trial actually is, look at everybody just buddy. What are we all like, freaking roommates or something? One of the old white-haired men on the defense team, he is one of the attorneys for one of the jurors from the Alec Murdaugh trial. He was talking about how Becky Hill tainted the jury. Not that one. I'll show you in a second when he comes up. But he was part of the discovering that the jurors were messed with in the Alec Murdaugh trial. Oh, here comes. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay, what do we think? Ugh. Oh man. That guy. That white-haired guy. He is one of the lawyers for, I want to say the egg lady, the one that the juror that got dismissed, like literally right before they were supposed to go out and deliberate for Alec Murdaugh. He used to be a prosecutor, and now he's a defense attorney.
The instructions. With y'all's permission, I think I'm gonna ask the poor lady exactly what part of the instructions they want. I don't know if it would be necessary for them to hear, my job, their job, and all that, all over.
Uh-oh. They got a question.
Right, envisioning something like, you know, a specific section,
Judge, you could just call 4 minutes.
I think the jury has a question on the instructions.
Yes, maybe, let's start that way. That suit everyone, just bring in the four lady.
Judge, Judge.
But he doesn't know which part.
All right, just bring in the four lady, please. Yeah, and just for the record, I marked the note this court.
Let's see what happens. Sometimes it feels like it's forever. Really, this is somebody's life on the line.
Madam Floor Lady,
Like a couple of hours.
you know about,
Ain't really that long.
the instructions again, is there a specific provision in the instructions you have in mind, or does the jury want to have the entire thing read?
They do not want the entire thing read again.
Okay.
We didn't know that we could have a portion of it read,
Okay.
but we did want to go over the aspects of malice, what
Woo!
constitutes
I knew it.
malice.
Okay. All right, that was it.
Yes, and someone had spoke about what is the charge of murder and what are the things that would make him guilty of murder.
I knew
And I
it.
think that's one and the same.
I knew it.
Okay, well, that's what we need to know. If you'll sit up, or you can just stay.
Okay.
And you can get, what I think I'll do is I'll just read the entire murder section.
I knew it.
After that, we get into this, because I think it flows right into section now, so I'll just stop the section. That's anybody got anything else? All right, we'll bring in the remainder of the jury, please, sir. Yes, sir.
I knew it. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at old buddy's face. Look at his face. Look at his face. Look. He said, that's good for you, buddy. That's good. He had no malice and forethought. That's what I said. That's why I said. They cannot find him guilty of murder. Oh, that's what I said. I told you. You said you got to clean your pool. Why ain't you got a TV outside? You ain't got a fancy.
Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury, understand.
Outdoor.
Right to be recharged on,
You got a pool.
how we define murder. So I'm gonna recharge you on, the murder portion of the instructions. The defendant is charged with one count of murder. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant killed another person with malice aforethought. Malice is hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another person. It is the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse, and with an intent to inflict an injury or under circumstances that the law will infer an evil intent. Malice aforethought does not require that malice exists for any particular time before the act is committed, but malice must exist in the mind of the defendant just before and at the time the act is committed. Therefore, there must be a combination of the evil intent and the act. Malice aforethought may be expressed or inferred. These terms express and infer do not mean different kinds of malice, but merely the manner in which malice may be shown to exist. That is, either by direct evidence or by inference from the facts and circumstances which are proved. Express malice is shown when a person speaks
You just gotta
words
enjoy the good things in life.
ill will for another,
Like a
or
TV.
the person prepared
Like a
beforehand to do the act which was later accomplished. For example, lying in wait for a person or any other acts of preparation going to show that the deed was within the defendant's mind would be express malice. Malice may be inferred from conduct showing a total disregard for human life. If facts are proven beyond a reasonable doubt sufficient to raise an inference of malice to your satisfaction, this inference would be simply an evidentiary fact to be considered by you along with the other evidence in the case. You may give it the weight you decide it should receive. That's it.
That's it.
I'll squeeze you back to
That's
your jury room.
Hey.
If you have any other questions, if you need anything else, just let us know.
Having all them lawyers might have done him good. Why aren't the prosecution standing for the jurors? I'm real frustrated. I'm gonna look this up. This frustrates the shit out of me. Why don't the soldiers?
All right, any exceptions from state?
No, sir.
Anything for defense?
No, Your
All right, we'll be at ease.
All right, I want to know how long it's going to take for them to come back now that they got this clarified. So it says they don't stand because they don't want to show bias. But the defense is standing up. That's weird. So the white-haired defense attorney, like I was saying, he is also part of the Murdaugh defense. He was one of the attorneys for one of the jurors on the Murdaugh trial. That's how it was discovered that Becky Hill was involved in the tainting of the jury. Well, but I think Chow might, I'm telling you, like I said, after hearing those jury instructions from the judge, it's not far-fetched for this guy to be found not guilty because murder is a serious charge. And when you look at the charge itself, you have to have malice and intent. And did he intend to take this young man's life? There's a difference between intent, and I don't know if there are lesser charges. And the way the judge made it sound when he gave told the jury they were getting this form taken back, it was pretty simple and cut and dry. So it didn't seem like he was getting any lesser charges. I'm trying to look up and see what charges he's actually. Oh, there are no lesser included charges, so it's murder or nothing. So, I mean, that's pretty harsh. So, if they find him, they can't find him guilty of murder. I don't think he's going to be found guilty. No. Because he didn't have any intent. No. Because regardless of, I know it was stupid for them to run after him. It was stupid it was just stupid. It was a stupid decision. It was stupid. It was just stupid, but it wasn't illegal for them to chase the kid. They didn't do anything illegal. And he had a right to carry. Rick Chow did. He had a license to carry his gun. He had a right to use his gun. So at the end of the day, no matter how stupid and how morally wrong we may think and how emotionally wrong we may think it is, legally he's not wrong. By law, he can't be convicted. So unfortunately, in a court, he can't be found guilty of murder. I know, but under the charge of murder, he can't be found guilty because he did not intentionally, with malice and forethought, kill that boy, which is terrible. As much as we want him to go to prison and be found guilty, as much as we want him to be punished, it's not going to happen. It ain't going to happen. Just like with George Zimmerman. Girl, I'm with you. Girl, I'm with you. I feel you because I'm pissed about Zimmerman. I've said George Zimmerman's name about 1 million times in this video because I am so pissed that man is free. But under the law, the way it is written, murder is malice and forethought. And he did not show malice and forethought unless if the prosecution had pushed the narrative more of maybe that Rick Chow was in that stance, that position, like that I would have pushed more that he, unfortunately, I mean, I said I didn't like the defense, that he was yelling a lot, that I didn't like him, but he did do a good closing. His closing argument, that whole Paul Harvey, was actually a good argument. And he was right. They did not break the law. No one broke the law. That sucks. This is a series of, I don't even want to call it unfortunate events. It's a series of stupid choices. And unfortunately, This is bad. This is so stupid. This is terrible. I don't, they're not going to be able, they're not going to find him guilty. I just don't think they will. They didn't include any lesser charges. And for that, I mean, not even like involuntary. They didn't even put an involuntary manslaughter. They didn't put a nothing. It's all, they put all their eggs in one basket. Yeah, there's no way they can find him guilty. If they do, he will appeal it and he will win, because they didn't even try reckless homicide. They didn't even try. There's no reckless. There's no nothing. They didn't. Yeah, they don't have it. I can't believe this case even went to trial, actually. They'll be back soon, because this, knowing the laws, now looking this up and seeing the laws of South Carolina, it is very cut and dry. Man, China, we should be doing a chat about this kind of stuff, because this is crazy. What the There's another trial going on right now. What the heck? What the hell? This guy's in chains? The trial of Zachariah Rash, alleged 43-year-old killed his estranged wife, Crystal Rash, after an investigation into her disappearance turned into a homicide case.
We have another trial. I don't know what this trial is.
Parties, lawyers, or witnesses do not speak to them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, and witnesses will not contact or speak with you, the jurors. Do not listen to any conversation about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene, either in person or by electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports or on the radio, television, or over the internet, or Kleiman to about the
on June. Thank you for showing up, and I thank you for your attention as we go through this trial. This is Crystal Rash.
Who is Crystal
She's
Rash?
married to Zach Rash.
Oh,
and
we got
children
another
with Zach
trial.
Rash. She's going through a divorce with Zach. Now, this is Crystal and Zach on June 11th of 2024, together at Culver's in Oconomowoc, just before 10:30, 10:27. And this is Crystal Rash and Zach Rash walking in the parking lot of Goodwill in Oconomowoc, again on June 11th, 2024, just before 11 o'clock. And this video is the last image that captures Crystal Rash alive. As Crystal walked alongside Zach on that June morning, Crystal was a dead woman walking. The man beside her, her husband, Zach Rash, is the man who killed her. That is what this case is about. Crystal was a woman who was alive, who had children, who had a future, who had plans, and who was last seen alive with the defendant, Zach Rash. The evidence will show that in June of 2024, Crystal Rash was not a woman preparing to disappear. She was not preparing to abandon her children, to give up on the divorce. She was not preparing to abandon the life that she was trying to build for herself. You will hear that a divorce was filed between Crystal and Zach, but you'll hear that Crystal was positive, optimistic about that, optimistic about her future. You'll hear that she was trying to become more independent, including working towards having her own place. You will hear that though her children were not in her custody, that though there was a pending termination of parental rights, both for her and for Zach, that she was continuing to maintain that relationship with her kids. And that she had every reason to believe that that relationship would continue. You'll hear that she remained involved with her children. She maintained regular visitation. She regularly communicated about them. She was not a woman fading out of her own life, but a woman still trying to hold on to the parts that mattered most. You will hear that she was hopeful, that she was making plans, that she was moving forward. And then all that stopped. Crystal disappeared. Here's a calendar for reference, as we're going to be talking a lot about dates. On June 10th, you'll hear that Heather Gordy, the foster parent for Crystal's children, received a message that Crystal would miss that next day's visit with her kids. You'll hear that Heather responded and sent Crystal photos of the kids, including a photo about one of the children's kindergarten graduation, but that Crystal never responded to those pictures, never commented on them. And that was extremely unusual for Crystal, to not comment about pictures sent to her about her children. And in fact, you'll hear that Heather never heard from Crystal again. And from that point forward, the evidence will show that everyone in Crystal's orbit, stopped hearing from Crystal. Jumping forward now to June 23rd. On June 23rd, Crystal Rash is reported missing. The call first goes to patrol to look into it. Patrol Deputy Zachary Kukan is dispatched. He first speaks to Diana Free, Crystal's stepmother, and the person who made the missing persons report. And he starts trying to determine where Crystal might be, who was the last person to hear from her. You will see Deputy Kukan makes contact then with the defendant on his property outside his residence on Wood Road in the town of Clyman. And you'll see Deputy Kukan's squad and body camera capturing that interaction. And I just ask you guys to watch that carefully. When Deputy Kukan arrives, the defendant does not simply walk to the law enforcement officer in the squad to speak to him. Instead, you will see him come from the area that we will eventually learn is in the area of a burn pit. And he goes to a vehicle, closes the trunk, and then, and only then, does he go and speak to Deputy Kukan. After that contact, Deputy Kukan goes to speak with Robin Reels, a close friend of Crystal's. And while he's there with Robin, in real time, Robin starts to receive Facebook messages that are purported to be from Crystal. But Robin will tell you that these messages are coming from a different account, Facebook account, than what she's used to from Crystal. And that these messages did not sound like Crystal. The wording was wrong. The style was wrong. And whoever was sending these messages wouldn't do the one thing that would have proved that it was Crystal, which is get on the phone, get on video, and show themselves. At this point, the case is turned over to the Detective Bureau. And on June 25th, Detectives Justin Cotney and Andrew Rolfs are assigned. They go to Crystal's residence and they go into her bedroom. And there they find her calendar, like a month calendar similar to like this. And that catches their attention because that calendar, that month of June, has appointments, whatever, what have you, written out on it. And each day is crossed off up until June 9th. Every day is crossed off until June 9th and then nothing. So investigators begin tracing Crystal's financial activity. They contact her bank and they obtain her debit card transaction information. And they see that transactions from Crystal Rash's debit card take place after Crystal has effectively disappeared from her life. So they begin pulling surveillance of those transactions. They begin sort of working backwards. One of the first surveillance videos that they look at is from Menards in Beaver Dam on June 23rd. The same day, earlier in the day, that Deputy Kukan made contact. And what do they find? Not Crystal, but the defendant. The evidence will show that the defendant used Crystal Rash's debit card to purchase, on that date, from Menards, 6 32-ounce bottles of Santeen drain cleaner, which is highly concentrated sulfuric acid. Continuing to look into this, the investigators learned that on June 22nd, the day prior, the defendant used Crystal's debit card, this time at Menards in Johnson's Creek, for 2 32-ounce containers of that same drain cleaner. The evidence will show that the defendant used Crystal's debit card several other times and places during the month of June after Crystal had effectively disappeared. On June 16th, at Blaine Farm and Fleet, Ace Hardware, and Walmart in Watertown. On June 18th, Quick Trip and Walmart in Beaver Dam. On June 19th, at Walmart in Watertown. On June 20th, at Blaine's Farm and Fleet and Quick Trip in Watertown. On June 22nd, at Speedway and Walmart in Watertown. On June 23rd, at Walmart and Quick Trip in Beaver Dam. And you will see evidence that some of those transactions involve purchasing cleaning products, stain remover, upholstery cleaner, seat covers, air fresheners, drain cleaner. And some were simply just ATM cash withdrawals. But the evidence will show one fact that runs through all of those transactions. Crystal is not there. She's not in the videos, surveillance videos. She's not in the vehicle in the parking lot. She's nowhere in sight. The defendant is alone, using Crystal's money. Now, at this point, investigators seek and obtain a search warrant for that Wood Road property in the town of Clyman, Dodge County. And that search warrant is executed on June 26th. Inside the residence, law enforcement finds several receipts connected to some of those debit card transactions among the defendant's property. They locate a large amount of cash, and they locate a 9mm Taurus handgun and a holster. Outside in the property, they find multiple burn areas and hone in on one of them, and there they find a tooth and a bone fragment known as the Petrus Pyramid. Now, you'll hear from a forensic dentist, Dr. Legros, that the tooth matched known dental records for Crystal Rash. And you'll hear testimony explaining what the Petrus Pyramid is, a dense part of the bone at the base of the skull, from which DNA can sometimes still be recovered, even after burning. You'll hear that Petrus Pyramid was sent to an outside lab, and a DNA profile was developed from that bone, and that DNA profile was consistent with the DNA profile developed for Crystal Rash. Now, at about the same time as this investigation is going into this Wood Road property, law enforcement is also tracing the movement of the defendant, his defendant's vehicle, through flock camera information, which shows that that vehicle traveled towards the Wisconsin Dells area. Detective Cotney learns that the defendant's family has property in Adams County towards the Dells. Investigators determined that the defendant traveled to Adams County on June 24th, the day after Deputy Kukan first made contact with him. A search warrant is obtained for that Adams County property, and there, on that property, investigators find the defendant's Mitsubishi Eclipse parked near a camper. Now, the evidence will show that this Mitsubishi Eclipse, this vehicle, was the vehicle that the defendant was using when he was with Crystal on June 11th, when they were seen together at Culver's, when they're in the parking lot of Goodwill, and the last image that we have of Crystal alive.
When's the last time they made an eclipse?
The evidence will also show that beginning the evening of June 11th and continuing in the surveillance videos from the debit card transactions that followed, the defendant is no longer using that Mitsubishi. He's using different vehicles, a Dodge Ram and a Chevy Cobalt. So when investigators locate the Mitsubishi hidden away on that Adams County property,
do they
they're finding the very vehicle that he was using when Crystal was last seen alive with him. And inside the Mitsubishi, they find blood.
I mean, 20.
The evidence will show blood saturated into the seatbelt, blood in the area of the front passenger seat and front passenger door. That it looked like someone had tried to clean, but not nearly well enough. Samples are taken and tested, and the evidence will show that the blood in that vehicle is consistent with a DNA profile developed for Crystal Rash. Now, during the execution of the June 26th search warrant on the Wood Road property, investigators also seize the defendant's cell phone. They get a search warrant for that. They examine it. And then they learn what the defendant had been searching. And I ask you to pay attention not only to the content of those searches, but to the timing of those searches. The evidence will show that on May 28th, 2024, nearly a month before Crystal was reported missing, the defendant visited a website asking, "Do you die instantly from a gunshot to the head?" He visited a site about the difference between a headshot and a chest shot. He searched, "Will a gunshot to the head instant death?" And he searched, "Will a 9mm kill an animal if shot to the head?" On June 6th, June 6th, just days before Crystal's last seen alive, the defendant searched, "How long can you get widow's benefits? And can you get widow's benefits if taxes were never filed?" So even before Crystal is even gone from the story, before anyone's even looking for her, the evidence will show that the defendant was searching about fatal headshot wounds and widow's benefits. Then on June 11th, the same day that Crystal is last seen alive with the defendant again searched whether a 9mm would kill if shot to the head. Then after June 11th, the searches change in nature. On June 12th, he searched carpet cleaner and visited carpet cleaners at Menards. On June 14th, he searched, "Do raccoons eat bones?" On June 19th, he searched 2023 Eclipse cross replacement passenger seat and visited a site for a Mitsubishi Eclipse cross front bucket seat. On June 22nd, he searched, "Can you clean a vehicle interior with cold water? Do opossums eat bones? Is sulfuric acid flammable? And what happens when you add gas to sulfuric acid?" Then the searches turned towards law enforcement and warrants. He visited a website titled Basic Guide to Fourth Amendment Protections. He searched can police get search warrants on Sunday in Wisconsin? He searched, how fast can police get a warrant? And later that same day, he searched Wisconsin missing person alert, missing people in Wisconsin, and active missing persons near me. On June 24th, he again searched about sulfuric acid and what happens when you add gas to it. On June 25th, he returned yet again to searches for Wisconsin missing person alert, active missing person near me, and missing people in Wisconsin. So the evidence will show a progression. Evidence will show that before Crystal disappears, the defendant is searching about fatal headshots and widow's benefits. After Crystal is gone, he is searching about cleaning, bones, replacing parts of a vehicle, sulfuric acid, how quickly police can get a warrant, and about missing persons alerts. Then months later, on October 24th, law enforcement returns to that Wood Road property with another search warrant to conduct another more thorough search of the property. And they search an area near the original burn pit that had not been searched thoroughly the first time. And there they recover additional bone fragments, among them ribs, mandible, tooth material, and another petrous pyramid. And before the end of the state's case, you will hear the defendant's own words. You will hear his interview with Detectives Cotney and Rolfs. And when you hear that interview, I again ask you to listen carefully. Because the evidence will show that Detective Rolfs repeatedly pushed the defendant with the essential question, what did you do to her? And the defendant's answer over and over wasn't an answer to that question at all. Simply, I don't know where she is. I don't know where she is. I don't know where she is. So listen to his words. Listen to his inconsistencies. Listen to his contradictions. And then compare them to what the evidence shows. Compare what he says to what is provable. Compare his explanations to the surveillance videos, the bank records, the acid purchases, the internet searches, the blood in the vehicle, and the remains found on his property. When you step back and look at all of the evidence together, the picture becomes clear. Crystal Rash was not a woman who walked away from her life. She was moving forward. She was pursuing a divorce. She was hopeful about the future. She was staying connected to her children. Then she disappeared. After she disappeared, false messages appeared in her name. The defendant used her debit card. He bought sulfuric acid. He bought cleaning supplies. He withdrew cash. Before she disappeared, he searched about headshots and widow's benefits. After, about acid, bones, cleaning out a vehicle, and how fast police can get a warrant. He traveled to Adams County. Her blood was found in the vehicle. You'll hear that her remains were found in the burn area on his property. And at the end of this trial, when you've considered all the evidence will not leave you with a mystery. It'll leave you with the truth. That Zachary Rash intentionally killed Crystal Rash and then tried to cover it up by using her identity, spending her money, mutilating and burning her body, and giving the police false information. And at the end of evidence, the state will come back and we'll talk to you again. We're going to ask you to return the only verdict that the evidence supports, which is guilty. Guilty as to both counts. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you want to just stand up, stretch out for a minute. We've been going now for an hour and some change. Oh, yeah, 45 minutes.
He's like, I don't know how long we've been going.
All right, we're done.
What the heck?
Teresa Howie.
We're just doing a murder trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. This case is about a young woman who, while handling a firearm in front of Mr. Rash, discharged it and tragically killed herself instantly. And to make matters worse, Mr. Rash believed that he would be blamed for her death, as it was his firearm and the divorce that was pending. He panicked and made a series of incredibly poor decisions. He lied to his friends and family. He raised suspicions. He was targeted by law enforcement, and eventually he was prosecuted for her death. The government is attempting to turn the tragedy of Crystal's death into the travesty of prosecuting Mr. Rash for her death. And at the end of this case, my partner, Merle Josty, will come before you and ask you to end it once and for all. So how did we get here? So on June 8th, Zachariah Rash picked up Crystal Rash from Kleiman. And they were going through a divorce at the time. They had a divorce trial, a divorce hearing set for August of 2024. And by and large, it was going to be the end of their marriage. But they still spent time together. They had children together, and from time to time, they spent time together. And on this weekend, beginning on Saturday until the following Monday and Tuesday, they spent time in Adams County, near Wisconsin Dells, where his grandmother has some trailers on a property there in the woods that's frequented by all the family members. And they spent time together. Behaved as a couple. They went down to the Wisconsin Dells in town, spent time there, eating, enjoying the Dells. But there was one thing that was looming. That's always been looming. In fact, it's been looming for the past 5 years. And that's the children that they have together are not with them.
state of Wisconsin has taken them away. And then no doubt, Crystal loved her children. And no doubt, she also had a looming date to determine what is going to happen with her children. Will she get to be with them again? Will she have custody with them again? You have to remember, these are young children. They've been 5 years with a foster mother at this time, developing relationships and moving forward. And adoption was on the table. It's a zero-sum game, adoption. Someone's going to have the children and somebody won't. And on June 11th, they went together to Milwaukee, looking to speak with some attorneys. Now, Crystal did have an attorney at the time, but you'll see from the Google searches that they Googled attorneys in Milwaukee and that their cell phone records show that they were there. But they couldn't they couldn't walk into a law firm and say, look, we want a meeting. They didn't have an appointment. And it was a letdown again. And in that ride home, something happened. And Zach doesn't know exactly what happened as he was driving, but he did have a 9mm in his vehicle. And then, as he was driving, the gun discharged. And then he drove to his property in Clyman and began a series of incredibly poor decisions because of how it looked. And it didn't look good. It was his firearm. It was a divorce. Clearly the last person to be with her. And he panicked. He did what he could to dispose of her body. He lied to friends and family. He created false Facebook accounts and messages. And he lied to the police. There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt about that. There's lots, and he used her bank card to deal with what was going on. Now, there's a lot that we can agree on in this case. And one of the first things that we're going to agree on is, yes, in fact, Crystal Rosh is deceased. We'll agree also that Crystal Rosh's remains were found at that property on Wood Road, which is N3251. And their remains were found in the burn pit and also covered with sulfuric acid. We will have few questions for a lot of these witnesses that are going to come forward and testify to that. The forensic anthropologist, the dentist are going to be testifying to things that we agree. We will have very little, if any, questions for those witnesses. But remember, this is a first-degree intentional homicide case. And there is a lot that we are not going to agree about.
Yep, another burn pit trial, China.
Judge Fitzinger has already told you that the prosecution has the burden of proving their case beyond a reasonable doubt.
He's trying to say she did it to
Every
herself.
element of the offense. And he mentioned two important words in his opening remarks. Number one is that Mr. Rosh caused Crystal Rosh's death. Two, that he caused her death intentionally. The prosecution has no direct evidence about what happened surrounding her death. It will be based on circumstantial evidence. There's no eyewitness to what happened that they will present. There is no video of the shooting and the gun discharging. There's no audio of it. And so they will be putting together a puzzle for you, or an attempt to do so, but you'll see that there are missing pieces. And that they're very crucial missing pieces of what happened. And even the prosecutor in opening statement says, we don't know what caused the death. That's what we're here for. Causation and intent. Now, there may be a temptation when there are competing theories about what happened, to put the evidence on one side and then the other side, and kind of weigh it out and see which one sounds better, which one is more correct. And that would be completely appropriate in a civil trial, where they weigh the evidence by what they call preponderance of the evidence. Which side has a little bit more evidence versus beyond a reasonable doubt. There are 3 questions that I want to leave you with to consider while this case is pending and while listening to the evidence. What element of the offense does this piece of evidence prove or disprove? And we're talking specifically about causation and intent. When the witnesses are testifying on what does it prove and disprove. Number 2, can the prosecution rule out that Crystal Roche shot herself? And if you are left with any lingering questions surrounding the cause of death, ask yourself, are there any lingering questions? Then that's reasonable doubt. The prosecution cannot turn this tragedy into a travesty without your permission. And at the end of this case, my partner will ask for justice. He will ask you to end this prosecution, but he can only do it with each and every one of you. And he will ask for the only verdict that is supported by the science and the evidence. And that's a verdict of not guilty on the homicide charges. Thank you.
Wow. Whoa, I'm telling you, man, these cases are getting harder and harder to. A reasonable doubt is insane. The way the laws are written.
They would call Captain Jason Bake.
There's still no verdict yet for Chow. Still waiting for the verdict for Chow.
Line right up, be careful on the ramp, when he's at the top, and stand over there.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
You see that, pull that microphone up.
Speak directly into it.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your first and last name and spell both?
Jason Bake, first name Jason, last name Bake, Boeck.
How are you employed?
I'm employed as the operations captain at Dodge County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the Dodge County Sheriff's Office?
25 years.
And what does that mean, operations captain?
So I'm in charge of the overall operations of the Sheriff's Office to include oversight of the Patrol Division, Detective Division, and our Communications Division.
How many captains are at the Sheriff's Office?
There are 2 captains, myself, and we have a jail captain who oversees jail operations.
And then who in a supervisory rank is above you?
Sheriff Schmidt, duly elected official, and Chief Deputy Enright would be the 2 above me.
So you're number 3 in the sort of chain of command at the Sheriff's Office, correct?
That's correct.
Now, are you aware of an incident that occurred, I guess I should say, a call that came in to the Sheriff's Office on Sunday, June 23rd, 2024, regarding a missing person?
Yes, I am.
And what was the name of that missing person?
Crystal Roche.
Okay, I'm going to show you Exhibit 1.
The jury's having a hard time coming back with a verdict because it's yes or no. There is no gray area for them. Like other juries have had lesser charges to choose from, and Chow's jury does not
Maybe
have
the most important exhibit
options.
of the case, the calendar of June 2024. Does it appear to be an accurate calendar of the month of June in 2024?
It does.
I'd just like to show that to the jury. So the 23rd was what day of the week?
That was a Sunday.
And who receives that call?
Dodge County Dispatch Center.
And just generally, what information does dispatch receive?
In this one, dispatch received information from the stepmother to Crystal Rosh, Diana, who stated that she has not had any physical correspondence with Crystal since June 11th of 2024.
So as a result of that call, does a deputy respond somewhere?
Yes, Deputy Zachary Kukan responded. Deputy Kukan would have been assigned to the southwest part of Dodge County that night or that afternoon for the shift and would have responded down there to investigate the missing persons complaint.
Now, were you on duty when this happened, when these calls are coming in?
I was not.
So does Deputy Kukan have another supervisor that he reports to?
There would be typically a sergeant and a lieutenant working. I'm not sure which particular supervisors were working that night.
Is it unusual for the sheriff's office to receive these type of missing person, adult missing person complaints?
They are not in high frequency in Dodge County.
But do they occur, adult missing person complaints?
Yes, they do.
So Deputy Kukan, he goes to Wood Road, and I'm sorry, who is that again?
Deputy Kukan is
Who resides at Wood Road? I'm sorry.
the Rosh family.
And that is Crystal. What relationship are they to Crystal?
That would be Zachary Rosh, who's seated at my right hand here, was a living tenant there, did reside there with his parents.
And he is her husband, or is that correct?
Correct.
And then did Deputy Kukan make other attempts to contact Crystal?
Deputy Kukan did attempt phone contact, and to the best of my knowledge, that it went straight to voicemail.
So that evening, are you aware of anything that happens on, well, let me ask you this. Does the sheriff's office have an online tip submission program?
Yes, we do.
And who can submit tips through that online program?
Anyone can submit a tip.
And so that evening, were there any tips that came in regarding Crystal Rosh?
There was a tip that came in from Crystal Rosh's email address that was later learned was her email address, stating that she was fine.
And based on that email and some of the other information that Deputy Kukan received, what happened on Monday?
So we got together as a administration team. Our administration team typically works Monday through Friday. In the morning hours, we do have a briefing, and that was a point of contact. First thing in the morning to discuss the case that took place. We utilized Microsoft Teams, which is a communication tool for all sheriff's offices to use. That information was made aware of through that, and also emails basically stating that there was some concern about a missing person, Crystal, and that we looked into it, discussed it, and felt that it needed immediate attention.
And then on Tuesday, so the 25th, does this get assigned detectives?
Correct. Initially was patrol based, but we felt that this needed to be investigated by our detective bureau. We currently have 7 detectives along with a lieutenant, and basically we put all our resources into this from our detective division.
And did you, along with analysts from your department, prepare basically an overview of the law enforcement activities that happened on this case, a timeline of the law enforcement activities that happened on this case?
Yes, we did.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 2. And what is Exhibit 2?
I'm sorry?
What is Exhibit 2?
So this is in reference to the Rosh investigation.
Yeah, this is in
And is that a
no
timeline?
It is a
in
timeline.
Wisconsin. We're working
And
this
did
until
you participate
Child murder
in that timeline
back.
together?
this
I did.
started like an
And does
hour
that
ago.
accurately reflect that law enforcement activity that was basically an overview of the law enforcement activity that was conducted on this case?
That is correct.
I'd move Exhibit 2 into evidence
No. Proceed.
and permission to publish.
You may.
Thank you. And then if we could just.
This guy, they were getting a divorce
We could zoom in.
apparently,
a little bit on it.
and for whatever reason, he decided to.
So starting there at the top,
And then he burned her body on his property and was using her debit card.
so up here, how do I do the laser thing?
I don't know what he had to
Yes,
gain
and this red thing.
because they were apparently like,
What does this represent here in the blue?
So that would be the call for service received at 5:39 by our dispatch center. That is
They didn't have
timestamped through our CAD system. The second one would be showing Deputy Kukan being dispatched for a call for service. And then Deputy Kukan arriving at N3251 Wood Road. That is the town of Clyman, Dodge County, Wisconsin, and the Dodge County Sheriff's Office has jurisdiction in that area.
And what is, you mentioned the word CAD. What is that?
CAD is basically computer aided reference points that our dispatch basically puts the data into a computer system that's visible to the sheriff's office personnel.
And then do you keep a record of all of those notes? So is it based, are the dispatchers writing notes into a system or is it somehow computer generated?
No, they are physically putting notes in. Some of it is automated, generated, such as when a deputy would put themselves on scene and route to a call or anything like that. It's automatically time-stamped into the CAD system.
And then is that saved in your system?
It is saved, yes.
And then is that when a case number is generated and an investigation occurs, does that track along with that investigation, those CAD notes?
That's correct.
So though you said that there was this online tip that happened in this case, is that something that would go into those CAD notes?
There could be a reference point to that in there. That's not 100% always what happens.
Okay. So now we could zoom out a little bit and go so we get detectives assigned on the 25th. Very generally speaking, obviously there's going to be lots other people that were involved along the way. But generally speaking, on the 25th, what happens? I mean, what are we doing as far as the investigation?
So we set up a incident command post. So basically what that means is we get our administration staff together inside a room and we dispatched our investigators out into the field doing open source investigations, looking at any available information that's made available to us. That information is then funneled into to the incident command post and assignments are divvied out or assigned from that point based upon the information that's learned.
So where are you then on the 25th when this information is coming in?
So I'm in the detective bureau or in their office. Lieutenant Taylor Nails is the direct supervisor of our detective division, and I was working side by side with him. My prominent role for this is really to collaborate and work on getting everybody what they need, signing off on certain assignments. But as far as the direct investigation, that's left to the detectives and Lieutenant Nails, who's overseeing that portion.
And do you know if they were tracking down bank records?
Bank records, surveillance, information was passed along from our investigators that Zachary Arash had a Mitsubishi four-door sports utility vehicle And information was gleaned from that investigation to show that we're able to obtain a license plate and utilize our flock system, which is sporadically placed throughout, the state of Wisconsin, which picks up on license plates, and we're able to somewhat identify directions of travel, locations. Outside of that, I think I mentioned, banking records, store surveillance, any other intelligence that's learned through that we're looking at and assigning out.
At some point, was there a decision made to apply for a search warrant then for the Wood Road address?
That's correct. In the latter half of June 26th, with all the information that we gathered, we felt that it was necessary for us to apply for a search warrant. We worked in direct correlation or conjunction with the district attorney's office in applying for one.
And so you said latter, really like very early morning hours of June 26th. So the end of the day of the 25th, early morning hours of the 26th, correct?
Either one.
Yeah, we were working all the way through.
They didn't have.
And then was there another residence or another property that was of interest to the sheriff's office?
Investigators learned that the Raj family had a property in Adams County, specifically 3356 9th Avenue in Springville, which is in Adams County. The Dodge County Sheriff's Office does not have jurisdiction in Adams County. So we were in direct contact with investigators in Adams County to assist us.
And once that search warrant on Wood Road that was served and executed, correct?
That's correct.
What happened with that property? Did we just search it on the 26th or something else?
So we maintained that property all the way through the 27th.
This is what he was
into the
doing.
next
I'm
day.
like, why?
That meant that we had
Like, they
sworn
were even a
staff
good-
there on site.
If that gives you
to
any
serve
indication
everything
of the.
at the residence and its property.
And then the Adams County, were there any representatives from the sheriff's office that went up to the Adams County search warrant as well?
That's
correct.
So long.
And then did the sheriff's office call in for any additional assistance for the search on Wood Road?
The state crime lab.
So why does that happen? And what is their role?
So their role is predominantly evidence collection, scene management, and their job is to assist us, be another resource for our agency to have outside of our
in Boston.
sheriff's office purview.
So on the 26th, was the sheriff's office able to locate Crystal Rush?
The 26th, no.
Was there any indication that she was, starting first with just the Wood Road address, that she was deceased on the 26th?
No.
With respect to the Adams County address, was there some indication that she might be deceased?
That's correct.
And why was that?
The Mitsubishi was located up in Adams County.
Oh, and this guy drove a Mitsubishi Eclipse.
Blood located
They
inside
haven't made an
the
Eclipse in
vehicle.
2012.
And Adams County,
2011.
was there a thorough search of that property, essentially looking for a body?
I mean, he was looking for.
So when I say thorough
Placement
search,
part
what does
for an
that
Eclipse.
mean to law enforcement?
So that would take a look at outbuildings, property grid searches, which takes a lot of personnel, manpower. So Adams County took care of that portion in conjunction with our investigator who was up there by searching the property for any signs of human remains or anything of evidence,
And when
evidentiary value, I should say.
When you say a property grid search, and just walk me through a little bit what that means.
So grid search basically is we get an overview of the property, so mapping, break it down into sections so you do not miss anything. So typically it's smaller sections to ensure that we're properly documenting, marking. A lot of times we'll use flags to determine our points of entry throughout the furthest point so that we're not missing anything. So that's typically what a grid search would entail.
And then sometimes is it just lines of people just walking the property looking for bones, a person, something like that?
Correct.
So as we get to the end of the day on the 26th, aside from the blood and the Mitsubishi, any sign of Crystal Rush?
No signs.
So then moving on to the 27th, if we can move over to the timeline on that side, please. What happens on the 27th? And then we have our calendar. What day of the week are we on now on the 27th?
June 27th would be a Thursday.
Okay. So what happens then on the Thursday, June 27th?
So the search continues on up in Adams County. We still have representation from the sheriff's office up there working with them. We are informed of 5 items that were seized from the scene up there and maintained. Going back directly to Dodge County, we undertook a very large, vast area search, really concentrating around the Wood Road property, anything adjacent to it. As you can see, we searched ditch lines, land on County Road J, County Road W, which is all, we'll say, in close proximity of the Wood Road address.
And what does that mean, search? We just have a person walking down the roadway,
Yeah,
or what does that look like?
So some of those searches, the larger areas, once again, we're doing grid searches. Some of those where you'll see along roadways, we're searching for anything in the ditch, anything that may be possibly discarded, to include anything of evidentiary value, human remains, or anything that would pique of interest to law enforcement.
Was this just the Dodge County Sheriff's Office participating in this search, or were other agencies assisting?
There were other agencies. We used under mutual aid, we brought in outside agencies due to the large volume and large scale of the search. We needed a lot of personnel, and we had to seek assistance outside of our office.
And then at some point later, does the sheriff do something else?
Yes, Sheriff Schmidt conducted a press conference. Purpose of the press conference was to get the information out to the public, to see if we can get any potential tips, leads, anything to include the whereabouts of Crystal Rush, or anything that would assist law enforcement in any sort of investigation.
The evening of the 27th, so this is now Thursday, any signs of Crystal?
No signs of Crystal Rush.
So now moving to the 29th. We can move over to that portion of the. What happens on the 29th?
So once again, you can see.
And I'm sorry, this is now Saturday, right?
June 29th is Saturday, yes. As you can see, a lot of searching again, areas, once again, that we were unable to cover. The first day, there's 2 retention ponds or wastewater treatment. The wastewater treatment plant for the town of Kleiman was searched, along with ditches, roadways. Once again, we're searching for anything of evidentiary value.
The other trial.
And the pond searches, did we have to call in for other agency assist for those searches?
Yes.
And is there a specific kind of team that assists us with that?
Typically, we call in, a dive team to search. The Dodge County Sheriff's Office does not have a dive team.
And when you say a dive team, do those people have some type of specialty training?
Yes, they're underwater dive certified, where they're able to go. They also are trained on evidence retention, evidence recovery, proper techniques on how to maintain evidence.
Now moving to, so Saturday, the 29th, we're still searching up in Adams County at this time too, correct?
That's correct.
On Saturday, the 29th, any evidence of Crystal Rush.
There is no evidence.
So now moving to Sunday, June 30th. What happens that date?
Once again, continue to search. The search then moved back to the N3251 Wood Road, which is the Rosh residence. In particular, a fire pit area, which was of particular interest.
And then on the 30th, so now we're basically 1 week after that initial call came in, correct?
That's correct.
And what happens on the 30th?
On the 30th, our investigators located skeletal remains in the fire pit. That was the first sign of anything of evidentiary value of significance in reference to skeletal remains.
And when you say skeletal remains, like a whole skeleton or something else?
Tooth and bones.
Was that it? Did we then say, okay, we found this tooth and bone, or do we keep searching?
We keep searching.
And so when do we do essentially our final two searches?
So the span between June and October, you can see there's some significant time span there. Took a lot of information to go through, gather. Our investigators worked tirelessly throughout trying to put the pieces together of what occurred with all the information that was gathered, which led us back to the Wood Road property in October.
And then what do we find in October?
So in October, back at the Wood Road address, we did find skeletal remains, red tooth, the Peturius pyramid, and the mandibula.
I don't have any other questions for this witness.
Cross. Just a few questions. Captain Bake, it's Captain, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You were present at the time that the search warrant was executed the first time on approximately 12:53 a.m. on June 26th, 2024?
That's correct.
Okay. And so you were present when Mr. Roush was taken into custody?
That's correct.
And you were involved in placing him under arrest?
I was.
And at that time, when he was placed under arrest, you would agree that he was cooperative with you?
I would agree.
He didn't try to run from the police on that occasion?
He did not try to run.
And he didn't try to fight you?
No.
And from that moment forward, he was taken into custody pending this investigation?
That's correct.
No other questions?
Redirect.
Nothing, thank you.
All right, you can step down. Next, actually, this would be a good time. We'll take 15 minutes. On the record.
Oh, we're finally caught up with this trial.
They just went to grab a file.
And where do you reside?
I reside in Juneau, Wisconsin.
And how long have you lived in Juneau, Wisconsin?
Juneau, we've been here for 15 years. Prior to that, we lived in Reeseville for 18 years.
How long have you lived in Dodge County?
Probably close to 40 years.
At some point while you resided in Dodge County, did you meet Crystal? At that time would have been Crystal Free, correct?
Yes, I did.
And when did you meet Crystal?
That would be in 1992.
Okay, and I'm going to show you Exhibit 3. tell me what Exhibit 3 is?
It's a picture of Crystal.
And is that a picture of Crystal shortly before she disappeared?
Yes.
And I move Exhibit 3 into evidence and permission to publish it to the jury.
No objection, Your Honor.
Received.
So you said you met Crystal back in 1992. So how old was she then?
She was 5 years old.
And how did you come to meet Crystal?
She moved into the mobile home park in Reeseville, next door to friends, a friend that I had, and I met her father, and we became friends and started dating, and we married in 1997, and we are still together.
And what is her father's name?
Her father's name is Dale Free, Dalefree.
And does she have any siblings?
Yes, she has a sister, April Lacoste, and a brother, Christopher Free.
And do you know how to spell April's last name?
Lacosse.
And are April and Chris local, or do they live somewhere else?
No, they live up in Michigan.
Okay.
April lives in Rapid River, Michigan, and Christopher lives in Escanaba.
So in 1997, after you got married, did Crystal reside with you and Dale full-time or something else?
Yes, there was a 1 year period of time. I don't remember exactly what year, but after we were married, where she went to live with her mother in Texas, but then she came back home and she stayed with us from that point on.
So what is your relationship to Crystal?
I was her stepmom. I was mom.
So basically, was Crystal a lifelong resident of Dodge County?
Yes.
And where did Crystal go to school?
Crystal went to school at Dodgeland.
Okay, and do you know if she graduated from Dodgeland?
She did graduate from Dodgeland. It was a bit challenging for her. Crystal had some learning disabilities, which made classes challenging for her, but she persevered and graduated with her class, I believe, in 2006.
And did Crystal ever hold a full-time job?
No.
So how did Crystal support herself?
Well, we supported Crystal until she moved out of the house, and then she had applied for Social Security, I believe.
Okay, so at some point, did Crystal get married to someone?
She married Zach.
And what is Zach's last name?
Rosh.
And Mr. Rosh, is he in the courtroom?
Yes, he is, in the white shirt.
And you pointed in the direction just of the council table. You said white shirt. Nose.
Correct, the white shirt with the tie, bald man.
Thank you. And do you know, maybe not the exact year, but approximately how long ago they got married?
I believe it was around 2016. I actually wasn't very happy about the arrangement.
So I want to go back to Crystal's, so she received Social Security at some point, correct?
Correct.
And was she living independently? Did she have a budget?
Yes, Crystal was very frugal when it came to her money. Her bills were paid, and she squirreled money away like a squirrel. I mean, she just saved every penny. She was a very frequent Goodwill, thrift store, garage sale shopper. She often got food from the food pantry to subsidize her needs.
Did she have a driver's license?
Yes, she did. And a vehicle, and she owned a car.
Okay. And where in 2024, where was Crystal residing?
In Kleiman, Wisconsin.
In the village or township or?
In the town, in town.
Do you know what street she lived on?
I can't remember the
That's
names. I'm sorry.
So
I think it was just Main Street.
Okay.
I believe it was just Main
Yep.
Street.
prior to getting married to Zach, did you see Crystal regularly?
Periodically, we saw Crystal. She entered that I am 18 and you can't tell me what to do stage. So we still had contact with her, but she was hell-bent to show us she could take care of herself in the same premise. So we always had contact with Crystal, but it wasn't necessarily daily.
And how, at some point, did her and Zach have children?
Yes, they did.
And how many children did her and Zach have together?
She and Zach had 4 children.
And then did she have any other children?
Yes, she had 1 child prior to meeting Zach.
So prior to around 26,
Yes.
16.
Yeah.
And then at some point prior to 2024, have you been seeing Crystal less?
We did go through a period of time where we were basically estranged. A series of incidents occurred that we didn't necessarily agree with Crystal's choices on, and some incidents started occurring at our home that we were correlating with these other incidents. And so we told Crystal that until she got her priorities straight, that we needed to maybe take a step back.
So sometime in late 2023, did you
Yes.
sort of reunite with Crystal?
Yes, we reunited as a family in November of 2023. And Crystal came for Christmas along with her siblings and aunts and uncles and grandparents. And I have a large gathering for Christmas every year, and Crystal was there.
Did you learn anything about the state of her marriage during that Christmas gathering?
Yes, that she had filed for divorce from Zach, and she was excited to move on with her life without him in it.
And where was she residing then at the end of 2023?
In 2023, she was residing at her home in Kleiman.
Previous to that, was that the marital home?
Yes.
Did at some point did you become aware that she was planning on moving out of that house?
Yes, we discussed that with her. Again, with Crystal's learning disabilities, sometimes she didn't quite understand things. So she was under the impression that she would get to keep her home after the divorce. And we had to talk with her, and we actually, explained to her how Wisconsin divorce law is, and that the house would have to be sold, or she would have to pay Zach out for the home if she wanted to keep it. And then we also instructed her to talk with her lawyer about that, so he could, help her understand that this is what was going to happen and what would happen.
And then did you help her navigate finding some other housing situation?
I helped her in that I told her, because of her disabilities and that she should go to Dodge County and that there were people there that could help her find subsidized housing or something to that effect, some disabled housing. And she did that.
And was it your understanding that she was going to move into subsidized housing?
Yes, she actually went and saw them and filled out all of her paperwork, and they had her set up to move into an apartment,
Still not
in
back.
a subsidized apartment in Lowell, Wisconsin.
And do you know what date she was scheduled to move into that property?
July 1st, 2024.
And were you and her father, Dale, helping her at all to move her belongings?
Yes, we were. She actually procured a storage locker at the Moose Lockers at 26 and 33. When they legally separated, Zachariah was ordered to remove his property from the home, and he never did. So she had concerns because all of his things were there. And so we told her if it would make it easier for her, she should procure this locker, move just her belongings into that locker and leave everything of Zach's in the house. And then we would move her then from the storage locker to her new apartment.
With respect to the house, did you ever do anything with her to help her understand sort of the ownership and who is on the title of the house?
Yes, towards the end of, beginning of May, I believe it was, and end of March, beginning of May, Mary Rosh hired an attorney in an attempt to throw Crystal out of the house, claiming that she was the owner of the home.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike, lacking foundation.
So
relevance.
I'll rephrase the question.
Okay.
Motion's granted, it's stricken.
And I'll ask a
Still
more
not
direct
back.
question. Did you take Crystal to a title company to help?
Yes.
And was Crystal the only person on the title for the home?
Yes,
Was there a co-signer on the loan for the home?
there was a co-signer on the loan,
And who was that person?
Mary Rosh, Mary and Scott Rosh.
So now moving forward to June, so that, and I'm sorry, you went to that title
Would have been in May.
of 2024, correct?
Yes.
And this is before or after she learned about the low income housing?
Right about the same time. It would be like a week or so prior. It all was kind of.
Okay, hold on.
First,
You're back.
we proved to her that
Ah! They're back. They're back. They're back.
There's none of any of our business, so I didn't share it all. But I'm gonna ask you to continue working. If there's anything we can do to make you more comfortable, snacks, drinks, just let the bailiffs know. And I'm gonna ask you to continue your deliberations, and we'll be here if you need us. All right?
Wait, what did they say?
I ask you all to do is just, and I've shared as much as I could with the lawyers. What you folks do back there is none of any of our business, so I didn't share it all. But I'm gonna ask you to continue working. If there's anything we can do to make you more comfortable, snacks, drinks, just let the bailiffs know. And I'm gonna ask you to continue your deliberations, and we'll be here if you need us. All right?
Oh no. They can't.
Any assessment from the state?
No, sir.
Sam? No. All right, we'll be at ease again until further notice.
Oh, boy. Okay, so update. The Chow trial,
And then we worked on.
They are
that the house
deadlocked
would
right
have to be
now, but
sold.
he's told them to
And
go back
Instructed her to speak to her attorney, and then she went.
and
And
keep
after she
deliberating.
spoke to her attorney and, just double check that what we were telling her were facts. Then she came and talked to us about finding housing, and we sent her to, told her to go and see Dodge County so they could help her find the subsidized housing she would need.
Are you aware of any steps that had been taken to put the Kleiman Main Street home on the market to be sold?
It was not yet listed on the market, but she knew that it would have to be, but she was going to move out of the home first.
Okay. And at the time that this was happening, was there anybody else residing in the home with her?
Yes, her natural mother, Brenda Acosta.
Do you know how to spell her last name?
Acosta.
Okay. So now I want to sort of fast forward to June of 2024, and I'm going to show you if we can exhibit 1. I'm not sure did I leave it up there with? I just have 2.
This is not good if the jury is, if they end up being deadlocked, because the judge may have to grant him bond. I mean, he can't just sit in jail. He's been in jail for 3 years.
It's up on the screen too, but there's a.
I don't know if they're
paper
going
copy
to, if
for
he's going
you.
to keep denying him bond.
So in June of 2024, did you see Crystal at all?
Yes, I did.
And when did you see, when was the last time you saw her about, if you can remember?
On Thursday, June 6th.
Okay.
I'm sure that
And,
will ask him to be really.
What was the nature of your interaction? Why did you see her that day, if you can remember?
She came to the house. She just stopped in, which she was doing quite often during that time. She would stop to pick up boxes from us, or, if she had any questions, or she would just stop in and let us know what was going on in her world. She was in the process of packing, and she had talked with us about perhaps going up to visit her sister and brother up in Michigan. And we just we didn't want to tell Crystal what to do, so we just had a conversation of, do you think you have time to do all these different things? Because she had spoke about camping. She had talked about going up to visit April, packing that she had to finish. And we just found with working with her and talking with her that it was easier to let her make her own choice, and just said, do you think you have enough time to get all those things done? And she thought for a second, and she said, well, yeah, I probably don't have time to go and see April, because when she would go up there, she could stay longer. She didn't have, if she thought she was going for 2 days, she could stay for 5.
Got it.
And I just didn't want her to run short of time to finish her packing and stuff.
What was her demeanor like?
She was so happy. Dale and I actually talked after she left, because prior to that, from Christmas, Until that day, she was scared. She was concerned. She was, her demeanor was just she was very anxious. She was always looking over her shoulder and jumpy. And
But on June,
that particular day, she came and she was just excited. She was excited for the divorce. She was excited for the move. She was excited to start her life over again and be the one who's in control of her life. And it made us happy. It made us very happy to see her like that because she had been distraught for so long before that.
and so after June 6th, did you and Dale go somewhere?
We left for our property on June 14th. We did talk with Crystal when she was there. Part of the reason she stopped was to ask if we would be home for Father's Day so that she could come and bring Dad his stuff. And we told her that we were leaving on Friday the 14th and we would be gone until the 23rd. But as always, we have our phones. If you need to reach us, just call. And, you know, we could be outside, but I would come in the house and check my phone several times if I was outside doing other things.
So between the 6th and the 14th, you had no contact with her, right?
No.
And was that necessarily unusual?
No. And especially given the laundry list of things that she wanted to get done with, you know, she was talking, spoke about going camping with a friend the weekend of the 8th.
Okay. So then did you return from your trip to your property on the 23rd?
We returned from there on the 23rd, yes.
And without going too much into what other people said, when you returned on the 23rd, did you have concern about Crystal's whereabouts?
Well, actually, we got a phone call from Crystal's sister, April, on the 20th.
Okay.
Asking if we had spoken with her. And I said that no, we had not, but I explained all the things to April that Crystal, you know, had on her plate so that we weren't overly concerned because, again, we didn't speak every day. It may be a couple days a week in between. It depends on what she had cooking. And April made a comment that she hadn't talked to Crystal since the 11th, and that a friend hadn't talked to her. She said her friend from Waupun. I did not know who this person was. And so I just instructed her to keep trying to get a hold of her and that we would try and get a hold of her. And we would be returning on the 23rd. We had our father-in-law along with us on that trip. So we dropped him off in Watertown, where he resides. And then we came back into Kleiman and stopped at her house. I stayed in the car. I do not have a great relationship with Brenda, and it just keeps it easier if I just stay out. So Dale went in the house and spoke with Brenda, and she told him.
Objection here.
No, sorry. And he went in the house and spoke with her. Then he came outside of the house and looked into the garage. And Crystal's vehicle was in the garage. And then he got in the car and he told me what Brenda had told him. And we went home to Juneau. When we got home, I called April and I said, have you got a hold of her yet? And she said no. And again, she repeated that, you know, not even her friend from Waupun has talked to her. And I just asked, who is this friend? I don't know who you're talking about. And then she said, Robin. And as soon as she said that name, my heart fell into my stomach because I knew something was wrong. Because I knew she talked to Robin every day, every day.
And so what did you do next then?
So I hung up on April. I'm like, I gotta go. I gotta call the police. Something is very, very wrong. And I called 911 and I spoke to the gal who answered the phone and I explained the situation and hung up with her. And shortly thereafter, I got a phone call from an officer and I explained the situation to him and gave him, you know, the information of people and such. And he went to do his investigation and he called later on that night and said that he didn't feel he could put her down as a missing person due to statements that were made by Brenda and by Zach Rosh. And I pretty much flipped out on the officer because there were just many reasons. There were many instances of things to cause me concern. And I impressed on him that I needed him to do his due diligence and check records and things. And because I couldn't accept that he couldn't even put her down as a missing person. And then the phone call ended with him. And I pretty much had most of a sleepless night. And early in the morning, I believe somewhere around 7 a.m., I received a phone call from him again, saying that he had done his due diligence and that the things that he discovered were basically above his pay grade, and that everything he had spoken to his sergeant, he called his sergeant, he told me at like 4 a.m, and they decided to turn it all over to the detectives, and that a detective would be contacting us after that point.
Okay. And then detectives did contact you.
Yes, and then
correct?
detectives contacted us later that morning.
You know, it's shocking that after all of these years, even Adam Walsh, that they have not changed the missing persons status, the way they do it. And even like Tracy Thurman
I don't have anything else for direct.
in the 80s, they haven't changed how domestic violence cases are handled. Like things just haven't seemed to progress over the years like they should have, like it seems like it should have. It's just wild to me. Like the urgent.
Good afternoon, ma'am. In June of 2024, Crystal was living with her mother, Brenda Acosta.
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned on direct that you didn't necessarily see eye to eye with Miss Acosta.
No, I did not. And these things actually go back to way back in the very beginning. Brenda Acosta moved away from the children, and prior to that occurring, there were just a lot of instances of things that occurred with the kids and their care or lack of care, etc., when they were in her custody, etc., that we just didn't see eye to eye on things.
But simply put, you didn't see eye to eye.
Yeah, we didn't see eye to eye.
Okay, and you weren't particularly happy about her coming into Crystal's life.
No, I wouldn't say I wasn't happy about it. I actually didn't know about it until, you know, she had been there for, well, I can't say that either.
Be more specific.
She's like,
Brenda
I can't
Acosta
say anything.
moved to Wisconsin.
Yeah,
in like,
she came for a visit and never left.
I know. Let me just finish my question.
I'm sorry.
And I guess you kind of answered it. She just came unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
All right.
That's my understanding.
And this is Brenda's biological mother? Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Crystal's biological mother, yes.
Okay. And was that difficult for Crystal to handle, to navigate that situation with?
Yes.
And there was also, so she was living with her for like 3 years, is that correct?
Somewhere in that time frame, I believe.
All right. And I mean, at some point, Crystal tried to lock her mother out of her home on Main Street.
Yes.
And Crystal was informed that, I think by you maybe, or your husband, that she needed to go through the eviction process.
Correct.
All right. So at least there was some, and that tension was existing in June of 2024 between her and her mother.
Yeah, well, yes, there was tension between the two of them, yes.
So that was a stressor on Crystal.
A slight stressor.
Okay. You were aware, obviously, that Crystal's 4 children that she has with Zachariah Rosh were in foster care.
Correct.
And they were in foster care for 5 years.
Correct.
Did you have an opportunity to engage and interact with those children over those 5 years?
Not me personally, because I am the step. So the court, or however it works, didn't acknowledge me. Dale was able to interact with the children.
And from your understanding, those 4 children, they were thriving and doing well in foster care.
Yes.
Then in July of 2024, there was essentially was going to be a hearing to determine the future of those of their 4 children.
I was not aware of that hearing until everything else.
So that's something that Crystal didn't talk to you about?
No.
Is it fair to say that it was distressing for her to be away from her children?
No. Yeah, yes and no. I mean, of course, she wanted to be physically with her children at all times, but she had access to her children via phone, she could call her kids, she could see her kids, she had regular visitation with her kids.
Okay, but the bulk of the raising of her children was by a different family, right?
Correct.
All right. Did you know that Crystal made plans and actually went to Milwaukee to consult with an attorney with regards to the child custody?
I'm going to object based on relevance and her ability to answer that question.
I'm asking if she was aware.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I was not aware of that, no.
You mentioned that Crystal told you that she was going camping with a friend.
Yes.
And that was on June 6th.
Correct.
Okay. Did you ask her what that friend's name was?
No, I did not. I just assumed it was Robin.
Okay. So she didn't mention that it was Zach Rosh?
No.
And I guess by using the term friend, you didn't think it would be Zach Rosh, it would be someone.
Honestly, Zach Rosh is the last person I thought Crystal would be spending time with.
But you've learned through the course of this case that she had in fact spent time with Zach Rosh.
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that Crystal had taken courses to get her CCW?
No.
Okay, and I mean by that is concealed carry weapons?
No.
Has she ever talked to you about weapons?
So I'm going to object to this. I do not believe that there's any evidence that she actually partook in those classes.
Overruled.
I'm asking just if you're aware.
I'm not aware of her taking any class.
You can hear them talking. You can't. Yo. Y'all need to be. Shush it. Shush it.
Let me approach you. Mark.
If you could hush, y'all need to not talk so loudly at the attorney table there, or turn your microphones off or something.
I'm going to approach and hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 4. Sure. Have you seen that document before?
No.
Okay. Thank you. One moment, Your Honor. Thank you. Nothing further.
Ma'am, are you a gun owner?
Yes, I am.
And is your husband Dale a gun owner?
Correct.
And did you try to teach your children about firearms?
Yes, we taught our children firearm safety, etc. We offered to teach them to hunt, to join the family, because we are hunters.
Did Crystal ever want to go shooting with the family?
No.
And why not?
Crystal was terrified of guns from the time she was small. When we would go to the range, you know, you take your kids along, they go stand over there and sit down and behave themselves. But when we were out on our property and with targets set up and such, as soon as a shot would ring out, she would grab her ears and drop, you know,
They should have
cower and
ear
start to
protection
cry.
on.
She was not a weapon person.
Did you ever see her handle a firearm as an adult?
Never.
Did you ever hear her talk about firearms as an adult?
I spoke with her about firearms in probably, I want to say it would be in April or May at the latest, early May. Again, with her fears that she was dealing with at that particular time. We were trying to see if what we could do to make her feel more comfortable. So we offered to take her to purchase a firearm. We offered to take her to the range, you know, whatever we needed to do. And she unequivocally said no, that she's afraid of guns and she didn't want anything to do with them. And then we moved on and discussed some other ways of protecting herself, and ended on pepper spray was something that she would be comfortable with.
I have nothing further.
One moment, Your Honor.
And folks, while he's doing that, just one thing. You heard an objection was made. You heard that I struck the testimony. And what I want you to be clear about is that when I tell you that testimony is stricken, you need to just simply erase it from your mind. As if it's
Just forget they ever said anything.
That's what that means for your own information, okay?
If I may approach again, Your Honor, for Exhibit 4. Handing you again Exhibit number 4. Sure. Here where it says name, you recognize that as Crystal Rosh's handwriting, correct?
Yes, that looks like Crystal's writing.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
All right, you can sit down.
Thank you.
Next witness.
State calls Heather Doherty.
All right, ma'am, come on up, come right around the court reporter to my right, your left. Please be careful. There's a ramp that leads up to the witness stand. When we get to the top, I want you to stand and raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Yes.
You may be seated. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Heather Doherty, HeaTherDoherty.
And were you a foster parent for Crystal and Zachary Rash's children?
Yes.
And how long have you done that?
November 6, 2019.
Now, because of your role with the children as a foster parent, did you have regular contact with Crystal Rash?
Yes.
And were you also able to have some level of contact or familiarity with Zachary Rash as well?
A little bit.
Would you say to a lesser degree than you had with Crystal?
Absolutely.
Were you aware that there were termination of parental rights proceedings involving both Crystal and Zach?
Yes.
And were those proceedings separate from each other?
Yes.
Hey, Jenny Peach.
Now, during the time that you knew Crystal, can you describe from your perspective what her relationship with her children was like?
Crystal was amazing with her children. She was lower functioning, so she needed extra guidance and support along the way. But she loved her children very much.
And did you have all four of Crystal's children that she had with Zach?
Yes.
Now, specifically during the time of around May and into June of 2024, was Crystal continuing to maintain contact with her children?
Yes.
And in what ways? In what ways did she do that?
Regular phone calls, and she had visits every Monday.
And for the most part, was Crystal continuing to maintain those visits?
Yes.
And you said that the visits were regular, as in every week?
Yes.
Did there come a pattern?
This is another.
The visits were set for a certain day of the week?
I'm sorry.
Did there develop a pattern where the visitation was?
This is a case out of Wisconsin that just started today.
They're every Monday. Is that what you're asking?
Okay.
Yes.
And what was the process?
A missing mother
concerning
turned
those
into
Monday
a.
visits?
They were supervised visits at the county building. So Crystal had to check in with the supervisor.
Murder.
On Friday.
And he burned her
to
body.
verify that there was going to be a visit the following Monday.
He's trying to say that she killed herself, and he basically freaked out and burned her body to hide it because he thought he would get blamed for it.
In those weeks in May and into June.
So he's.
You mentioned there was an active termination.
And he just pretended to be her.
But was Crystal continuing to
hide the fact that she had killed herself?
Maintaining contact with her kids, from your perspective?
It makes no sense.
Crystal believed that she was hoping that once Zach's rights were terminated, she would get the kids back. And she was making plans on, if that didn't happen, what our relationship would look like and what her relationship would look like with the children after adoption.
So to your knowledge, was Crystal aware that adoption was a possibility?
Absolutely.
And that it would be possible that you specifically would adopt the children?
Yes.
And was it your understanding that even if you were to adopt the children, could that be described as what's referred to as like an open adoption?
I'm not sure if it would be considered open adoption, but I made it very clear to Crystal that I knew the importance of their relationship, and as long as it remained healthy and safe, that she would be able to continue to be a part of their lives.
Had anything from your knowledge happened in early June or in May of 2024 that would have?
I don't know what he had to gain from doing it, because it's not like she had money or status or anything. It just, they didn't even have custody of their kids. It's just like he had nothing to get out of this situation.
Disappearing? Is that what you're?
No. So was there anything in your in working with Crystal and through that process, was there anything to indicate prior to Crystal disappearing that contact that she had with her children, those regular visits, anything that happened that would indicate that was going to end?
No.
What was your perspective on Crystal's attitude at this time?
She was optimistic. She was hoping that she convinced everyone that she left Zach for good, and that she checked all of the boxes that the state required her to do. And so, yeah, she was optimistic. She knew that she was still going to be able to maintain a relationship with her children either way.
Was part of doing those things that she needed to do securing a living arrangement, or like living a place to live?
Yes.
To your knowledge, was she working towards getting her own apartment?
Yes.
So apparently she was a high functioning
June of 2024. Generally speaking,
person, but she didn't have custody of her kids.
Crystal communicate.
She was married to a piece of trash
I would say 2 to 3 times a week.
that she was trying to leave.
And sometimes that was a 2-minute conversation, and sometimes that was a 20-message text thread.
And so that contact was primarily through phone or texting?
Yes. And then, yeah, phone and texting.
So I want to direct your attention to June 10th of 2024. Was that the day before you were scheduled to have a visit?
No, June 10th, she was supposed to have a visit.
And did you receive a communication concerning that visit on that day?
Yes.
And what was the general nature of that message?
Crystal had texted me saying that she had strep throat and that she did not want to get the kids sick and that she would be canceling the visit.
I know it doesn't make sense, but he's saying that
it was supposed to have occurred
she
on June 10th.
Yes.
shot herself.
What did you do after receiving that message?
I said, okay, I hope you feel better. And then I sent her a couple pictures of her son's kindergarten.
He's not denying that she's gone. He's not denying that he did all the after stuff. He's just saying that he didn't actually do it to her.
No, which is very unlike her. Usually when I send a picture of her kid, she follows back with a thank you and 5 or 6 text messages asking about more details about her kid and what they were doing and when it was and if they had fun. And so it was very odd that she did not respond after that.
And after that June 10th, after that June 10th text, did you ever receive any message or contact from Crystal?
No, I did not.
Oh, dang. She's looking like right at him.
Now, around that same time, did you learn that Zach Rash decided to voluntarily terminate his parental rights?
Yes.
Ooh.
Was that a surprise to you?
Objection, relevance.
You may answer.
Yes.
Before that, had there been any indication that Zach intended to voluntarily terminate his parental rights?
No.
Ooh. She's looking him. So she's the foster parent that had all 4 of their children she was taking care of. Oh, dang. She is like... And Crystal, the now deceased woman, was still being able to see her children once a week. But she probably was likely not going to get custody of her kids back. This woman was probably going to end up adopting them.
So from your perspective, before communication stopped in June, was Crystal still engaged in maintaining a relationship with her children?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
But she was maintaining a relationship with her kids.
Cross. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. You mentioned that Crystal Rosh had supervised visits with her children at the county building.
Yes.
Did she ever have unsupervised visits with her children?
No.
And this is for the entire 5 years that you've been a foster parent to her children? She's never had an unsupervised visit?
No, I think they came to a concert one time and there wasn't anyone there to supervise, but I was there.
And you mentioned that you sent pictures of her son's kindergarten graduation.
Yes.
Is that something that she could have attended?
Yes.
Okay. And I mean, to your knowledge, based on the ongoing legal issues with her children, there was nothing preventing her from going to her child's kindergarten graduation, was there?
Transportation.
Okay, like I say, there's nothing legally preventing her.
No.
Okay. You're aware Crystal had a vehicle, correct?
It depended on how often it was working.
She is like mean mugging old buddy though.
And so you've, it's been 5 years and the children are, is it Bryson? The names of the children, Bryson, is that one of the names?
Are you allowed to name the kids? Objection.
Yes.
Okay. And he's been doing well in foster care with you. Is that right?
He's adopted.
Okay. Fully adopted?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time in June 2024, he was doing well at that time.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to refer to all this, how the children were doing in June of 2024. Because Crystal had an upcoming hearing in July of 2024, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, you and your husband had taught him to ride a bicycle without training wheels?
Yes.
Okay, and that he's got a
She is like
relationship with your
not
husband as
playing.
well, right?
Yes.
He likes working in the garage with him?
Yes.
And you have a close bond with him.
Yes.
So at the time in June 2024, things are going very well with you and Bryson and your husband, correct?
Yes.
And obviously at the upcoming hearing in July, that's something the judge would consider is how well the children are adapting to foster care, correct?
Correct.
She's like, what are you getting at?
And then there's another child. I'll just give the year of birth is 2013. And would it fair to say that she continues to love to be the center of attention?
Yes.
Okay, and she was taking clarinet lessons in the summer?
Yes.
And she expressed to you that she would like to be adopted by you and Tyler.
If that was her only choice, yes.
No, I'm just, is that a fair statement?
No.
So at a home visit in March of 2024, you disagree with the statement JoJo expressed to the CCR worker that she would like to be adopted by Heather and Tyler. Is that a correct statement?
JoJo would like to stay with us, but her mother is her mother.
I understand.
She doesn't know at that age what her options are and what her options are not.
Okay, but it's fair to say that things are going well with JoJo and you and Tyler in June of 2024.
It is fair to say that things are going great with my entire family, correct?
Okay, and again, these are things that the judge would consider at that permanency hearing in July.
Correct.
And this was the same for the other two children as well.
Correct.
Is that they were adapting well to living with you and your foster care with you and your husband, correct?
Correct.
Well, she is like mean mugging. Woo!
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Oh, damn. You better get this chick. Get her down. No, no more.
Questions? Just a few more.
Oh my gosh.
So the judge would also consider at any further hearing what Crystal was doing, correct?
Correct.
And Crystal was continuing to make efforts and work towards reunification with her children, correct?
Correct.
And during this time, did you ever observe anything from Crystal that indicated that she was going to give up on making those efforts?
Absolutely not.
I have nothing.
Recross.
What was part of Crystal's reunification plan to not be with Mr. Rosh?
That was part of it, yeah, but he
Okay.
made that difficult.
Yeah, in June, the middle of June, she was with him, right?
Yes.
Did she tell you that?
No. You can tell
Okay.
when she's with them and when she wasn't. Her demeanor changed.
Thank you, nothing further.
All right, you can step down.
Jeez. Oh my gosh. Talk about if looks
Assuming
good
that's all the
kill.
witnesses the state has for today, is that correct?
Yes, that is all the witnesses for today, and I can let the jury know that at least for today, we are ahead of schedule.
All right. ladies and gentlemen, here's the situation.
Dang.
Good news, you're off before 4:20 today. There's a couple things you should be aware of. First of all, you should understand that this is being streamed live, and I'm telling you this for a very important reason.
Yeah, she wasn't
Family
messing
may
around.
try and contact you regarding that. You should not. I'm telling it to you because I don't want you to act like you're surprised by that. If you look in the back, you can see there's a camera in the back of the courtroom, and that's court TV that is filming this live. So I want you to be aware of that, and I wanted you to be aware of it because if somebody contacts you, that you should not discuss what's going on here, and you should not in any way talk with anybody about this. And if someone tells you that, your response normally, right? We all are, here's our normal response, right? You immediately, somebody says something to you and, you Google it, or you try and search it out using one of the various social media apps. Don't do that. You are not to do that. Remember, I told you earlier.
The only
you are
reason
not
I
to
can
seek
guess that he
information about this trial.
took her life is
And,
because he had to choose between him or her kids, and the condition for her to continue contact with her kids was she had to leave him for sure. And she was definitely divorcing him, and she couldn't have contact with him.
Her boyfriend says,
It's
"Where
the
were you?"
only
Obviously, you're in
thing
court
I
today.
can,
Obviously, you're in the middle of a trial. Obviously, you got selected for jury duty
because
but
she
that's
didn't
the
have any
the discussion.
money. She never worked.
You're coming back tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. So
I don't.
You can obviously.
And
tell them you're
he
aware
was
of
searching
this, but
on
that's
his
the
phone,
end of
like
discussion. And please be respectful.
weird stuff,
Don't
like
look at
and
anything
you know,
about this trial on any
would one
media, radio, television.
one shot
So
take you out.
That's
Then he was searching what kind of cleaning
that's the
stuff
rule
would
for today.
clean up the
Now,
mess.
tell me about
And then
you folks tomorrow. Can we start at 8:30? Is that doable? Is there
what cops can do
kids are
to you.
still in school? But anybody have kids they have to drop off? Any concern about getting here at 8:30? No. All right. Everybody's nodding. No, there is no concerns. And for your own edification, the order of the court for this trial specifically says that, your image will not be displayed. Period. And that's why you noted that they were not filming during jury selection.
Oh, that's why this trial started late this afternoon, because
be aware of that, but
they must have been doing jury selection.
Please don't do anything with that. So
Yeah, well, I mean,
8:30.
Corey Richens, at least her husband had money. I mean, this guy has no, this chick, she has no, like there was no money to be had. There was nothing for it's just crazy. I mean, he was driving a Mitsubishi Eclipse. They haven't made a Mitsubishi Eclipse. The last one was 2012. Like, what the hell? I mean, these people are from Wisconsin. They don't have, it's not like they're coming from like, I mean, this is like the Josie, the hoodie wearing people. Okay. We're talking about this level. So going back to Chow, so the Chow trial, so the is deadlocked in this Chow trial, and it is because and the judge told them to go back and keep thinking, keep deliberating, because they can't be, it's just their first day, first few hours. But the reason is because they have to decide between murder, guilty or not guilty. Nothing else. They have no lesser charges to choose from, no reckless homicide, no manslaughter, no nothing. It's just guilty of murder, which is with malice and forethought, or not guilty of murder. And basically, Chow did not go out there, and as much as we all hate that a 14-year-old boy lost his life for no reason, as much as everyone wants to use our heart and feelings and say how horrible and how stupid it was for the entire Chow family to chase this 14-year-old boy because they stupidly thought that he stole a bottle of water, because they thought that he had a bottle of water in his pocket, and they chased him across the street like a freaking animal. Unfortunately, it's not against the law to chase someone out of your business under the assumption that they stole something. Unfortunately, that is not a thing. And yeah, so that's not a thing. So they cannot find him guilty because he did not purposefully, with malice and anger and yeah, he didn't do it. He didn't go out there and specifically say, I'm gonna take out a 14-year-old, and specifically this 14-year-old today, I'm going to take his life and pow him in the back. That's what I'm going to do. Just because I want to. That's not what he did. Unfortunately, under the law, that's what the jury is having an issue with. That's why they can't, because they want to find Chow guilty. I think that's what they're battling with, is they're battling with the moral of lost his life for no freaking reason. Exactly. You don't want this man. You want him to pay the price. At the end of the day, you want, because it was the dumbest thing in the whole world to chase this kid. The whole freaking family chased this kid out of the store and left the business unattended. Over what? Because they thought this kid stole a bottle of water, and then into a whole entire thing, the It's my internet. I'm sorry. Why, oh, why, oh, why? Why, oh, why? Oh, man. Is it back? Is it? Work? Oh, gosh. I'm like super frustrated. I need it to work. Why is this happening? Is it working now? Ah. Why is this happening? It's because my stupid internet, ever since I moved here, my internet is not what it used to be. This is not good. Well, at least this is the it's happened. Sorta. Yeah. Oh. No, you didn't, Jenny Peach. People just get my stupid internet. What are you doing? How have you been doing? If you can even hear me. What the heck? Oh, I think. Ay, 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 ay. Oh man, this is. Did you move out to the boondocks like I did? Because I did not have these problems at my other house. At this house, I have had nothing but problems. It's just crazy. My Wi-Fi has just been such a pain in the butt. Come on. Come on. Oh, so I don't know if you know, but the Austin Metcalf, Carmelo Anthony trial started today. Let me check on that actually, because they were doing jury selection today. I don't know if they finished jury selection or not, but it's not televised. But that's happening here in Texas. Yes, I know. Oh. And I guess they're trying to retry the kid in the party stabbing that we watched. Boo boo. I'm trying to boo boo. Okay. Oh, can you not hear me? So the oh, my dog is trying to get all my attention. He won't let me touch my mouse on my computer. The Carmelo Anthony trial here in Texas, that is the track meet stabbing that happened here last year, where the kids were at a track meet and one of the kids told the other kid, like, get out from underneath our tent or something like that. And the kid, Carmelo Anthony, was like, make me. And then so that trial started today, but they won't televise it because it is a hugely racially wildly, it's very bad here. So the jury selection started today. I don't know what's going on, so I've been trying to see if there's any updates on it, but that started today. Then the also the Raul Valle trial, where the kids were at the party. I covered that trial too. They're trying to take him back to trial, apparently. That's where there was a bunch of kids at a party up north. It was a prep school. I call it a prep school trial, where the kids were all met up at a party. And it was a self-defense trial. It was Raul Valle, who was acquitted of murder and assault charges stemming from a deadly high school party stabbing that left a lacrosse player, James McGrath, dead. He appeared in court today as his attorney has been pushing to have the remaining charges dismissed against him. The defense attorney argued that the court lacks jurisdiction to retry this case because the jury has already ruled on the most serious charges. So they're trying to get the other charges dismissed against him. So we'll see what happens. This is a case where all the kids showed up to a party. It turned into a brawl. And then this kid ended up pulling out. I mean, he brought a knife to a fight and then he ended up slashing like 3 kids and one of them died. But did you follow that one too? So that was wild. But when I watched that trial on the stand, those kids on the stand, Jenny, they were going to private school. Those kids sounded retarded. They were on the stand and they were like, yeah, what? Yeah, they couldn't even complete a word. I was like, dude, y'all are dumb. I mean, oh my gosh. They were so dumb and they all passed the buck. None of them took responsibility. They all acted like it. I mean, they were like, oh yeah. I told him, no, cause I text him that we was at that house. Yeah. Like I was too. I mean, I followed that case and I mean, look, every single one of that dude's friends threw him under the bus. And every single kid at that place acted like they weren't even there. I was just like, what the? But you told so-and-so to show up at the house. You said, come on over. We finna be there. Bring it. Get on over here. Bring all you and your friends and pack a lunch. I mean, and did you see the fight? Did you see it? They was all out there throwing blows. I mean, and then they just gonna throw it all on him, blame him. It's all his fault. They chased that dude's car down the street, every dang one of them. They'd act like, no. Oh, I mean, but of what though? Of what? Because once again, they was trying to charge him with murder. You can't charge somebody with something like that when you try to charge somebody with something like with malice and forethought. Again, you are charging somebody with the strongest charge possible. Strongest charge possible. That they're trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink at somebody. They doing it every damn day. But that's the thing is these kids they don't understand it's the end. It's over. It's done. But yes, that's what I'm saying. They get on the stand like, yeah. Whoa. No. Dude, you have no more respect than that. You can't say yes, sir, no, ma'am, yes, ma'am. I'm getting so mad. So mad. Damn kids. Okay, I saw a head move in the courtroom. So I don't know. I don't know if that means we're going to get a verdict. I mean, they went to private school. All these kids went to private school. And I swear, it made me think of my son when he was a teenager. My child went to military school. I paid a lot of money. He had scholarship and I paid money for him to go to military school just for him to be like, yo, ma. Are you for serious, Romeo? That's how, yo, ma. Whoa. It's what? And yes, ma'am. I don't know who yo ma is. Get the. But keep in mind also, these are the same children. Not my child. Which is probably why he acted like a fool. But these are the same kids that their parents was like, had them at their house partying and supplied the alcohol for them. Just like there was another kid in Florida recently that was on trial. Oh, the one that he was on trial for taking out that 15-year-old girl because they all decided they were going to be big and bad and rob them on the street. The 4 dudes that got out of the car, the 3 girls that were going from the movie theater to the McDonald's. First night of spring break. These little girls had just gone to the movies and they were walking from the movie theater to the McDonald's. And these dudes thought they were going to be thugs and rolled up on these 3 little teenager girls and jumped out of the car and decided they were going to rob them. And then one of them ended up taking one of the girls out. Yep. 15 years old she was. And he gets up on the stand and is talking about how his mama lets him do whatever he wants to at home because she'd rather him do it at home than be out and about doing it. See, what do they call it? The gateway. That's what they used to tell us when I was growing up, that pot was the gateway to all the other things. Some wasps have already started creating a new nest on the damn light outside of this, on the porch. Already building a new nest. Okay. Yeah. I did not do that stuff. I didn't sneak out. I didn't do any of that stuff when I was a teenager. My brother and sister, my mama didn't even care. They didn't have curfews. I had a curfew. My mama was strict. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okie dokie. What's happening? Man, what do you think, y'all? Look at her smiling. Get that cheesy grin off your face, girl. He has been in jail all this time. think about it. He did not get bond, never, does not have a criminal record, did not get bond, probably for his own safety. I mean, even Josie had bond. And that was a crime against a child. He's going to be found not guilty, Gwen. They are going to find him not guilty. They did not put any lesser charges on there. It is murder or nothing. And they will find him not guilty because the charge of murder involves malice and forethought. And he did not have malice and forethought. This is not going to go the way everyone is expecting it to. I think he's going to be found not guilty. The jury came out with the question to reread the instructions on the definition of murder. The judge read it. Then the jury came back and said they were having trouble coming up with a verdict. And the judge said, go back. And I think based on the instruction and the fact that the prosecution and the defense did not put any lesser charges in there, they didn't put, neglect or whatever lesser charges could have been put in there. Manslaughter, unintentional homicide, whatever. I mean, second degree. He's about to walk. He's about to go home. Like I said, we all know this was stupid. It's a very, very they're gonna have to move. They got to move away. I mean, there's no way these people can keep living there. They can't. Well, his other shootings are justified. They're all justified. I mean, I just don't see how he can live there. No. He didn't go after him with the intent to kill him. No. He didn't get up that day and be like, I'm gonna go take somebody's life. That's what the problem is. But that's the issue. They won't be able to, if they find him guilty of, I don't know. We'll see. This is why we have the channel, because the point of view, it's legally, they cannot legally, no, can't do it. This is why if I was on this jury, I would say no. I can't say guilty. I couldn't. I would be that juror that would be like, no, I'm sorry, I can't. Based on the law and the way the jury instructions are read, I would have to be the not guilty. And yet, I mean, no, I would have to say no. Morally, and what my heart goes out to his family, it sucks. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's tough. But see, if we did our justice system by our feelings and not facts, yeah, but see, if we did, that's why we have our justice system. It's based on facts, not feelings. We can't we can't do that. And that's why we have 12 people. I don't know. This is where I come in. This is where I say, would you put your life in the hands of 12 people? I mean, there's 3 of us sitting here discussing it. Actually, there were several of us sitting here discussing it, and look at all of us have different views on it. So what but we got all these emotions involved, all these feelings involved. How would we just think about what it must be like to be in the jury room? At least we're nicer about it than the people on Law and Crime. Oh my God, they are like ruthless. So we can all agree, feeling wise, he should be guilty. Right. Yeah. No threat. He was running away because they started chasing him. He was not running when he left the store. He was casually walking out. They confronted him and he was like, "Yo, I don't have anything." He did everything right. They told him to put his backpack on the cooler. He didn't even carry the backpack in the store. I mean, he did everything that was asked of him. They followed him around like white on rice. I mean, my gosh. He couldn't have done anything other than not go in the place getting shot. I don't know anything else. It's just so awful. I mean, there was nothing he did, no action that he took of his own. Yeah, he didn't do anything. He did absolutely nothing to make the situation for himself. This is all totally made by the Chow. Unfortunately.
All right, counsel, just so we're clear on the record, we gathered in the chambers. We let y'all know that we've received another note. Which I believe also contains some deliberative process of the jury, which I'm not comfortable disclosing within are basically consistent with South Carolina law. It's not. So I'm going to, and I can say, mention that at least some had indicated they may want to go home for the night. I'm not inclined to do that. This case has garnered a significant amount of media attention. I would be concerned that the jury could somehow be compromised or researched or something. So now that we've started the process, I'm going to ask them to push on through and go ahead and order dinner. Any objection now from the state?
No. No, we concur.
Okay. All right, bring them in, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh my gosh. Oh! Oh, where's Mark? Oh man, we were all so wrong about this. Oh man.
Madam Poor Lady, I have received your note. I understand some folks may be getting fatigued. This has been a long day, long week. Typically, once the deliberative process begins, we ask you to stay here as long as possible. Certainly, we're not going to do anything inhumane, but I'm going to ask you to keep deliberating. The clerk is going to get with you shortly with regard to orders for dinner. And we're just going to ask you to keep working. I understand it's been a long day. It's been a long day for everybody. But I know y'all are diligently working, and I appreciate that. But we're going to ask you just to keep working, and we'll get you better orders, and we'll just let us know if you need anything else. All right. Thank you.
What? He said no. Get your butt back in there.
Any objections from the state?
Negative.
No. All right. Thank y'all. We'll let you know.
Oh my gosh. So the jury still can't come up with a decision. They want to go home. The judge said no. He said he gonna order them dinner and they gonna keep working. He said it has garnered too much media attention. He does not want them to be compromised and allow them to go home. He is hoping that they will come up with a verdict tonight because he's afraid if they go home, yes, that they will be exposed to something because they're not sequestered. So they got to come back with a freaking verdict. Otherwise, it's going to be a mistrial. It's screwed. So we will have to sit through another trial if they don't come back with a verdict. I mean, this is, and then if we have to sit through another trial, see, now they have to talk about if they come back with these charges again, are they going to come back with lesser charges next time around? Because this is a nightmare. They have gone for all eggs in one basket, all or nothing. This is crazy. That is what is wrong. That is exactly what is wrong. These jurors cannot come to terms with this morally. They are having a very hard time with this. This is exactly what's going on. They just can't do it. They can't come back with a not guilty because they can't do it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wow. They are having a very hard time. Yeah, they can't, they definitely can't. Oh man. I cannot believe. Okay, I need to see if I can find anything about Carmelo Anthony, if that has any updates at all. No, it just says jury selection begins. Jury selection underway. Does not say if they have selected a jury. Uh, let's see. No. Nothing new for Carmelo Anthony's trial. They're just doing jury selection. I don't know how long it's going to take for them to select a jury for the Carmelo Anthony trial. It might take a couple of days because it's so public. And I don't think they really moved it out. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep peeled for this because this is gonna go on for who knows how long. Yep, no. Oh. Okay. Saturday court? What? They're they're gonna have court on that. Let's see. I don't know what is happening. They're talking about Saturday court. Wow. That trial is crazy. Crazy. So they're going to have court on Saturday for Carmelo Anthony. Because they used today for jury selection. So they're trying to have court like every day up there. I wonder how long they're going to keep the jury. For Chow. Well, we just thought this trial was going to be done. We should never, ever, never think that. Oh. I don't know what in the world we're thinking. Okay, I need to. Mm. Mm. Oh, I thought it said, man, I was ahead of my time already. Okay. I'm just waiting to see if I see any heads bob up here. This jury, I wonder if the jury is going to like say, well, we have to make a decision tonight, or we ain't going home till we have a decision. Or, I mean, how would you feel? Excuse me. If you were the jury, like, would you feel pressured? Like you have to come up with a verdict? I just wonder. I wonder what the latest is he's going to keep them. I cannot believe how fast these wasps build a nest. These crazy. I have to go kill them. Okay, I'll be back. We're back. I wonder if they have a verdict or if he's letting them go home. Woo! Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Man, she's aged like 10 years. I bet they don't have a verdict. I bet they're like, no. They don't have a verdict. What y'all want to bet? What y'all want to bet? They don't have a verdict. Dang, who knew? Who knew it was going to be this difficult? Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. They're on their way, I guess. Oh, here we go. Here we go. She got her little friends sitting with her. What the heck is that? Okay, what are we doing? We're waiting on, maybe we're waiting on the,
Okay, everyone, I have another note to
Oh.
mark as Courts Exhibit 23. Says, Judge, we request to hear your entire instructions to the jury. So they want to be completely recharged. I don't know if I'll ask if they want to hear about, the part about their duties and my duties and all that. And maybe where some of their, that's only a page. So I'll confirm with the foreperson that they want everything. And if so, we'll completely recharge.
Your Honor, we had earlier discussed with the prosecution allowing them the written instructions. I would now request that on behalf of the defense instead of your leading them to send it back to them.
What's the state's position on that?
wow, they are really struggling with the instructions. This is not going well.
Well, I think I have the discretion to do that, and I can tell you I've never done it. My concern, and I do, like I said earlier, maybe during the charge conference, I have some of my colleagues that do it. My concern is it's all supposed to be considered as a whole, and Mr. McCullough might like really what's on page 12, and Mr. Scott might like what's on page 16, and Mr. Swerve might like what's on page 24, and not going to look at the rest of it. That's the only concern I have. Well, if y'all are okay with it, I'll consider doing it.
Whatever you say.
They specifically asked me to read it to them. I don't know if they knew they had an option.
And I'm happy to work this out however y'all, I can ask them if they think it would be helpful if they had a copy.
Yeah, I think we'd be fine with that. That would help them.
My only concern, and it always was as a practitioner, that somebody zeroes in on one particular word instead of reading, the comprehensive charge. But I'm happy to entertain it and be convinced otherwise.
No, I don't have anything to say about it. Y'all decide.
If they send back, then the jury, it is a double-edged sword.
I think we probably, all sides think probably the ease of caution, maybe bring the foreperson out and ask what her preference would be. What if she wants us to bring out the whole thing, if they want a section, or I can give you a copy and send it back and let that be the foreperson's preference. I think all sides would agree that that would be the best way to handle it. Maybe I can do that here, the whole rest, whatever.
That's what the state agrees to that.
Okay. All right. All right, can you
Oh my gosh.
please bring me the floor label?
Oh my gosh. This is crazy.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, now I'm gonna ask you a few questions and I want to make sure you understand. I don't want to know about anything going on back there.
Okay.
How people are voting, what they're thinking,
Okay.
who's tired. So we're clear on that. Your note says that you requested to hear the entire instructions again. Both sides, the state and defense, have asked that I inquire, number one, do you think you need all of it, or are there specific sections? And number two, do you think it would be, in lieu of that, be beneficial to have a copy of it for you all to review? And
We would love a copy. We thought we couldn't request a copy of it. Yes, we would much rather have a copy of it. We've been saying that for a long time. Yeah.
Okay.
So that would be great. I thought that was one of the stipulations, is that we could have a
Well,
written copy of it.
typically, my practice is that for various reasons, but the parties both suggested this and appear to agree to it. So I'm certainly willing to let the lawyers do their thing and make their decisions. So, all right, is everybody comfortable with sending back a copy?
We're comfortable.
I'm just not sure whether we should send 1 or 12.
I think a couple of copies would be fine.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Well, we will do that for you. You can, if you want to head on back to the jury room, we'll get 3 or 4 copies
Okay,
made.
that's perfect. Thank you so
y'all
much.
keep working.
Okay, we are.
Dinner
Thank you,
should
sir.
be here shortly.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh, this is insane. Insane in the membrane. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
They
I had
are struggling.
We were making some changes, or I think it was where y'all wanted to include it, it wasn't, or something I had changed, and I don't ever think that, I think page 18.
As long as it's clean copy, we're good. 2 clean copies.
Could I just suggest as few as possible, because I think the more that are out there, that wouldn't foster as much group deliberation.
Let's do 3.
3 total?
Yep. You sure that was clean?
I'll watch it as it slowly goes through the feed, but it looks clean. I did not want to.
Yeah, I had marked that page because I knew there was going to be some discussion. I don't think it's something I underline and think is more important than the rest of the charge.
Can we go on the record about one matter, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
And this is, and I think it still counts as contemporaneous, but we need to make sure when the solicitor was giving their rebuttal closing, I made an objection. And I don't think we ever covered and put that on the record. I think I contemporaneously to the solicitor mentioning paid apps on the phone specifically said, I think perhaps I should have gotten an expert. At that point in time, I made an objection. I asked to approach the bench. At the bench, I made an objection that there were, 1, no facts in the evidence that would suggest that there was a pay app on the young man's phone. Number 2, I stated that the witness on the stand was specifically asked about pay functions of the phone. And number 3 was very specific that there is no evidence whatsoever that has been turned over in discovery. As a matter of fact, I think that this phone has gone through a self-right analysis that there would have been nothing that would have shown that he would have had payability on the phone whatsoever. So at that point in time, I said that objection would have been the analysis of the solicitor when he was making his closing argument. I said it was impermissible at that time because he was putting facts that were not in evidence, not supported by any facts, and the solicitor would have had knowledge that there were no payouts on the phone. I made that objection contemporaneously. I just don't think I put it on the record.
Well, it would have been captured at.
I don't know if it was captured, but I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, well, I'll note that, and I will overrule your objection. I felt like the solicitor was arguing if there could have been, not there was, kind of thing. So I'll note your objection. Thank you, sir.
Wow. This is taking forever. They are struggling. This could go into the night.
Maybe a safer way to do it.
Make sure we get all 25 pages.
Numbers 1 through 27.
Well, it is going into the night. What am I talking about? This could go into the night. It's 6:30. And they're still asking for clarification on the jury instruction.
Yep, we're gonna need to stop copy. We're gonna need to
Copy
read
was
that.
done.
Like on 15, it notes, trial court shall not, and these are footnotes that have been inserted. The trial court shall not instruct the jury that malice may be inferred from the use of deadly weapon, State versus Burnett, and then noting some matters appropriate for jury argument are not proper for charge.
We need scissors.
Yeah.
Or white out Sharpie or white out.
I'd say scissors.
You can cut. Scissors? Get rid of it completely?
So if you wipe one out and then make another copy of page 15.
There are several.
Several.
Yeah, you just need a significant number of whiteout.
Permission to cut off all the footnotes.
Yep.
Okay.
So the jury has asked for the jury instructions. So possibly after they receive the actual copy of the jury instruction, they will be able to make a decision. We'll see.
That one's done. I just want this to be faster.
element her complicated history act. All she has to do is sell it. She no longer lives. She just snaps, lists, and sells her free lunch pieces. And with 0 selling fees, she keeps every dollar straight. Don't worry. Shout it.
It showed him and basically
and where Travis has been, confirmed he wasn't his girlfriend, and also that he had gone outside of Denver shortly after he was his.
so he was out of his gym. We just didn't know what.
Travis had no friends with him. At one point, we were in the press of the case. This is what's to do.
So two things, very searching area. Still,
We were searching a lot. No evidence. Anything with.
Kenda's parents are just completely devastated. Tony starts thinking what about him?
it's a very purposeful of what I was when I touched it. So the king, see, it's so
It's a lot of families. We were about 2 weeks after she had disappeared. Her family was told. They are begging people to come forward with information. They sent out flyers to the media. They checked local hospitals. They talked to her friends. About this case, I remember talking to the family. It was hard. Kenny's mother has this message for her missing child. What's the concern? Let's just wait for you. I'll find this letter for you. And I'll wait for you. You know, they really have. It's so blind. I genuinely believe that. And you go with a local news. You know, people really protect this.
I'm sorry that I don't get it. It's here. I could have done more. It's taking more. I could have innovated more. And I said, okay. And, you know, no. And the answer is no.
This kind of strange moment where we were all, it's fine. Then other people would come forward after that to say, that's exactly how you acted in this moment.
And that's still really trust. Not important. Just have to construct. And they sit down and review.
Phew.
She basically explains to Trada that Travis actually likes women dressed in the same kind of outfit as Ken was wearing.
It was a black jacket, black skirt, and red high heels. She to tell us that Travis liked
rough with when we were intimate. Travis, choking. I knew that we would go out on the town, buy more, much outfit. It's that later to be work. The most important was she told us that the report Travis, the key evidence to Annie's disappeared. Travis answered no. She said, I caught Travis saw me alive. Look up. No. Those say names. She said, that's how
The investigation continued to reveal where King was charged Travis. We didn't have a body, and we didn't have any DNA that we could show that she was. So it was. Everyone's looking at Travis. He knows he's a suspect. He's telling everyone he's a suspect. Pressure's on.
we know where he lives. He just
Check your auto prices, save up to 40%. Isn't done. It's just better than amazing. Closet can make for extra cash. He has to do with self cheating on her. She just not get it and try to do up pieces. And the zero self piece, $100 share. That's just cute.
It's going to shut up now.
Not take that at the figure's not hot. He thought he was trying to see his car, and now she can't reach it. He had become a close friend of his. And really in them. People were afraid to make him real bad. He was just like a very this other things we had promised to put in this area. You know, all shoulder, he was being cautious on this individual. He said, we said, so this baby, this, so we got the really now, you know, I'm there. So,
When I speak to his friends,
and to me, there's something. Not saying we would be hostile people, but we want to be. Let's see if it's more prosperity. For the sheep are not, is not in front of the fall. The sheep is good. Please, be on the lookout for this beautiful.
Well, later, an officer going to a parking lot in Chow, running licenses of stolen cars and sees parts.
Little town is miles away. All the way in Austin, Texas. So it looks like he's trying to start a new life in Austin. He is using a different name. He rents an apartment on Craigslist. He's spent hours signing the lease on the lease show. All of a sudden, he's surrounded. Travis tries to flee on a bike. The police catch up to him and knock off that bike and place him on the cars.
I think little on his heels when I showed up to Texas. You know, I walked in this room. We looked at the social. We still needed to finish talking with Travis. So when I first initially interviewed Travis, we asked him to let the whole day and it did. Why don't you not okay with the goods and tenants? He said, talking about people. Actually,
He sticks to his story. Nothing changes about what he says in the beginning.
Questions about Kenny. He says,
Where is this? Texas.
Random machine presence. Machine represents. Well, that's.
But there was still one last thing that Detective really needed before the interview was really done.
Which ones? So,
And Detective Gurley got his DNA sample, which I think was under for him also. Because I think he always was wondering what did we find? Why are you getting my DNA? Because Travis stole the car in Colorado and was Austin. They were able to press charges in Colorado, and that gives police the opportunity to extract Travis back to Colorado.
this is Jefferson Trail. It's probably mid-June to late June. See that this friend basically says that she wants to stop trying. She just wants to run. She
I understood it because it was her friend, but it was frustrating for us because we have to worry about, where is he going now, and who is he going to be in contact with next?
Well, by this time, we were eliminating everybody else that he was in contact with. I don't want him on the streets, but we don't have nothing to keep him in jail. But there's nothing I can do. Just work the case. We didn't approximately 16 weeks, 17 weeks. 16 weeks. This was less.
A couple of weeks later, there is another horrific attack on a woman. Firefighters responded to a parking fire, giving her comments. Police say a woman had been beaten. The victim survived. Everyone is completely connected to what happened to Kenya.
Você não ninguém? Oh, eu sou lá,
Mas melhor do que se
é, sou lá, bem, gente, sei, mas tudo só sense. What is good access to our music in 40 different. Oh. When you fish the NBA, so go for 5%, 5%, so getting your money right.
It's a duck. It's very amazing. And they are excellent. All she has to do is belt that she no longer wears. She just snaps, lifts, and sells with 3 large pieces. And with 0 selling fees, she keeps every dollar she earns. Don't down with these. $200 nothing borrowed when it occurs. I think that taking a house and keeping it already $1 one tiny window to like
Wasn't to me. All of her own absolutely office. No one was there.
Bringing you details now, this will be raised on teenager Kenya Morgan. Police researching for evidence in similar locations. But people will call them teens. They want to know what happened. Suddenly, it wasn't. People were very concerned. This
I know Tony was doing his own investigation, searching places. They couldn't eat lots once he's. What price?
families filling out missing lists everywhere they can, desperate to get those answers.
I think those were some really long, frustrating months where it felt like the case was at a standstill.
Months have passed. There have been no new leads in Kenny Morgan's case. The trail is going. The family is just answers. And the only person who really seems to know anything is Travis.
Well, did they give you a ride home from this night on April 1st? Mr. Thomas, suspect listed. He's the one we're focusing on right now. Last one.
Suspicious stories. There simply is not enough. Without reports is being held by all other police on part of that charge. He's released after his friend Sila decides not to respond.
We get through this. We put surveillance contracts. We get through this. We actually those.
Examine communities cloud of suspicion in Europe. And police are watching you. The administrative side, they didn't watch it 24/7. He's back on the street. And then we have to worry about where is he going now and who is he going to contact next. And it's in Fort Collins that another horrifying case to unfold. Fort Collins, July 4th. It's nighttime. It's a gentleman that got seen by fireworks. And on her way home, she was she's being followed by someone. This in, breaks into her apartment here, and he brutally beats her. That man, and he stitched all over her apartment. And then sets her apartment on fire for dawn to try to destroy the evidence. Neighbors actually see the flames and they want amazingly, she survived and she is fighting. She actually had to jump up on this little second story window to keep from being burned alive. But here next time, they see a naked woman running towards them, trying to get them to help save her. They eventually learn her name is Lydia.
Lydia's almost was by herself, but for a liquor distributor for calling. She's listed for critical condition.
I mean, it's scary, yeah, but I mean, this is a real world. This was a brutal attack. Lydia's jaw was broken in multiple places, so she can't describe her attack to police. And then the trauma is so serious that she suffers a massive stroke, and then she slips into a coma. It is pretty hour in that hospital room, but in that fight, she captured evidence, DNA evidence from her attacker underneath her hands. Police actually take DNA swabs underneath her fingernails to try to figure out who the attacker is. At some point, Fort Collins police reached out to Denver police to say this happened, and there's some similarities in that there was bleach all over this apartment and there was fire.
I did call from Dr. Shackle, and she said, Fort Collins, and she tells me what her case is.
You have these two cases involving women, bleach, and people are starting to ask, could these be connected?
She tells me the name of one cases. I have the DNA, and you're reaching out the DNA into her.
Investigators say that they are now faced with a terrifying possibility. The Travis Forbes is the attacker and is still out there. Could he strike again?
My advice is to get eyes on him as soon as you can. You need to get eyes on him.
What if I did a little dance? Nature delicious.
This is Naomi. She just discovered the sweet sound of earning and saving money on vintage. By selling clothes she doesn't wear anymore with 0 fees, she earned the cash to buy these pre-loved boots. Don't wear it, sell it. Down with vintage.
Lydia's makes all of the music that Lydia only had been beaten and sexually assaulted before she jumped from her second story bedroom reunion. This is such an painful story. Straightened, her jaw broken, Lydia told fought out for attacker with sheer determination.
I heard about Lydia's attack.
The woman was brutally beaten until the depths of bleach and her apartment set on fire.
It's me, but wait, I'm gonna go looking at tracks.
Lydia told this attack, and Denver police began connecting the dots between these two cases. And they team up with Collins police to resume following tracks.
Our students team talks for police on the says there's some interest in this case, looking at him.
We try to keep tabs on him and what he's doing and was that we did Fort Collins is a college town. It's about an hour from Denver. Lots of college kids. It's a popular place to hang out. The nightlife was fun. Travis is on the prowl. I think he was, I think it was a new, you know, to just, you know, be a predator. One of this is wrong. I can see leaving the bar. Police are able to intervene.
The police.
They kind of cornered her and said, "You need to leave." And she didn't. And they asked him his name. He gives them another fake name. Well, honestly, he can't arrest Travis for $2 and leave to his case. So they arrested Travis for giving the police a false name.
He announced a fake name, said he didn't have a phone, couldn't remember his address, acted nervous. Didn't know before it came off his real name, he was arrested for false reporting.
So they take him into custody and brought to jail. And it's the detective, Denver.
I actually drove to Fort Collins and we start talking. And it's all recorded because there's no video to
Detective Brewer, most of the want to help students.
and right here is okay, we do our so and we start talking about Kenya, Lydia's case, all these different things.
You hear them going back. Travis is giving it a little, but not what they need.
It was like playing chess. I do one piece one way, you do this piece the other way. I don't know what I think it's always just we were always moving forward. So you don't I it's Travis, I'm gonna use every word you ever told me that you talk. I'm reading to you. And he just said, I mean,
The detective was really Travis in the interrogation. Travis is just getting more defensive. It seems like detectives are getting nowhere. Of course, officers revealing the glimpse into how can they see themselves.
We can actually kill somebody and not. I'm with him probably on the same. Yes.
Outside the interrogation room, time is like that. Investigators have suspects' DNA profile and covered underneath the Lydia experience. And they expect it to track scores in order to charge him in Lydia's case. Everybody was not confused. So we were very concerned about him getting.
We were up against this timeline. Can't hold it for, we could find out who did it.
Travis is about to walk out of custody again and be free again. When the DNA test results come back,
The DNA comes back from Lydia. It matches Travis.
the DNA match confirms everything that we have thought for months.
I see. This is your one time that you have an opportunity to be in control of what happens. Because you're not in control.
Travis is actually, knows the game is up. I think that he probably knew pretty quickly that he was not gonna talk his way out of it.
Is I see. What do you want? He said, you don't send people to death row. You don't let them reassess.
We would not see the death penalty. It was.
There's always a little bit of hope in the back of your mind. I thought Kenny was coming back. I thought she was coming home.
So it's the edge. I'm like edge.
This is Naomi. She just discovered a sweet sound of earning and saving money on Vinted. By selling clothes she doesn't wear anymore with 0 fees, she earned the cash to buy these pre-loved boots. Don't wear it, sell it. Down to Vinted.
Travis Forbes status is and right then he decides to put a deal with detectives. He says he will lead them to
I'm looking for.
So at that point, you're, which
It's September 7th, 2011, 9:36. We picked up Travis at the run. We picked up driving with Travis behind her. Travis, next to Travis is driving before home. We picked him up and he had this way go based off of his direction. We're moving out. We can't consider it when it comes to video run as you drive to the location. To be her calm, wasn't it? Breaking out or anything.
during that long drive. Travis was relaxed and he was talking so casually about everything from running marathons to movies.
5 years ago, I went actually,
Just himself. He was just talking. Let's talk. It was. So we are once that's important. He directs us on the I-76, wherever we move to Kingsburg, and then he starts directing us to the county.
Investigators were familiar with this. Travis's phone had been pinging him for 8 or 9 hours the day after the campus. So when we're tracking her, it all started to make sense.
So we knew he was up here, we just didn't know what.
was 16, and went to
Please. Travis, I think this is. No, this is. And back out, this is a little close. And so we turn. It's why they change. He's sitting there, he's getting antsy. Stop. So you need to get out and show us. So Travis brings us here. We pull into this open area between tracks, these trees. We walk up to the top. We're all standing here. I'm standing next to Travis. Where's she at? You just sit and you're standing on top of her. He puts at this whale like he's crying. He's leaning up against the car. He's crying, mostly screaming. Francine comes in. It's in the area. Zero problem off Francine case. They start doing their investigation.
We just confirmed that Travis Forbes, the man suspected all along, led them to this location this morning.
Within minutes, it seems like the media just swarmed on us. When the helicopters started showing up, we had to put canopies up to cover up what they were digging up. This morning,
detectives have now been digging in this area for about 2 hours.
So when they start excavating, we basically digging her up. She's about 5 feet down. And when we find her, she is covered in plastic. And she has rocks down in plastic.
When they find her body, it's so badly decomposed, they can't determine. What they can see is that she's got the duct tape and plastic in a fetal position. Horrific. I mean, it's horrifying to think about what she's.
I said I wouldn't get emotional. I just can't imagine a family losing a daughter that just vanishing and not knowing where she's at. And to find out she was buried here. I found her. I told you I would. Okay, so we're not done. Still other things that we talk about. I'm getting back to the comments that the relay myself. We said to Travis. So, hey, this is the second part of this agreement. Tell us what happened. Travis, let's start with you.
This is Kate, discovering that I'm minted for a call that can make extra cash. All she has to do is sell it. She no longer lives. She just snaps, lists, and sells for pretty much pieces. And with 0 selling fees, she keeps every dollar she earns. Don't wear it. She hasn't been.
footage is in. There's a tent set up, it was very Officer Kent's in the area of clues. It's supposed to be horrific. As a mom, I thought there's this.
The Barton, remains.
I remember getting a call. And I remember hearing crying. And he said,
Couple of them recently worked up through her induction. The first words that came out of her mouth was, "Is she okay, Bush?" And I said, "She's good."
Famous for fears. So now police need to know him, and the only person who knows that is Travis. The question is, will Travis fulfill up to his part of the deal and give up the confession?
Your silence, correct? Yes. Let's start from the beginning.
And the one that's up in the 15th or whatever street it is. He came in. She was crushed. The assistant pulled her. And we get to
She got in there. He says he was going to be able to. He had called the phone, trying to find friends.
she was being very good. And she was very
Okay, so I ran, put that down in the record books. The verdict hopefully is in. But I was walking my dog and I saw on my phone that the verdict was here. And I ran up my quarter of a mile long driveway, which by the way is nothing but hills. I'm dying. This should be put in the record books. If there's no verdict, I'm going to be really pissed because I ran.
All right, I understand, ladies and gentlemen, we have a verdict.
We have a verdict.
Again, as I cautioned everybody earlier, there aren't going to be any outbursts, anything of that nature. If so, you'll be removed from the courtroom.
Oh my gosh.
Like I said earlier, I appreciate everyone being respectful throughout the past week.
Oh my gosh.
Even though there are a lot of emotions in this case, and everybody sits at two very diametrically opposed views on the case. But again, not going to have any outbursts, anything of that nature. If so, you'll be removed.
Holy moly, majoli.
Right, bring us to jury, please. Yes, sir.
I made it. Literally just in time. Holy crap. I knew I picked to walk my dog at the wrong time. And just so you know, running up my driveway is no frickin' joke. I have so many mosquito bites. It's ridiculous. I am dying. Oh my gosh, I can't see. I might pass out. This verdict better be. I mean, even the old man with a cane is standing up, y'all. And the prosecution does not stand. I just am baffled. I don't know what it's going to be. I know nobody's watching this with me.
Jury seated, Your Honor. All right, man, poor lady, I understand you reached the verdict.
Yes, Your Honor, we have.
Can you please hand it to the bailiff there?
But I stuck it out. Stuck it out all day to the very end.
All right, Madam Clerk, will you please publish?
Yes.
Woo! Oh, there's this
Indictment number 2023 GS 400740, State of South Carolina, County of Richland versus Chike Rick Chow. We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Chike Rick Chow, as to the charge of murder, not guilty. Fine number 302, foreperson, June the 1st, 2026. Madam Forelady, was this your verdict and the verdict of the entire jury?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Thank you.
Thank you, State.
Would you like to poll the jury on?
Madam Forelady and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to ask you 2 questions relating to your verdict. Please answer yes or no to each. Number 302, was this your verdict?
Yes, it was.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Number 2, was this your verdict? 257,
Yes.
is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 63, was this your verdict? Is it still your verdict?
Oh my God.
Number 208, was this your verdict?
They didn't
208,
have a choice.
is it still your verdict?
They did not
Number
have a choice.
226, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 329, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 222, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 164, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 21, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 204, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 232, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 259, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
The jury's absolved, Your Honor.
Very good. Anything else?
Not at this time, Your Honor. We just like staff post-trial motions, only 10 days. We feel those.
10 days for any post-trial motions you may have, and any defense? Okay.
Oh, no, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You can return to your jury room. I'll be right back there to excuse you.
Regarding the thank jury.
I didn't have a choice. Oh my gosh. Y'all pray for his family. Pray for that boy's family.
All right, well, there's the adjourned. Thank you, Your Honor.
There are no winners here. This is horrible. Cyrus is gone. He was 14 years old.
Yeah.
This is terrible. I mean, it's legally not, but it's very sad. I don't know the future of the Chow family, but I just know that please pray for Cyrus's family. He is gone. His family is obviously, they wanted some type of justice. They lost their child for a senseless reason. There's no way this is so sad. This is so sad. It's devastating. I can't imagine how, I just can't imagine. Well, that's the verdict. I just have to say, with the verdict, y'all, they didn't have a choice. They did not have a choice. Morally, our hearts go out to the family. Obviously, we feel how we feel, but the law is not about our feelings. The law is about the law. It is about facts. And the fact of the matter is that Rick Chow did not wake up that morning and say, I am going to take the life of a 14-year-old today, and specifically that 14-year-old. And unfortunately, the fact and the evidence did not prove him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the crime that he was charged with. So as much as everybody wanted legal criminal justice for Cyrus, that's not what was going to happen in the real world, and that is our justice system. And that is, unfortunately or fortunately, that is justice, and that is how it works, and that's how it's supposed to work. So, like it or hate it, that's how it's supposed to work. So, there you go. I really appreciate everyone joining, and I will see you in the next event live. Kamsahamnida.